protects our society and empowers us to gather. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our constitution, our people, our parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, channel 408 on DSTV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
A very good morning, a rather cold morning today here in Claremont at Arabella Hotel, where the P20 summit is underway, with day one having been concluded just yesterday and day two up next.
Of course, it is a normal Cape Town day, overcast with light rain showers, but it's not as windy as it was yesterday.
So clearly the delegates and the speakers that are here today are, of course, experiencing the Cape of Storms and all the weather that we get in 1 week. Now, of course, this is day two of the 11th P20 Speakers Summit, the first to be held on African soil. But before we look ahead, let's take a moment to recap on a truly impactful day one. Now, the summit was officially opened with a powerful call to unity at the Benguela Cove Wine Estate, setting a tone of global solidarity. We heard significant addresses from the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, who set the stage by imploring parliaments to prove their worth through action. We also heard from the host speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, the Vice President of the Interparliamentary Union, and many other high-profile speakers. Now, the afternoon sessions then dove straight into the heart of the matter. At the Arabella Hotel, heads of the delegation grappled with the core theme, which was harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for global solidarity, debating how legislators can bridge global divides on issues like pandemics and inequality. Now, this was followed by a critical first working session on strengthening disaster resilience and responses, led by a resource person on climate change. The discussions were sobering and solution-oriented, focusing on the legislative frameworks needed to protect our most vulnerable populations from the increasing frequency of climate-related and conflict-driven disasters. Now, this was a day that has firmly established the immense responsibility resting on the shoulders of the world's legislators.
Thank you, Tsepo. You've perfectly captured the foundational tone of day one. Now, day two is strategically designed to move from defining the challenges to engineering the financial and economic solutions. The agenda today is a deep and interconnected dive into the engines of sustainable development. The morning kicks off with a recap session, immediately followed by what promises to be a headline-grabbing second working session on ensuring that sustainability sustainability for low-income countries. This is where the rubber hits the road. We will hear from heavyweights like our own National Assembly Speaker, Honorable Didiza, and the Chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, Dr. Patience Nombeko Mbava. They will address the $1 trillion question. How can parliaments prevent debt from crippling public services and social investments in developing nations? Then, without missing a bit, the focus shifts to the third working session, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. And here, the conversation will be about the money and the mechanisms on how to fund the shift to green energy without leaving communities and workers behind. And in the afternoon, the fourth working session on harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth ties it all together. It's all about ensuring that the minerals powering our green future are extracted and managed in a way that benefits local communities and aligns with our climate goals. The day will then culminate in a crucial closing session where the joint outcome statement will be adopted, solidifying the commitments made here. So expect today to be less about lofty rhetoric and more about concrete pledges, legislative tools, and financial frameworks that will define our shared global future. It's arguably the most consequential day of this entire summit.
And of course, that was a fantastic breakdown from Thembinkosi. Now, from the macroeconomic stability of debt sustainability to tangible details of energy, finance and mineral governance, Day 2 is packed with substance. We will bring you key soundbites and exclusive interviews right here on Parliament TV.
Indeed, Seppo, and the doors are about to open for a day of critical debates. And with that in mind, let's look at an interesting conversation Seppo had with one of the young parliamentarians who is a South African delegate to the summit, and that is Ms. Malebu Kobe.
A very good afternoon. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and we're bringing you live from Arabella Hotel, where the P20 summit is underway, with speakers and presiding officers, of course, having those conversations, those very important conversations with regards to diplomacy. Now, I am joined by one of our own here in South Africa, and she is a member of Parliament in the National Assembly, Ms. Malebu Kobe. Thank you so much for joining us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you so much for having me, Tepo.
Now, let's go straight into it. Of course, we're feeling the energy here in Claremont. There's talks all over, dialogue, conversation. Now, for our viewers watching at home, what is the atmosphere here, and what has the atmosphere been in these conference rooms?
Look, the atmosphere has been absolutely electric, and I think at a time like this, when we need youth participation, increased youth participation, especially in parliamentary processes, and more than anything in diplomatic parliamentary processes, it's very important. We have seen a gross underrepresentation of us as young people, not only in our parliament here, but as we've seen across the globe with countries like Russia, Turkey, and Italy that have been here. They've also told us about the gross underrepresentation in their countries, especially of young people and also women. So I think the energy here has been electric and exciting because once in a lifetime, the G20, not only is it happening in South Africa, but we also have the P20 happening in South Africa, where we have also African representation and voices speaking about global issues. But it's exciting to see that the entire globe has been talking about underrepresentation of youth and women, and we are ready and daring to do something about it as young people.
Now, during those conversations, you've just mentioned now that there was one of the urgent topics was underrepresentation. What were the other topics that were discussed that are a challenge to most of the youth that find themselves in these nations?
So, digital transformation. Huge numbers of unemployment globally and not just in South Africa, and also climate change that we are seeing happening. And it is important to get young people in the middle of these conversations, because we are the agents of change, and also we are the people who usually drive transition in communities from the old ways of doing things into digital transformation or climate change. So we really need young people at the core and at the center of these conversations to ensure that the transition of it, not only does it happen expeditiously, but it happens in a way that is inclusive of everybody who is in our society.
Now, you mentioned that this is the first time this is happening in Africa and in South Africa, right? And of course, this means an opportunity to sort of cascade our issues, African issues, right? Now, with that, as the host nation, all eyes are on us, right? Now, what has been the most rewarding part of showcasing our country and our parliamentary democracy on this global stage?
I think the one part is we have seen, and not just with, our rhetoric saying it, but in terms of representation, having young people like us in the room talking about our issues. It talks about the authenticity of the issues and how we're willing to really be participants in solving the issues. So the most exciting thing about it is to show how far South Africa has come, not only with youth representation, but with representation of women like us. So I think that's been the most exciting thing. And also, I think, when people come to our country, they see how much we've advanced in terms of infrastructure, in terms of tourism. And that's been so exciting for me to see how people from advanced and first world countries like Europe and the European Union, how they receive our country and their perception of it, and how they see how we have moved the needle in terms of development. And I think that has been exciting for me. It has been something that is, I know we have a lot of issues in South Africa in terms of poverty, unemployment, and also a lot of corruption. But when you see how, somebody from the external sees our country, it actually shows you how far we have come and gives you a certain level of appreciation for it. So I've had an appreciation of it, but we still have a long way to go. And I think as a legislature, I'm not ignorant to that fact, and I think I'm open to it. And yeah, we just want to see how far South Africa can go in terms of achieving more strides in this regard.
So, of course, for the past 2 days, we had the meeting of young parliamentarians, which you attended. And concurrent to that was the women parliamentarians meeting as well. Now, in that regard, looking at your summit program right here, which session today or yesterday has directly challenged or inspired your own thinking, especially when it comes to policy development?
I think it has been in terms of the representation. I think one of the resolutions, when we're looking at a country like Algeria and Italy, they've institutionalized the involvement of young people by putting in quotas in their legislatures, in their respective legislatures, to ensure that when we have young people, it is not just a rhetoric, but it is something that you hold political parties to. And I think that's the one lesson that we could take as South Africa, that in terms of the funding of IEC, it needs to start incentivizing political parties to put young people more. If we have young people on your party list, a certain quota, then we would, sort of incentivize you financially in the Parties Act, or, and also in terms of mentorship and active institutions that really train young people and prepare them for a political environment. That's something that South Africa also needs to adopt and take into consideration. So those are the things that I found challenging, and I think that those are lessons that we really could draw in terms of best practices around the world.
Now, we've seen you engaging with many of the delegates, of course, from all over the G20 countries. Can you just give us a snapshot of some of the private conversations that you've had with some of them and some of your learnings with regards to the things that they do in their countries and something that you would like to bring home and propose here in Parliament?
I think as spoken, I think I had quite a lengthy conversation with the delegate from Algeria, and he was very expressive about what they are doing. And also in terms of young people, how they are including ensuring that young people and youth-led institutions and businesses receive access to financing, they receive access to loans at lower interest rates. So those are the kinds of things that I think we should take, but also the quotas that I spoke about earlier. I think that's one thing that we should really start driving. And I think as a legislature that oversees various departments, we need to really start looking at how we can put young people in terms of the vacancy rates inside our portfolio committees. I serve on water and sanitation, which has one of the highest vacancy rates, and it's a highly technical environment. But we have young people who are capable, who should be found at TVET colleges, but that's not happening. And I think that's one of the things that I will take to my portfolio committee and ensure that we drive so that young people are involved in turning the situation water crisis in South Africa around. We want young people like myself to be in the forefront of solutions and not in the background being told what to do by old age policymakers.
Now, of course, you're mentioning that there must be a link between the policy dialogue, the talking, and implementation, right? What, in your view, is the mismatch there? Because there's a lot of talking in Parliament, and even here, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a talk show. Politicians are here, they're going to have tea and have biscuits, and that's going to be the end of it. So what do you think, in your view, is the mismatch between the policy and the implementation thereof?
I think the mismatch usually is, and this shows a lot of politicians that go on to govern from being legislators. When they get into government or into the executive, to being executive authorities, they really forget the mandate that the people have given them, and they focus sometimes on their own ambitions or their party ambitions. I think it's really important that we have what our trios politica has intended in the beginning. So we have a relationship between the legislature and executive or the governing structure, so that we are collaborative in terms of holding them accountable to the initial promises of ensuring that there is youth participation, and that the things that they have committed to at a policy level or as executive authorities, we hold them accountable to, because we are the ones who approve of their budgets. So we are the ones who are monitoring and tracking their performance, and we are the ones then who should be intentional with reminding them that their promises initially were to ensure that there is gender parity or enough gender representation within their various governments and departments.
And of course, now let's jump to the issue of sustainable development. Of course, with 2030 SDG deadline looming, it is 2025, there's 5 more years to go. Is there any consensus? Is there a renewed sense of urgency? And specifically, what new mechanisms for accountability and support nations like South Africa are being discussed?
Can we repeat that?
No worries. So, with regards to sustainable development, right, you have 2030, it's looming, it's 2025, there's 5 more years. Now, is there a renewed sense of urgency? Is there specific mechanisms now with regards to ensuring that accountability and support for nations, especially like South Africa, are being discussed and implemented?
I think there is definitely a renewed sense of urgency. I think one of the delegates from the Interparliamentary Union, Mr. Dan Carden, said that it is no longer just a nice to have, but it is a democratic emergency that we start speaking about how we are going to achieve those goals. And I think that one of the agreements that we've had and the resolutions that we've had show that there is some sort of urgency, and not only from the government sector, but from Parliament side, from parliamentary diplomacy, that we are holding each other accountable to ensure that these SDG goals are reached. And you are right in saying that it looks as though we're not going to reach them. It does look a bit bleak, but we as parliamentarians have ensured that with the resolutions that we have undertaken, and hopefully with our where we are passing the presidency on to next year, we can see an improvement in terms of the resolutions that we have, in terms of tracking and monitoring them and evaluating how far we have reached. I hope that we will make some sort of strides in that regard. I can't promise anything, but I do hope that with the resolutions that have taken place today, we will see some sort of improvement.
And can you just share maybe with viewers with regards to some of the innovative approaches, for example, that were proposed during your discussions, especially with regards to unemployment, youth unemployment specifically? What are some of those?
I think when we speak about unemployment, a lot of the thing is we've seen that the state in most instances has played the role of a referee. And we, as young parliamentarians, have proposed that the state must move away from that perspective and start being an active player in terms of creating opportunities for young people to take place. The voices of young people are fragmented because in one instance there's an NYDA that's serving them, there is a private sector that's serving them, or sometimes they're left to their own devices to create employment opportunities. So what we have done is that we have said that the state must really start playing an active part. We have seen in the instances of China. They may not have the same political ideologies that we do have, but they have really made significant strides in terms of creating collective opportunities for young people to participate in the economy. And I think that's what our South African government really needs to do. And that's what we've discussed by and large, that employment opportunities can no longer, it's a state emergency, and it can no longer be left to a certain department to do. It needs to be a government, very intentional approach to ensure that we are creating employment opportunities for young people, and the private sector can no longer be left to its own devices to figure that out.
And of course, a lot of young people now, they have lost hope in government, in governance, in voting. They feel like politics doesn't really affect me, so why should I? What is your message to those young people who lost hope, who do not see the use of government policy and the use of governance as a whole?
Yeah. Look, it makes me really sad when I see voter apathy, especially amongst young people, because young people really have the most vibrant voices. You can tell right now in terms of the music scene or the creative industries that we can tell where the music direction is going. Young people are coming together, putting themselves in little assemblies and creating music. And we want to see that very same energy be redirected in terms of politics. Young people need to start getting together, talking about the issues and the problems that affect them. Problems from water and sanitation, issues from unemployment. And the only reason why we're not seeing those issues come to the forefront is because there's a fragmented voice. So we need young people to really come together, as we have seen in the Fees Must Fall movement. We need young people to really come together, focus their energies on issues that affect them on their day-to-day lives, and that's the only way we can really start to see a change in politics. But we are seeing that there's an emergence of new parties, really, and these new parties really are trying to advance a different message from the old, and they are really trying to tell young people that there is an alternative and credible solution. Young people need to tap into that. So those spaces are being created. Young people need to start finding their own voice, finding what resonates best with them, and start really harnessing those kinds of things and coming together and really starting to take part in the national conversation. We are seeing there's massive corruption, there's under-deliverance of service delivery, there is underserviced communities, and we want young people to come up and say, it's my community that's underserviced, and this is how best I want to see our community being serviced. And from those problems and from those solutions from young people, that's the only way we can get then the massive representation from young people at a high level like Parliament.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I loved it.
And of course, that is our interview there with Ms. Malebu Gobi, and she is a member of the National Assembly of South Africa here at the Peace Summit 2025. Keep watching Parliament TV. We have more for you.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Parliament TV. We're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. And of course, we are at Arabella Hotel in Claremont. And Cape Town weather is doing what it normally does outside. It's rainy, it's overcast, but we are here in the studio and we are safe and sound, of course. And yesterday, just to take you through some of what happened yesterday, of course, we heard from the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togo Didiza, when she opened the summit. During her address, she spoke strongly on youth participation when she called for stronger youth participation in parliaments and global decision-making platforms, highlighting that young people remain underrepresented in many legislatives worldwide.
And of course, further to that, Speaker Didiza spoke about the global challenges that are obviously an issue with regards to the G20 nations. Now, she emphasized the need for global solidarity and cooperation to address pressing issues such as inequality, climate change, and geopolitical tensions.
And speaking on youth empowerment, she urged parliamentarians to use their oversight powers to advance policies promoting youth empowerment, entrepreneurship, decent work and access to technology.
She further stressed the importance of building inclusive economies that provide meaningful access to economic opportunities, not just for young people, but for women as well, particularly in the global south.
But before we say it all, let's hear what some of the people had to say yesterday.
The Executive Mayor, Mr. Archie Klaas, he is the Executive Mayor of the Overstrand District Municipality, and that is the district municipality in which this beautiful area falls.
Program Director, we are the home of the official South African national flower, which is the protea. Our community is as colorful as the protea is, as endurance, as strong as our national symbol is. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for that wonderful input. Honourable delegates, allow me now to introduce to you the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, the Honourable Toko Didiza, who will now address us. Honourable Speaker.
It is with great honour and appreciation that I welcome you to Cape Town for the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. This occasion marks a historic milestone, as it is the first time the G20 is convened on the African continent. We are proud to host this distinguished gathering of parliamentary leaders from across the globe. Your presence here affirms the value of parliamentary diplomacy, which is a vital tool for building bridges across borders as well as peoples. Legislatures are not only the guardians of democracy, but also architects of inclusive development. The theme of this year's summit is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The summit of the P20 will focus on several areas, such as strengthening disaster resilience and response. Some of you will appreciate that in the past year, we have had a number of disasters globally which countries alone may not be able to cope with, but requires solidarity from others. Mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, as we all know that one of the commitments of climate change is how, as countries, we can move away from fossil fuels. However, one of the things that we do realize is the incapacity of some of the countries to be able to move with speed that they would desire because of the challenges of financial resources. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. We are honored by your presence and looking forward to the meaningful contribution you will make during this summit.
We commit to mainstreaming youth perspective in all policy processes and call upon the P20 Speakers Summit to establish a permanent P20 meeting of young parliamentarians within the G20 framework, ensuring that young youth perspectives consistently shape global legislative priorities.
In too many places, divisions are widening between rich and poor, between men and women, between generations, between and within countries. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a lever for reducing these inequalities. This means promoting gender equality is our laws and institutions, guaranteed equal opportunities for our young people, ensuring that every country, regardless of its economic weight, has a say in global governance, for there can be no lasting peace without social justice.
This summit is a call to action for the parliaments of the G20 to work together to advance the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability.
As we anticipate rich dialogue and conversation that shall underpin these spirited debates, the expectation of the people we serve is that the outcome of this summit truly translate our international obligation to realize development goals.
Let us be clear. Inclusive representation in global institutions is not optional, it's foundational. When women, Indigenous peoples, youth and people with disabilities are excluded from decision-making, we all lose. We lose wisdom, we lose legitimacy, and we lose the opportunity to build policies that reflect the realities of all peoples. This is where parliamentary diplomacy becomes a transformative tool. It enables us to advocate for gender equality, not just at home, but on the global stage.
The P20 has the responsibility to confer legitimacy on G20 decision-making and to reaffirm multilateralism and the international cooperation as the vital path to address global challenges. Let us therefore build solid legislative alliances.
China has initiated the establishment of the World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, advocated open international cooperation on science, so that the dividends of science and technology will be more tangible.
Parliamentary diplomacy must stand as a guardian of human rights, democracy and rule of law, and it must champion long-term sustainability from accelerating the green transition to a fair and responsible use of critical minerals to sustainable development.
We come together here today with the expectation of our citizens in our minds. In our assembly here, we have different backgrounds, different views, and partly different interests. But facing multiple crises, interparliamentary cooperation is more and more indispensable. So I am very proud to represent the German federal government, federal parliament, of course, which is attending the very first time within the G20 speakers conference. The G20 is a place for international dialogue. It can also be a place of rule-based friendship among nations if we choose so.
Similarly, in India, the parliament ensures budgetary allocations are aligned to both domestic needs and global commitments by reviewing, debating and voting on the union budget every year. Parliament of India, through its oversight powers, monitors the implementation of the legislations, which contributes to building a governance framework that promotes social equity, environmental sustainability and economic growth.
We need to bridge this gap. This must be a #1 priority. We need to reduce inequalities. This means not only stability and well-being, this also means championing freedom, defending democracy. There's no freedom without equality. There's no real democracy without freedom.
But I think when someone sits in some room listening to the executive in a meeting, and then they listen to speakers, and there should be a difference. We can't listen to speakers sounding same, whatever, talk and go, and they talk and go. We have to make a difference as speakers, because we know the real pulse on the ground, what people think.
Recently, at the Interparliamentary Union event in Geneva, the global parliamentary community reaffirmed its position in support of international law and the key role of the UN, as opposed to the so-called rules-based order, where rules are not written by everyone and not in the interests of all. It is quite relevant that the Global South is offering modern-day answers to the challenges of the 21st century. Thus, African countries have put forward an initiative to develop a multilateral tax convention of the UN, which will make the international financial system more fair, universal, and, most importantly, unbiased.
Security Council reform is critical as it will have direct impact on the lives of current and future generations. Turkey's principled position on the reform of the UN Security Council is well known. Our President underlines this at the highest level with the motto, "The world is bigger than 5."
At the same time, the clock is ticking on the Sustainable Development Goals we set ourselves for 2030, with just 18% of them on track and 18% already going backwards. Coalition, consensus, collaboration and compromise are going to be essential if we are to pull together and across our different nations and make those goals a reality.
South Africa strongly believes that global solidarity must be anchored in equality. We cannot aspire to a just and sustainable world while deep inequalities persist between and within nations.
Algeria is strengthening its economic and political participation and is strengthening the participation of women in political fora. It is making sure that it provides high-quality education to all members of Algerian society.
Energy and transport projects implemented by my country contributed to energy security in numerous countries and fostered regional connectivity. After the completion of the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity, the Zangezur Corridor will become a vital transport link connecting the continents.
In the recent times, a Pan-African think tank survey across 39 countries surveyed in Africa has found that 66%, that is 2/3 of African citizens, say they prefer democracy to any other system of government. The strong preference for democracy is reinforced by even larger majorities who reject resoundingly non-democratic forms of government that dominated the continent prior to the democratic transitions of the 1990s.
Parliament is much more powerful than we make it to be. Everybody in our countries answers to Parliament. And if we can cherish multilateralism and use parliamentary diplomacy effectively and be accountable, many of this will find solutions in a very short time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and do enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yes.
The proceedings of yesterday.
And of course, we're still an Arabella, and welcome back. You are watching Parliament TV as we continue the coverage of the 11th G20 Speakers Summit in Claremont, Western Cape. Now, one of the critical perspectives emerging from this gathering is a powerful call for parliaments to step up and prove their relevance on the global stage. Now, that call was made emphatically yesterday by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, who addressed the Assembly of the G20 speakers. In a frank and compelling speech, he challenged his peers, stating that the true worth of parliamentary bodies like the PAP and others will be measured not by their titles, but by the quality and practical impact of their contributions to the decisions made by heads of state. Now, we are immensely privileged to be joined by the President himself. Chief, thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
Thank you, Tsepo.
His Excellency, of course, your core message was that parliamentarians must prove their worth and their relevance. Now, in your view, what is the primary reason that many parliaments, including the PAP itself, are often perceived as not being relevant enough in the crucial decisions that are taken in the executive?
The primary reason is that Parliament historically have emerged as a creation of the state. Yes, so they remain subservient. Yet, in terms of governance architecture, we have the three arms of the state, and Parliament does not come in as an inferior or junior player to any of the other two arms of the state, which is the executive and the judiciary. Each one has its own independent role. So in theory, Parliament and the judiciary are even independent, even from the state. But the effectiveness of that principle tends to be undermined by the fact that Parliament in many cases has to depend on the state also for it to survive. Resources to Parliament, even to judiciary, makes Parliament beg for its existence, for its operations. And if they become too active, too vocal, we have seen even MPs being punished for having been too vocal. Sometimes they are even removed from Parliament, whether from ruling parties or from the opposition. So practically, there is a problem. And the fact that Parliament itself, in terms of composition, the ruling party is the majority. And no political party can subvert, if I can use that word, subvert intentions or programs of the state, of government. Yet, the whole reason why Parliament should exist is to see the operations of the state, oversight as well. To oversight, be able to raise issues about whether this money or this expenditure is worthwhile, whether the money is budgeted, has been implemented, and whether we are getting results. But more so, Parliament has to listen to the citizens and no other. And no other. So whether you belong to whichever party, your voice should be a voice of the people.
It's effectively giving effect to it's a parliament by the people, for the people.
Yes. But we've heard of rubber stamping by Parliament, and this is one big issue which compromises the independence of government. Depending on the politics of a particular situation, sometimes you see governments or parliaments wanting just endorsing, because if you don't endorse, you will appear to be opposing your own government, your own party. So you find a situation where a law may come to Parliament and MPs are opposed, but for your own political survival, you associate with it. And in fact, in the history of parliaments, there is one MP who said in our own country that it was a she, that before she joined the parliament, she thought parliament passes laws. But when she got into parliament, she realized that no, the law passes through parliament. It's just a conduit. That's a very important observation. And yet, government only exists for the purposes of ensuring that it represents the people's views.
Now, talking about the people's views, can you just, for our viewers' benefit, let's discuss the importance of having the Pan-African Parliament contributing to the such a global stage, which is the P20 Speakers Summit. How important is it?
we now live in a global village, they say. You can no longer act outside the global terrain and landscape. You are part, you are a player globally. And because globally, continentally, regionally, now you need to harmonize a lot of things. The way the policies on health, issues of trade, visa regimes, that they need to promote trade, they need to promote movement of people. In trade, you need to have laws that promote intra-regional trade. And now, the role of Parliament, for example, is to look at those common issues, Pan-African Parliament, the common issues that affect more than one country. And then you agree as to how best to create a conducive environment across the countries, remove legal impediments to trade, because each country has its own laws, its own policies about trade, and I'm only focusing on trade. There are so many other issues that we need to integrate, and that's why one of the reasons why Pan-African Parliament was established, even in terms of the protocol, is to promote regional integration.
And of course, that's a very important point that you make. And just yesterday, we were listening to your speech. You spoke very strongly about practical contributions. Chief, could you give us a concrete example of a recent issue, be it climate change, finance, debt sustainability, or even conflict resolution, where the PAP has moved beyond the resolutions and debates and to directly and tangibly having outcomes on the ground?
Oh, there is several. One, I can go through more than 20. Because we, for example, we are doing what we call model laws. These are laws that we propose to member states of Africa to try and domesticate, include in their own laws. I can go over the 15, and now we are working on the gender parity law, gender equality law. Yes. By November, we'll have passed through Parliament. So in Zimbabwe, we've passed more than 20 legislations or laws as Pan-African Parliament, where we've advised governments that this is the way to go. They are here and there, they adopt, some become reluctant because of the sovereignty issues. Some say, we'd rather do it our own way because we're a sovereign state. Yet, you cannot have regional integration and still say we are sovereign. Yet, you are saying we need each other in integration. For example, the AfCFTA, the Africa-Free Continental Trade Agreement. Look, you can't escape integration. You can't escape laws that are harmonized. Yes. So we are just doing another model on trade so that we promote movement of goods, services, and people. Yes.
And in that regard, you know, a lot of people, when they look at politicians, they think it's just talk shows. It's just a lot of talking, a lot of policy making, and they feel like nothing is felt on the ground. How does the Pan-African Parliament, after the talks, after the policy debates, how do you measure and perform oversight on the implementation of the policies that you talk about and conversate over?
First of all, you are aware that Pan-African Parliament is composed of 5 members of Parliament from each national parliament. So after debate, resolutions, those 5 carry the resolutions back home to the national parliament and they introduce motions on what we resolved at PAP. And then they also debate at national level. It becomes not only educational to other members of parliament to know what is happening globally, continentally, and also the other is that they have to move also to try and domesticate. And then the same MPs at the national level now go back to their to their people, their constituencies. When there are no constituencies, of course, you go back to the people grassroots level, and they share these messages that there is this debate, there is this on climate change, climate adaptation and mitigation. This is the way to go. So everybody at the grassroots level becomes aware. Some of our resolutions go straight to the African Union, to the heads of state, to what we call the assembly of heads of state. And we feed to the heads of state and tell them that this is the way we are resolving, we are proposing as Pan-African Parliament that we move. Then even as PAP ourselves, we hold what we call regional meetings or conferences. We go to West Africa. We mobilize key stakeholders in a particular region. We share this information to all the 5 regional groupings. And you are aware that in terms of the protocol of the African Union, PAP is given that mandate of ensuring that people are awareness of AU programs, policies, and objectives is the responsibility of PAP. So we are doing it through various ways, going back to the national parliament, going up to the heads of state, and even through media and the other platforms.
Now, Chief, of course, the Pan-African Parliament represents African countries. And being in these conversations, having these dialogues, how does the Pan-African Parliament plan on ensuring that your proposals, your challenges, and everything else that has been canvassed here will be included in the resolutions, and that countries will be cognizant of what is happening in Africa and what we need in Africa?
Yes, that is a challenge, of course, in many ways. Because we need a lot of resources to achieve that, and we never give up. In any particular year, of course, we are always underfunded like anyone else. But I think we have used the media. The media, yes. Each time we have anything that we want to share, we try as much as possible. Here in South Africa, SABC, please come over, and the other international media that we do. We take advantage of various platforms, including now this type of platform like the G20. We participate in AU gatherings. In some cases, even we engage even with the European Union beyond the continent. But like I say, the main issue, of course, is implementation. Implementation. For some reason, countries may accept a particular line of thought or policy orientation. But when it comes to implementation, the systems, the bureaucratic systems, acceptance of good things, and then moving forward, you'll find there is actually some laxity in most countries. There's a laxity. But this is now to do with the government structures themselves. Some are cautious. It's a culture of public service to be very cautious and slow and wanting to do things the way you've done them in the past. So introducing change is quite a challenge. But that does not mean we should not push further. We should not push further, yes. Now, again, I would say the linkages between policy formulation and advocates of policy is also a problem. Like I said yesterday, parliaments have been brought on board so that they can bring the voice of the people. But I can assure you, they are not doing enough. They are not doing enough because we have also ended up as a talk show, just like those in the government whom was supposed to oversight. We also gather and just again talk. Yes. So then you wonder, what is the added value of a parliament? You say G20 initially, there were no parliaments in the arrangements of G20. Now parliaments have been brought on board.
Now, Just to jump on that, of course, this talks to how people are now skeptical with regards to how parliamentary bodies can act decisively, right? Now, in your view, Chief, what would you say to especially young people who have lost hope in parliaments, who have lost hope in governance? What would you say to them, and how would you convince them that it's work in progress, that things are being done, and eventually you will get it right?
I like your word, it's work in progress, and to get right. We should never lose hope.
Yes.
We should never lose hope. Governments will always exist, and governments will always govern. So for the youth, as you say, I think they should not also come and sleep and slumber and simply join the talk. They should not get tired. It is a right. And I agree with you, the population generally has lost confidence even in democracy itself. You vote, these people, you vote, but come to delivery, nothing changes very, very, very much. And the youth are supposed to keep shouting and say, these are the expectations. And like I said yesterday, the one problem is when someone is elected, or people just they think after an election, democracy has been achieved. So people talk of democracy in terms of voting, yet that's the beginning, stage 1 out of maybe 20 stages. Being voted simply means you have a ticket to represent the people, but you should keep on the bus where people are. You don't disembark and let the people go alone and you are out. When you got the ticket, the bus goes alone. You have to be with the people, and that's where we miss it. You have to be accountable. But I would have given an example yesterday. You are aware there's a country on this continent just to show that sometimes even Parliament does not speak on behalf of the people. The Parliament in that country amended the constitution to extend the tenure of their president.
Wow.
Yeah, but I should say it's in North Africa, not Southern Africa.
Yeah.
But people then went into the streets and demonstrated against parliamentarians.
Of course.
And they said, who told you that it's our wish or will? So they went and burnt the parliament. Just torched it and went on fire. A very good example of the disconnect between the elected and the voters themselves. So that's where we should try and answer the question of the disconnection. We elect you to represent us, but you disappear. You never come back. Of course, we can vote you out again, but the other one comes, then vote them out. Because people, the elected, have never respected their voters. And there is an issue of accountability. People talk about it. See, when people, if elections means you are accountable to those who elected you. But generally, 90% of ourselves, MPs, are not accountable. Accountability means when you open your mouth in Parliament, are you sure that's what your own people think?
Of course.
Or just expressing a view of yourself and your wife or and your husband?
And Chief, obviously these are issues that will be cascaded and canvassed here at the G20. We thank you so much for visiting us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much.
And of course, that is some perspectives from the Pan-African Parliament. And of course, this means that on the need for legislatures to bridge the gap between deliberation and tangible impact. It is a challenge that resonates far beyond the walls of the summit. We have more for you. Keep watching Parliament TV.
Welcome back. It is day 2 of the P20 Speakers Summit here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont. And just to give you a highlight of day 1, when Minister Mabubulu, the Minister Kubai, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, delivered a keynote address where he highlighted the global solidarity, emphasizing that global solidarity is far removed from the everyday realities of many, citing issues like access to employment, healthcare, education, and a decent quality of life.
And of course, it seems like processions have begun in Arabella Hotel. Let's take you live there.
As you can see there in your screen, delegates getting ready to begin with the sessions of day 2 here at Arabella. It is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and this time it's hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and by the African continent.
And of course, that is the Honorable Speaker, Ms. Toko Didiza, and she is the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. Of course, it's been a day of robust dialogue and conversation between delegates and P20 Summit speakers, having spoken about climate change, having spoken about global solidarity, having spoken about issues of representation and ensuring that these challenges are come to a point where there are resolutions where these challenges can be combated.
And of course, the Speaker of the National Assembly that you saw on your screen earlier is the one that set the tone for this summit, highlighting the challenges facing the world, including conflicts, climate change, and technological advancement. Of course, these sessions which will be happening today with the main focus on strengthening disaster resilience and response, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, and harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We are a few minutes away before the start of day 2, as you can see on your screen, with our guests getting ready and preparing to start with the day 2.
And of course, there was one working session that was held yesterday, and today we have 3 more. And of course, just a reminder of what this summit aims to do. It aims to promote global solidarity, to foster cooperation among nations, to address global challenges. Furthermore, it aims to advance gender equality, championing gender equality in policy making, disaster resilience, and women's economic empowerment. Furthermore, it aims to empower the youth. And of course, this coincides with the processions that happened before the main event, and this includes the P20 meeting of young parliamentarians. Now, this is to ensure that youth perspectives are included in discussions driving innovative solutions for national, regional, and global challenges.
And as you can see on your screen, some members also taking advantage of the photo session. But the summit brings together speakers of parliaments from the G20 member countries, speakers of South Africa's 9 provincial legislatures, and other invited parliamentary leaders and observers to drive meaningful dialogue and showcase South Africa's democracy and culture. Let's now listen in.
So much. Madam Speaker, Honourable Speakers, Presidents and Presiding Officers of Parliaments, distinguished heads of delegations, Excellencies, Ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of international organisations, speakers of provincial legislatures, committee chairs, Honourable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dumelang, and welcome to the second working session of the 11th Parliamentary 20 gathering, where we will be focusing on the critical sub-theme of ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries. My name is Dennis Ryder, and it is my honor as the House Chair of Committees in the National Council of Provinces, South Africa's second House of Parliament, to welcome you to this sitting today. My co-chair this morning is the Honourable Sue Lyons, the President of the Senate of Australia, and I'm pleased to have her assisting me and guiding us all through today's proceedings. We meet here united by our shared commitment to democracy, dialogue, and the strengthening of parliamentary cooperation within the G20 framework. It's wonderful to see everyone here, more or less on time this morning, which tells me one of two things. Either the discussions yesterday left you all deeply energized and eager to continue, or there simply wasn't enough wine served at the dinner last night. Honourable members, I would like to point out that our South African wines are of an exceptionally high standard, and I hope that you will find time to spoil yourselves a little bit while you are here, and hopefully also invigorate our local economy. Either way, your punctuality speaks volumes about the seriousness with which we approach today's topic, one that strikes at the heart of economic justice, social development, and the shared prosperity that we all strive to build. Dear speakers, presidents, and delegates, I trust that you all enjoyed the excellent meal last night and the entertainment, and that you had a chance to reflect on the discussions of yesterday. I would like to invite our Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honourable Toko Dodiza, to give us a brief recap of the events from yesterday. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ryder, and good morning to all the speakers, heads of delegations, members of parliament here, and support staff. Good morning. And I trust that indeed you rested yesterday. And as a host, we want to say if there were any glitches, which I know some of them were reported to me, we want to extend our apology. That was not intended. We are a host. You are the members whose conference this is. So accept our apologies where certain challenges were faced yesterday. I just want to recap on what came out on yesterday's session. The key messages from day one: the convening of the G20 summit in African soil combined with the African Union's permanent membership signals a shift towards inclusive multilateralism that elevates diverse voices and priorities to global discussions. Members emphasize the importance of parliamentary diplomacy as a vital mechanism and architect of global economic integration, inclusive development, and democratic systems. Through parliamentary diplomacy, we can tackle the multifaceted world challenges such as unstable debt, changing climate, gender inequality, youth unemployment, and conflict. Joint declarations from women and youth parliamentarians forums emphasize the need of including marginalized voices of women and youth in lawmaking and key decision-making processes in our parliaments. The disaster resilience discussion reinforced this by consistently highlighting the need to protect vulnerable populations and showcasing practical solutions that have been tested in various countries, which presented yesterday. Members spoke so convincingly on accountability and action-oriented discussions in our parliament. We must move beyond rhetoric to concrete legislative action. As the women said yesterday, the time to act is now. All countries demonstrated through disaster management examples how parliamentary oversight could translate policy into practice. I must just say that we saw this in action in the table of speakers when the nice deco caught fire. Immediately, the speakers who were there, they doused the fire less than a minute, and one said, wow, what an example. I also want to summarize some of the key points that came out in that discussions. One was intergenerational partnerships, recognition that unstable solutions require combining the energy and innovation of youth with the wisdom and experience of established leaders to achieve sustainable equity. Young people emphasized yesterday we're not pushing you away, but we want to walk side by side with you. That was very powerful, which means we've got a responsibility to continue to be mentors to the younger generation. Technology and innovation. Emphasis was made on leveraging technological advancement from satellite early warning system to digital infrastructure to address global challenges and enhance resilience, climate adaptation, and inclusive development. For some of you who did not know what happened behind the scenes yesterday, I just want to share with you that the Overberg district have a digital solution on early warning system of disaster. So yesterday they were looking through their technological systems and they kept on whispering to us, fast track the pace, the wind speed is picking up. So they made the sharing very good because they didn't need to look out the skies. They could see it on their little gadgets and say that 60% we were promised, it's now going beyond to 80%. In order for your safety, just try and summarize your speech. The other important thing that came out was knowledge sharing and capacity building. Strong consensus on the value of international knowledge exchange, expertise sharing, and capacity building, with multiple countries offering examples of bilateral and multilateral cooperation in disaster management. Members emphasized, let's look at those things that unite us and try and resolve those that divide us. Emanating from country member statements was a message of global governance reform, particularly the UN system, to provide fair representation of developing countries, the Global South and the African countries specifically. There was a recognition that the post-World War II power structure is outdated and inadequate to address contemporary challenges. Members demonstrated a consensus on climate emergency by identifying immediate threats of climate change. Countries from the Global South and from industrialized regions provided cases which showed a stark reality of increasing frequency and severity of climate-related catastrophes. Multiple countries called for urgent action on carbon emission reduction, finance for just transition, and equitable support for vulnerable nations. On economic justice and fair financial architecture, several countries emphasized the need for fairer tax systems, reformed financial architecture, and addressing disproportionate economic burdens on developing countries that threaten sovereign and democratic institutions. On multilateralism, which is under threat, there was a recognition that multilateralism faces significant challenges from rising nationalism, unilateralism, protectionism, and fragmentation of the global political landscape, which require a renewed commitment from all of us on international cooperation. Technology and development cooperation, there was a recognition of the need for technology sharing, capacity building, and cooperation in emerging areas such as artificial intelligence, digital economy, and green transition to ensure developing countries can participate in and benefit from technological advancement. Day one of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit successfully established a strong foundation for subsequent proceedings while making history as the first G20 summit convened in African soil. I'm sure we will continue from that trajectory today. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that concise but accurate summary, which tees us up quite nicely for today's agenda. As I highlighted earlier, our sub-theme for this morning's session is ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries. Now, debt sustainability is more than just a fiscal term, it's a human concern. Unsustainable debt burdens translate into fewer classrooms, fewer clinics, and fewer opportunities for citizens in low-income nations. Today we gather as parliamentarians, not just as overseers of budgets, but as custodians of hope, to explore how our legislatures can ensure that borrowing is transparent, responsible, and always aligned with the needs of the people. In our discussions, we will explore how parliaments can strengthen oversight of public borrowing and debt management practices. We'll explore what legislative tools are needed to make debt agreements transparent and nationally aligned. We'll discuss how we can collectively advocate for international debt relief and restructuring mechanisms that support the most vulnerable. And of course, we will emphasize the role of parliamentary diplomacy in all of this, the soft power that can influence global financial institutions and creditor nations towards fairness and compassion. Colleagues, as we deliberate today, let's be bold. Let us remember that while debt is measured in currency, its impact is measured in human dignity. I wish us a productive and inspiring session. It's now my distinct pleasure to invite our keynote contributor, who is Dr. Patience Nombeko Mbava. She's the chairperson of the Fiscal and Financial Commission, a constitutionally mandated office that is tasked with giving independent analysis and advice to the South African Treasury and to parliamentarians. She's going to share her insights as we begin our discussions. Now, Dr. Mbava has a PhD in Public Development Management, an MBA from Stellenbosch University, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics from Smith College, Massachusetts in the United States. She brings with her a wealth of experience and expertise, including as a member of various boards. Dr. Mbava has headed monitoring and evaluation units in public entities, where she provided strategic leadership for activities related to organizational strategy, development, and governance. She has served as a board member at the South African Monitoring and Evaluation Association. She's a research fellow, public sector, monitoring and evaluation at the Stellenbosch University. It's a long list, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Mbava has an exemplary academic awards and achievements behind her name. And I'd like to welcome her and ask her to take the floor for 10 minutes. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ryder. Good morning. I stand on the protocols established by the Speaker. My role today is just simply to just speak about debt in low and middle income countries. Debt sustainability involves two dimensions: solvency, which is the government's ability to meet debt obligations, and sustainability, which considers future debt dynamics. Legislatures are responsible for ensuring debt sustainability through oversight of revenue, including tax and borrowing and expenditure, where spending choices, guarantees, and liabilities must be weighed against the fiscal capacity of the state, which central banks must maintain independence and financial stability. Most importantly, the existence of independent fiscal institutions such as the Financial and Fiscal Commission of South Africa and other similar institutions globally serves to strengthen fiscal oversight with Parliament, safeguard fiscal prudence, and uphold the constitutional values of fiscal transparency. It ensures that critical financial and fiscal matters are thoroughly researched, examined, and presented to Parliament as evidence for legislative oversight. The role of independent fiscal institutions, therefore, in reinforcing parliamentary oversight cannot be overstated. In terms of strengthening legislative oversight and looking at the South African case study, the country has a robust legislative prescript governing public debt through fiscal transparency. The main shortcomings lie in legislative oversight of the fiscal framework and its execution. Legislation, while necessary, is not sufficient to guarantee debt sustainability. Without effective and ongoing legislative oversight of fiscal execution, including enforcement of constitutional provisions, scrutiny of contingent liabilities, and transparent reporting of borrowing and guarantees, the fiscal position can deteriorate rapidly. Now, looking at international debt relief and restructuring for middle and low-income countries. For many middle and low-income countries, the challenge of debt sustainability has become increasingly acute. Across Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia, debt levels have climbed to historic heights. Much of this deterioration is attributable to this overly optimistic forecast of economic growth and revenue mobilization, which created fiscal frameworks based on unattainable assumptions, reckless borrowing practices, including loans collateralized against strategic assets and contracted under opaque conditions, further undermine fiscal integrity. Weak fiscal and policy execution compounded the problem, reducing returns on borrowed funds and increasing contingent liabilities through state and state-owned enterprise failures and cost overrides. Now, what are the design principles for sustainable debt deals? Experience from past debt restructurings have highlighted important principles that can guide sustainable debt management and inform legislative action. Debt frameworks must be built upon truthful baselines, with conservative assumptions about growth, realistic commodity price forecasts, and take account of climate risks and external shocks. Fiscal management must be disciplined and rules-based, with legislatures mandating revenue and expenditure targets, establishing primary balance ladders, and introducing debt brake mechanism with automatic triggers to constrain non-essential spending. Revenue growth is critical, as long-term sustainability cannot be achieved through austerity alone. Instead, governments must work on stronger tax administration, digital compliance systems, and the broadening of the revenue base through productive, not spending. Through productivity, rather, and not spending. Transparency is also equally vital. Government guarantees, collateralized loans, state-owned enterprise liabilities, and borrowing terms must be disclosed to legislatures and parliaments and subject to regular audits in order to restore trust. Finally, debt agreements should incorporate state contingent futures, including automatic correction, reprioritization, and termination, if necessary, in the event of severe shocks. In terms of fiscal diplomacy, debt sustainability is also inherently international. It cannot be separated from negotiations between sovereign states and creditors, where fiscal diplomacy becomes central. Fiscal diplomacy is at its core a bargaining process conducted in a zero-sum context. A country's negotiating power depends not on rhetoric, but on its fiscal integrity, its financial stability, and its institutional credibility. Fiscal integrity requires credible budgets, disciplined execution, and transparent debt data. Credibility requires a consistent reform record, transparent commitments, and institutions that can be trusted to deliver. Without these pillars, countries enter into negotiations from a position of weakness, and every other instrument becomes vulnerable to manipulation. How then can middle and low-income countries strengthen their bargaining position? Middle and low-income countries can enhance their bargaining power and reduce their vulnerability by acting together. Solidarity and peer learning can strengthen fiscal discipline through the review of medium-term fiscal frameworks, the benchmarking of revenue mobilization strategies, and the oversight of state-owned enterprises. Mutual assurance mechanisms are needed to discourage reckless bilateral lending and opaque collateralization, which not only undermine national solvency, but also export fragility across borders. Equally important is understanding own context. Developing countries must resist the wholesale adoption of fiscal and monetary models from advanced economies that are incompatible with their own revenue capacities. External positions and industrial structures. Instead, they must forge their own path, grounded in local realities and fiscal prudence. By acting collectively, countries can avoid the pitfalls of industrial isolation, strengthen their negotiating position, and create the fiscal resilience required for long-term stability. In conclusion, solvency and sustainability are inseparable. Both depend on credible government revenue and disciplined fiscal execution. For middle and low-income countries, the path to sustainable debt management requires not only sound domestic governance, but also credible and collaborative diplomacy abroad. Together, these actions anchor debt sustainability in national credibility, financial stability, and international solidarity. And most importantly, the existence of independent fiscal institutions, such as the FFC and other similar institutions globally, serves also to strengthen fiscal oversight with Parliament. With those words, I conclude my position. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mbava. Your Excellencies, honourable delegates, we will now proceed with inputs from the countries that have indicated a desire to speak on the topic. And I'd like to start by inviting my chairperson, the Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Refilwe Mchweni-Tsipane, to open our deliberations. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Programme Directors, fellow colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Government debt is an important resource to enable promotion of economic growth, create wealth for citizens, as well as acquire resources to fund infrastructure development. Debt is beneficial for both developed and developing countries, which have little resources and myriad of civic services required to grow economies and provide for citizens. That allows government to finance public services and infrastructure to fund essential public services such as education and healthcare, and to invest in large infrastructure projects that are vital for economic development and long-term growth. And also to stabilize the economy by bridging the gap between government income and spending, providing funds for emergency procurement or during economic downturns to support the economy and prevent deeper recession. To also stimulate economic growth and development by financing investments that increase a country's productive capacity and foster sustained inclusive growth. Lastly, to fund strategic investments by boosting critical investments in strategic sectors such as industrial development that may not be fully funded by current tax revenue alone. Recently, the rise in natural disasters due to climate change has propelled countries to rely on emergency funding, leading to increase in government debt. The recent landslides in Ethiopia and Uganda, flash floods in Cabo Verde in August 2025 that killed about 1,500 people, and in Yemen, earthquakes in Afghanistan, to name a few, shows that natural disasters are on the rise, and that is the only solution available to governments to enable them to provide for such emergencies. The need to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030 and implementation of just energy transition to move from fossil fuels to clean energy are all good and noble initiatives, but pose challenges for developing and less developed countries, which have limited domestic resources. It is estimated that developing countries require close to 6.4 trillion US dollars per year to meet their SDGs financing needs from 2020 to 2025. The availability of borrowing through debt allow countries to move towards achievements of SDGs, which better the lives of people, as well as allow them to invest in mitigation and adaptation strategies. For the developing and less developed countries, the availability of funds through debt to finance SDGs is important in order to fight poverty and hunger, reduce inequalities, as well as change lives of ordinary people. Even though debt has irrefutable benefits if channeled towards development and investment in socio-economic issues, the high cost of debt remains an impediment to the achievements of SDGs, economic growth, as well as investment towards climate change initiatives. High debt costs are draining vital public services needed for development. Research shows that there are huge differences in the cost of capital between developed and developing countries. Since 2020, developing regions have been borrowing at rates that are 2 to 4 times higher than those of their developed counterparts. This inequality in the global financial system must be leveled so that developing countries can access funds at reasonable rates to fulfill their development needs. In addition, developing countries spend more on debt servicing than on essential public spending in areas like healthcare and education. For instance, in the early years of the COVID-19 pandemic, regions such as Africa, Asia, allocated more funds to interest payments than to healthcare. Although approximately 3.3 billion people reside in countries where spending on interest payments surpasses that on either education or health. In 2023, 54 developing countries allocated 10% or more of their government revenues to interest payments. Climate finance has been a significant impediment towards investment for climate action and adaptation. During COP15 in 2009, developed countries committed to mobilize close to $100 billion a year by 2020 in the Copenhagen Accord for climate finance to support low and middle income countries. Without urgent coordinated action that include debt restructuring, increased climate finance and stringent enforcement mechanism may remain out of reach. To this extent, parliaments have an important role to ensure that oversight on debt management is conducted, thereby guaranteeing debt sustainability. We have a duty to monitor government's borrowing to prevent unsustainable debt accumulation that can exacerbate poverty and trigger fiscal crisis. In accordance, let us forge solidarity, equality and sustainability by ensuring that sustainability for our countries. I thank you.
Good morning, delegates. I thank our speaker and I call our next speaker, Jun Zhenshun, member of the National People's Congress of China. And if you go over the 5-minute mark, I'll give you a little tinkle to remind you to finish up.
感谢主持人，尊敬的与会各位代表。
It gives me great pleasure to join you in this beautiful city of Claremont. I wish to thank the South African Parliament for the warm hospitality and thoughtful arrangements. I'm Gu Jianchun, Deputy Director of the Supervisory and Judicial Affairs Committee of China's National People's Congress. I'm very glad to join this discussion on this important topic of ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries. Speaking of global development, ensuring debt sustainability in low-income countries is a pressing and critical task. It concerns fairness, justice, and long-term prosperity in the international community. According to the World Bank's International Debt Report 2023, some low-income countries face severe debt situations and increasing debt servicing costs. This not only severely hinders their development, but also affects global economic stability. In recent years, the abuse of tariffs by some country has imposed new impacts on the global economy. This further exacerbates the debt servicing burden of developing countries and hinders progress toward achieving sustainable development goals. China attaches great importance to the debt issues of developing countries. We provide assistance to relevant countries in a constructive and responsible manner. China has promoted the G20 members to reach the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, or DSSI, and the Common Framework for the Debt Treatments beyond the DSSI. And we are fully implementing them. China is the largest contributor to the G20's DSSI and has participated in the case-by-case debt treatment of relevant countries under the Common Framework and played a key role in advancing their debt restructuring. China also, through its Global Development Initiative and the Belt and Road Initiative, assisted relevant countries in infrastructure construction, industrial development, and livelihood improvement, and provided strong support for ensuring debt sustainability in developing countries. For many developing countries, international financial institutions and commercial creditors are their main creditors. They should participate in debt suspension and relief efforts following the G20 principle of joint action and fair burden sharing. Developed countries must adopt responsible macroeconomic policies, earnestly fulfill their development assistance commitments, and take concrete actions to help developing countries emerge from debt crisis and achieve sustainable development. For debtor countries to truly emerge from the distress, they need to enhance their management capacity of sovereign debts on one hand, to keep the total amount and structure of debt within manageable limits. On the other hand, they need to improve the efficiency of fund utilization to genuinely enhance sustainable development capabilities. The debt issue is ultimately a development issue. China is ready to work with fellow developing countries to advance modernization, resolve crisis through actions, and address that issue at its root. Together, we will promote sustainable development of the world and build a new international economic order that is fairer, more inclusive, and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you to our speaker from China. We are skipping over the next two speakers, and if they come into the room, I will give them a call. But I'm now going to introduce Konstantin Koshachek, who is the Deputy Speaker of the Federal Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Today, we are witnessing the formation of a multipolar world order with the emergence of new centers of economic power. But the ballooning global debt is increasingly strengthening the sustainability of the global financial sector. It already exceeds 92% of the world's GDP. Countries of the global south suffer the most from this debt burden. They are forced to spend a significant portion of their budget revenues on interest payments instead of financing healthcare, educational, and development projects. According to the UN, development financing currency suffers from a $4 trillion deficit, and more than 60 of the poorest countries are not able to generate economic growth on their own. The unbalanced nature of lending and investment can be largely attributed to the imbalances in lending and investment result from the West's neo-colonial policies, which, taking advantage of its dominant position in global finances, easily refinances its debt at relatively low rates. At the same time, debt restructuring is an uphill battle for developing countries. Efforts to resolve the debt issue for developing countries must be based on the principles of non-discrimination and equal access to credit from multilateral financial institutions. Western countries have been trying to present efforts to address the root causes of debt problems just as a matter of debt transparency. We believe this approach to be counterproductive. Russia supports the reform of the international financial architecture and the Bretton Woods institutions. The International Monetary Fund must stick to its original mandate of overseeing the global monetary and financial system, and the World Bank should focus on promoting development of countries which really need its care and assistance. Reforming the IMF's quota system in favor of the world majority is a priority, including changing the formula for calculating it. The World Bank, as well as other multilateral development banks, must guarantee equal and equitable access of their shareholders to concessional financing resources and opportunities by increasing financial support to developing and least developed countries. Issues affecting the financial sustainability of low-income countries are reflected in the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the so-called Seville Commitment. We support the intention of member states to launch an intergovernmental process at the UN to prepare recommendations for addressing the shortcomings of the global debt architecture. Another important mission for parliaments consists of monitoring state monetary and debt performance. In Russia, the Bank of Russia is accountable to the lower house of the Russian parliament, which reviews the main directions of the single state monetary policy, while the Federation Council, the Senate, as an upper chamber of the parliament, reviews the federal law of the budget for the next financial year and planning period. Moreover, it also sets the cap for domestic and international governmental debt. I believe that the future belongs to sovereign development. It is necessary to take into account the national context, as well as the unique economic needs and civilizational differences of each state. Russia supports efforts by developing countries to be more self-reliant and reduce their dependence on Western aid. And last but not least, yesterday, in an excellent contribution to our forum, the Deputy Speaker of the European Parliament expressed a very important thought. Even if there are tensions between states, we politicians, we parliamentarians, should continue to talk to each other. And they have nothing more but to agree. We, the Russian delegation, have here so many bilateral meetings, but not with the Western countries, where we do have certain tensions. We are here to talk to each other. We are open for this type of communications, and I would like to address countries who mentioned my country yesterday in the context of the Ukrainian crisis, like United Kingdom, like Germany, like Italy, and we are available, we are here to talk, you know where to find us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that contribution. I'm now going to introduce Honorary Madenda from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. And yes, you are our last speaker, but from a very short list this morning, so I will hold you accountable to the time frame. Thank you.
I thought fate again was with me today, that I'll be the last speaker, but I've been ambushed. Nonetheless, moderator, I would like to state that debt is indispensable for financing development in developing countries, where domestic resource mobilization remains constrained. However, the past decade has witnessed an alarming escalation in debt levels across numerous developing countries. Thus, parliaments pivotally wield Critical oversight, legislative and representative responsibilities essential to ensuring debt sustainability. A low debt to GDP ratio reflects an economic's capacity to meet obligations without financial strain. An elevated debt ratio signals fiscal vulnerability and economic debt stress. Parliament, therefore, should ensure that all borrowing remains within sustainable parameters, such as is constitutionally provided in the Constitution of Zimbabwe. That is why our Public Debt Management Act sets a 70% debt to GDP ceiling, in respect of which Section 327, subsection 3 of our Constitution mandates that an agreement imposing fiscal obligations does not bind Zimbabwe until it has been approved by Parliament. Moderator, parliaments must therefore assert their debt management mandate through critical oversight functions. First, interrogate whether budget projections align with the medium-term fiscal frameworks and debt management strategies. Second, verify strict alignment between expenditure, revenue architecture, and fiscal rules, particularly debt ceilings and deficit targets. Third, enforce deficit containment, recognizing that today's fiscal choices determine tomorrow's developmental possibilities within the scales of economy. Moderator, there should be transparency in debt disclosure. Section 304, subsection 4 of Zimbabwe Constitution peremptorily demands biannual debt status reporting to Parliament by the Minister of Finance in response to the prudential compliance to the Public Debt Management Act and the Public Finance Management Acts. Therefore, furthermore, the Office of the Auditor General is conducting a comprehensive forensic audit of our national debt portfolio for 2021 to 2024, the first since 2010, in order to verify accuracy and reveal systemic weaknesses requiring collective action by Parliament. Meanwhile, the Bretton Woods institutions should urgently lean backwards to rescue those countries that are entangled in untenable debt crisis for the sake of vulnerable communities globally. Otherwise, inequalities will persist in our world economy and therefore fail to achieve equitable social justice. Accordingly, let there be no ambiguity. Parliaments must transcend passive observations of the debt ecosystem, but assert themselves as vigilant custodians of fiscal stewardship that anchors solvency and financial sustainability. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Madinda. I will now call Mohamed Amroun, Senator Council of the Council of Algeria. Please make him welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I will speak in Arabic.
God, I'm going to speak in Arabic. Dear participants, it's a great pleasure for me to thank the South African Parliament and the South African authorities for their warm invitation to take part in this summit. I'd like to thank you for the quality of your welcome. Debt for low-income countries is a crucial issue. I'd just like to go back to the year in 1974. Over 70 countries met in my country to call for a new global economic order. 51 years later, after this meeting, after this call for a new economic order, in Africa we are still looking for an order that takes account of the ability of low-income countries to pay off their debt. We need a new order that is based on participation and not on exclusion. We're looking for a new order in which everyone has a place and a space in order to be able to build towards peace. We have a huge responsibility because a debt for low-income countries is closely linked to the threats that we undergo at the moment across the world. When we talk about illegal migration, terrorism, or any other forms of threats, very often the causes are the lack of development in these countries. And therefore, we think that low-income countries have heard enough of our promises, but nothing has been done in practice. There is a shared responsibility amongst all of us, whether we're talking about advanced countries or large countries from the G20. We all need to place pressure on decision makers to come into line with the decisions taken and the promises made, whether it relates to debt relief or debt eradication. Poor countries or low-income countries need to be able to honor their financial obligation. Each dollar has to be spent on education, health, and development. So we have a joint responsibility, a historic responsibility. The threats of today will continue in the future if we don't come up with development solutions. We need to bring all peoples across the world together. We need to show global solidarity. If we don't do this, then the next century is going to be even more of a threat. In Algeria, we have some experience of debt. In 2011, my country decided to wipe out over 1 billion of its debt or its credit towards that it had with smaller countries. This was a small, modest gesture, but $1 billion for a country like Algeria is nonetheless quite a significant sum of money. And it conveys a message. It should be a call to other countries to do the same so that we shoulder our responsibilities towards other countries. The reform of the global financial system now should not be seen as a war that we want to wage against the big countries of this world. No, quite the opposite. We want to sit down together with you and we want to try to develop a new world order that guarantees justice for all and guarantees fair development.
Thank you, Algeria. That concludes our speakers on the list. We do have some short time available for countries to ask questions. If you have a question or you wish to make a short comment, now is the time to do that, and I'll invite our resource person to take perhaps questions, or if you had a question of another delegate, then I'm sure we have time for that as well. So please let me know if you'd like to make a short statement or you have a question. It seems that you are all satisfied with our speakers this morning. If we could give all of our speakers another round of applause, please. I'll call our resource person up to the podium to make her closing remarks on the comments made this morning. And I would just like to echo the comments made by Madam Speaker this morning. I do have a slight confession to make about the fire. It was the presiding officer of the House of Representatives in Australia who somehow started that fire. And whilst we did not jump to put it out, me included, I was busy trying to get a photo. The Speaker from Lesotho came to the rescue and very capably put the fire out while the Australians just faffed about and laughed. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much for the contributions. I think what is becoming clear is that countries must act as a bloc. Low and middle income countries must work together and collaborate so that they can be able to create a strong fiscal position. In my presentation earlier on, I did mention that middle and low income countries can enhance their bargaining power and reduce their vulnerability by acting together. Solidarity and peer learning can strengthen fiscal discipline through the review of medium-term fiscal frameworks. The benchmarking as well between countries, collaboration on various aspects in order to ensure that the fiscal position is protected. I would like also to implore countries and the legislatures in the various G20 member countries to leverage fiscal institutions that are independent to assist legislatures and parliaments in terms of fiscal oversight in line with their fiscal diplomacy and parliamentary diplomacy. With those words, Chair, I would like to pause. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our resource person, our co-chair and delegates for the contributions this morning. We have finished early. You must be quite desperate for a coffee or a tea, so we will reconvene in here properly at 11 a.m. Thank you, delegates.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.
Welcome back. Of course, we are at Arabella Hotel in Claremont, where the P20 summit is underway. It is quite a chilly morning today, and the summit has just taken a little break for coffee and refreshments. And of course, while the world's parliamentary speakers prepare for their final day of deliberations, we have a unique opportunity to step back and view this entire summit through a truly global lens. Now, we are honored and joined by a distinguished leader, and this is the Vice President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. You might have seen her address during the P20 summit, and she's joining us just to give us an insight on what the Inter-Parliamentary Union is and why it matters. Thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
Thank you so much for invitation. It's a big pleasure to be here with you, and it's a big pleasure to be here in South Africa and to be a guest of your very nice, beautiful country. And for me, it's an honor to represent the Inter-Parliamentary Union in this meeting. Inter-Parliamentary Union is the organization with big, very old tradition, established in 1889 by a group of parliamentarians to promote peace through dialogue, through parliamentary diplomacy. And it's grown since that time, and now it is 181 countries and 15 associated members. So what we do, we promote governance through and values, institutions, working with parliaments and parliamentarians, and articulate our response for the needs of people, of our people in our constituents. And we work for peace, for democracy, for human rights, gender equality, youth participation, climate actions, sustainable development, through political dialogue and cooperation and parliamentary diplomacy. That's why, so I'm very proud that I can be the member of these organizations, as my country is member of the IPU, and to be in such a position in this organization.
Of course, you've now talked about the importance of the IPU and the role that it plays on the global stage. Now, what is its unique value in a world that is faced with so many complex challenges?
You know, allow me here in South Africa highlight the powerful symbolism of this meeting here. This country, South Africa, reminds us that after the pain of injustice, it's possible to build reconciliation, and after exclusion, it's possible to build equality. And Africa as a whole is a young, powerful continent full of potential, but of course is also among the most exposed to climate, health and economic shock. That's why the theme of this summit, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, sustainability and equality, is topical and relevant with our goals, because there are values of the IPU, and we just last year our member parliaments adopted the Geneva Declaration and of parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, in which they reaffirmed their commitment to parliamentary dialogue and through dialogue we can build international security. And I believe that today our discussions can make one step more further, and then we can support our commitment to build the creating more just and equal world. And it's very important that we can do it only through dialogue. We have to learn from each other. We have to hear us. We have to go out of our bubbles. Because we politicians many times are in our bubble in parliament, then we come back to our constituency, and we still are in one society. And through international dialogue we can understand better another view, another point of view, another needs. It's very important. So during my work in IPU, I learned a lot about Africa, for example.
What is it that you've learned so far, especially with regards to some of the challenges that Africa has, some of the issues that we are dealing with? In these discussions, what have you learned?
I've learned, so in each session, the speakers are talking about working together, acting together. So just recently we finished a session about the finance, and the conclusion was we have to act in bloc. Today, in global world, no one can be alone. We have to be together, and we have to build bridges. And we come back to our values and our goals of the IPU, build bridges through dialogue. And of course, we have many conflicts in the world, but we can try to solve this conflict only through international dialogue.
And what are some of the proposals that you've made in the summit to the countries in terms of convincing them of the importance of international dialogue?
You know that our organization still is building such a commitment. For example, I can give you example with gender equality. So 40 years ago, was established Women Forum of Parliamentarians in the IPU. And we not only talk about this, we promote gender equality, but not only convincing, so of course we do it, convincing countries, parliaments to establish gender equality, but we give the example. In our organization we have gender equality, we promote it, and we in all the committees we have gender equality. When the delegation are coming for our assembly, they have to have gender equality because we punish when they don't bring the women and men equal. And what I saw in Africa here, not only here, during my work in the IPU, that gender equality, so it surprised me. That is very important case, very important issue. I saw here many speakers and deputy speakers from African country. There are women. And what we do, we can help the countries where is violation of the women's rights and human's rights, abuse against women. We can help them to solve that problem because another countries did it. And we can we can learn from one another, and we can teach another country how to solve such a problem. So, and this summit, so the gender equality and youth participation was before the starting, because was the summit of the young parliamentarian and the women parliamentarian, and I am very grateful because it was South African initiative to make this youth conference before this summit, because it's another thing that Africa, I think, is the youngest continent. Yes,
that is true.
The participation, so we have to improve this, that young people want to be parliamentarians, want to be MP. And what is the problem when participation of young people, so of course year by year is bigger, so we do a lot, but participation of young women not. So we have task, we have goal to achieve. And especially in Africa, when is a lot of young people.
That's true. Now, you spoke about punishment when it comes to committees that do not have equality when it comes to women representation and male representation. Can you just give us a brief explanation of what those punishments are in terms of convincing them to have that equality?
When we vote during the General Assembly, each country has a number of votes depending of the majority of the country, so population. But so in average it's 15 votes. And when country doesn't bring gender equal delegations, we cut the number of votes. So they have only 10 or 5. That's why we notice this, that countries and such a countries where gender equality was not very popular, for example, Arab countries, last 10 years are very, very proper, so they send. And it create such a world very just and equal, because we have to, so I'm from Europe, but even in Europe, in many countries, so it's without legislation, without teaching, it's not very easy to act as a woman.
Yeah.
So, but I always say women we are half of the world. We are, and we need to be we need to be represented by women. So when we are half population, we need half of the power.
Yes.
We have women with high ability, very smart, very powerful, and they want to do everything.
Yes.
What they can.
Now, of course, some of the conversations here are about climate action, right? Which is a key priority for both the IPU and the summit. Now, beyond passing laws, what is the fundamental role of Parliament in holding their governments accountable for delivering on their international climate commitments like those made at the COP?
Our duty is clear to protect, to legislate today to protect the future generations. And we all understand that climate change is going. And many countries, like African countries, are very exposed for climate change.
That's true.
And this climate change many times provokes conflicts inside the countries, even in Central Africa, for example, and then provokes international conflicts, provokes migrations. I don't believe that people want to leave their homes and go somewhere. They have to do it because they have no access to fresh water, no access to the electricity, to make this heat lower. That's why we have to act for the climate change. And Inter-Parliamentary Union has such a action campaign called Parliaments for the Planet, providing parliamentarians to enhance national climate commitment, to reduce parliamentary carbon footprints, and organize global meeting to convince Parliament, because Parliament creates the legislation.
That's true.
And we have to do it. So, and to provide energy transition. So we are, as Europe, in a good way to energy transition as European Union. But I know that it is the goal of the African countries. And again, international commitment, international relationship, cooperation, because we know how to do it, and we have to act together, because planet is only one. When only one part of the planet take care of climate, we have to do it, everybody, together. And again, Inter-Parliamentary Union is a very good platform to cooperate.
Yes. Now, with that, of course, the IPU's Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians does vital work defending persecuted MPs worldwide. Now, in an era of democratic backsliding, what are the most pressing threats to parliamentarians and parliamentary institutions today, and how is the IPU combating this?
Every year, many MPs around the world face abuse, mistreatment, or even death. The IPU Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians seeks to protect and defend them. The committee investigates human rights violations, lobbies national authorities, sends observers to trials, and encourages international parliamentary support for threatened MP. And it's sad for me that that some of them are in such a situation because they are parliamentarians. So, but this is a unique mechanism to defend the rights and increasing number of parliamentarians around the world who face abuse, mistreatment, and death simply for doing their job. And this committee meets always during the General Assembly and debates how to help. So, of course, again, international commitment. There are the members from the other geopolitical groups, and they can discuss how is the best way to help, how is the best way to improve on the governments when is such a situation. So I think we do our best, and there are successes in this work.
And just lastly, Vice President, what are some of your wishes coming out of this P20 summit? When you finally leave South Africa and you go back home, what is it that you want to take back with you?
First, act together. I think it is the most important conclusion of this summit. We have to act together. And this is a summit of P20, so part of G20, so the 20 the most rich countries in the world, and we have more responsibility as rich countries, because when we promote equality, just transition, and justice, values, democracy, and we work together on it, it will be the best conclusion of this.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
And thank you very much for warm hospitality. I'm first time in my life in South Africa, but now I'm sure that I will come back.
You will come back. Thank you so much. And that is the Vice President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union sharing that invaluable global perspective with us this morning. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. We're still in Claremont at Arabella Hotel.
South Africa's parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont. It is day 2 of the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and the summit is currently on a break. But earlier on, we would have heard that Dr. Nombeko Mbava taking on to the podium to facilitate the second working session that was focusing on the sub-theme ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, and also indicating that debt sustainability is critical for the long-term stability and development of countries, and parliaments must play a proactive role in shaping transparent, fair and growth-oriented debt policies that protect public service and social investments.
And of course, if you've been watching Parliament TV, you know that this is the main event. This is the P20 Speakers Summit. But before that, we had meetings, 2 meetings that went on on the 29th and the 30th of September. These include the meeting of young parliamentarians and the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians. Let's see what they had to say during those sessions.
We, as a member of the G20 and as its current chair, we chose to bring in the table issues of solidarity, equality, sustainability to the fore, as we believe that we cannot reflect on the global economy without acknowledging the inequality that still exists in our world. We also appreciate how solidarity can help to foster cooperation for the greater good. Our very economies depend on each other. We trade as nations because we need what others produce that we are not able to because of our different ecological environments. To build sustainable economies also calls us to appreciate the need for protecting our infinite resource, the environment.
I'm here on behalf of the IPU, but I'm also a UK Member of Parliament. I just talk from my experience. And I think one of the things that's unspoken at an international level is that times are changing for the more developed economies and countries around the world. And we've had an excellent contribution from alongside me about bringing on community in countries like South Africa. We're losing communities in countries that are more developed, and so when we talk about wealthier countries making a greater contribution, in the end that comes down to, do governments in those countries retain the support of the voters in their own countries? And I think that is changing. We've seen it change in the United States, and a politics of nationalism is replacing a politics of multilateralism.
I think one of the challenges, House Chair, and it's a bit of a double whammy. In one way, many countries want to send their more senior parliamentarians, completely understandable. But what that often does is it closes out the space to young people, because many of us have just been elected one-time or second-time MPs at most. And then what you do have is a delegation, and I don't mean this about the South African, I mean this generally, that just excludes young people. So I'm interested in House Chair's thoughts about how we think about that differently. Do we need to propose at COP that delegations need to be more reflective of demographics, age, etc.?
What has been a feature of climate change conferences in the past is that you have governments that go and negotiate, government negotiators discuss, and then there is, as part of COP, what they call a leaders summit that takes place. That is the big gathering. And I tend to call it, it's like the Oscar Awards, Hollywood, with a red carpet being rolled out and leaders of the world come there and they walk and they take their photos and make their statements and they're gone, and next year they come back and they do exactly the same thing. We're not sure how beneficial the outcomes are when it hardly gets implemented. Now, who is responsible for keeping these government leaders, the presidents, prime ministers, as well as the ministers, accountable for the implementation of their own government commitments on a multilateral United Nations forum on climate change? It's members of parliament. And very often, members of parliament do not realize the immense power that they have.
The destruction in Gaza reminds us, without justice, peace cannot last, and without peace, sustainability cannot exist. As young leaders, we must not only raise our voices but also propose pathways for a fair and lasting solution. Therefore, I call upon all of us to combine words with action. First, to support immediate humanitarian corridors in Gaza to protect innocent lives. Second, to strengthen parliamentary diplomacy for ceasefire and peace talks. And third, to reaffirm that justice and sustainability for a fair and lasting solution. No. This is not only a matter of solidarity but of responsibility. While we debate the long-term challenges of our world, in Gaza an urgent humanitarian crisis is unfolding. It is our responsibility not only to debate the future but to respond to the present, to act where lives are being lost as we speak.
The 2025 outcome statement has covered the following key thematic areas: advancing global solidarity, which we discussed at length yesterday, promoting equality and sustainable development, promoting parliamentary action to address climate change and sustainability, and promoting youth-oriented institutional reforms and inclusive and development participation.
Now, I would like us to understand that we've had various presentations given to us from yesterday. We've had various discussions as young parliamentarians about three key important topics around the theme that we've adopted in the G20 presidency as South Africa, which is global solidarity, equality and sustainability. And we have now culminated to a final end product, or a document that has summarized what our inputs are, but not just our input here as young parliamentarians must not just be words.
We've heard from the majority of speakers here today that the time for talk is over. It's action that is needed now. We cannot go forward any longer with talk. And I am asking every person representing their countries to join us in this very important action that has to be taken to ensure that our women, our children, our youth are looked after. And as the advocate quite rightly said, women with disabilities in South Africa are the ones that are suffering the most at this point in time. We've just received an alert of a possible weather storms with excessive rains in 6 of our 9 provinces. So we might again be seeing something that transpired in 2022 in KZN. And that is why it is so important to speak to this issue, to see how we take hands and assist those less fortunate than ourselves. As we also heard today, disasters are not gender neutral. In rural areas, especially, climate change forces women to walk further for water, for firewood, and this is the reason of the deepening poverty and leaving less time for education.
Honorable Staneka, Vice President of Interparliament Union, stated that an inclusive approach to women issues is critical. Gender parity must become the norm and not an exception, and this has been achieved and has become a reality in some parliaments due to political will and legislation. So if there's no political will, it means nothing will happen.
Bigger parliament, a much more inclusive parliament, and we're at 56%, and it's not by accident. It is because we introduced quotas in 1994, so it's been a slow progress. Apart from men telling us that the sky would fall in and the world would never be the same again, we used to get called quota girls, which is very demeaning. Our Foreign Minister, Minister Penny Wong, who some of you will know in this forum, who's extremely accomplished, has been called a quota girl, as have I, but perhaps we wear that badge proudly. The other struggles we've had when we introduced the workplace equality, the WGEA legislation, again, employers thought the world would fall in and the sky would fall in. So none of this has come easily. It comes with a struggle. One of the important things we introduced last year was that many employers across the world use contractors, private contractors, standing against their directly paid workforce, and we know that often there's a pay differential there of at least 20 to 30% less when a contractor comes in, and of course many women are caught in that trap of contractors. So we introduced legislation called Same Job, Same Pay. Pretty simple. So if you are working alongside a contractor in your workplace against a directly employed employee, they will now earn the same money, and that has just really created it's made a very big difference in people's pays and their workforce. It's been very positive. But again, we had an onslaught from employers that the sky would fall in and that our inflation would go up and all sorts of things they painted, and none of that's actually happened. And a really good illustration is our national carrier Qantas that had a directly employed workforce, but it also had contractors right across the world. So if you worked in the UK for Qantas, you earned less than your counterparts working in Australia. So that has now changed. So everyone working for Qantas, whether they're directly employed or they are working for a contractor, earns the same pay, and that's just, it's given people. Thank you.
An essential development. Secondly, Africa demands to be an active player in the green energy revolution, not a passive beneficiary. While the continent possesses vast renewable potential, it receives a paltry share of global energy investment. We advocate for the summit's endorsement of the G20 Global New Energy Investment Pact for Africa. We will call for G20 nations to translate this into concrete action by investing in regional power pools, strengthening local supply chain, and deploying innovative finance to unlock private capital. Our legislative role will be to enact laws that ensure this transition is truly just.
Good morning once again. You are tuned to the exclusive Parliament TV broadcast live from the P20 Speakers Summit in Claremont. I am Tembinko Singoma. While the eyes of the world are on this P20 parliamentary dialogue, a momentous event for our own region has just taken place recently. The President of Botswana has signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish a SADC regional parliament, a move 15 years in the making. And we are incredibly privileged to be joined by a central figure in this historic process. He is not only the Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, but also a pivotal advocate for this new chapter in regional integration. A man who has assured the region that this parliament will not infringe on national sovereignty nor demand significant new resources. Please welcome the Honorable Advocate Sir Jacob Francis Nzuyada Milimo Mudenda. Speaker, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us here on Parliament TV.
Thank you.
The hosting of the P20 Speakers Summit for the first time on the African soil should mean a lot for the SADC region and Africa in general. So what is your impression of the summit and the discussion that have taken place since it started?
Well, the first thing is that it's a validation of South Africa's stance on peace and security in the world. When I spoke yesterday, I said South Africa had exercised parliamentary legal diplomacy by approaching the International Court of Justice in order to ensure that the international law, in fact, is being respected in the crisis taking place in the Middle East, in particular, the war between Israel and Gaza. Initially, South Africa was misunderstood. South Africa was not supported in that endeavor. I'm happy now that as recent as the convening of the United Nations General Assembly, a number of European countries have come forward to support what South Africa had advocated, that we need a two-state approach, that Israel must be recognized as a fully-fledged state. Palestine must also be recognized as a full-fledged, state. And this is in line with the 1967 Camp David, agreement, which had been signed between Palestine and Israel. So in that respect, P20 puts South Africa in a leading position insofar as looking at advancing peace and security, not only in the troubled spots, but also in the world at large. So the P20 is then emphasizing the parliamentary perspective that parliaments must play a pivotal role in engaging for peace and security throughout the world.
Honorable Speaker, from your unique vantage point, what discussions here on issues like climate change, food security, or youth unemployment have the most direct relevance and learning for the SADC bloc?
Well, one area of concern is that during the COP27, the damage and loss fund was agreed to the tune of 100 billion United States dollars in order to ameliorate the impact of climate change. Unfortunately, the pledge has not been realized, particularly by the G20 countries who are enjoying, I think, very developed economies, and they should take a lead, therefore, in ensuring that this fund is established concretely. But alas, it has not. And yet Africa is the least polluter of the atmosphere. And those countries that are polluting the atmosphere have not come forward to ameliorate the situation through the establishment of that fund. So P20, therefore, has taken a stand that we should not give up. We should influence the G20 countries to take a lead in the establishment of that fund. But side by side, we need to embrace carbon sequestration through some new technologies that can turn the carbon dioxide, fossil gases, to ensure that they are turned into hydrogen that can be used as a source of energy, including to drive vehicles like what other countries have done, like the United Arab Emirates, South Korea, and so on, as well as China. So it is important that side by side we embrace technologies that can assist the world ameliorate the impact of climate change.
Now, if you can go to the issues concerning the SADC region, if you could explain to us why the SADC Regional Parliament was and still is a priority project to pursue.
Well, if you read the constitutive act of SADC, it clearly states that in Article 9 that a SADC parliamentary entity shall be established that in the end will transform into a deliberative organ. And this happened in 1997, September 9, in Blantyre, Malawi, where the heads of states and government of the SADC summit so endorsed that constitutive act. So what we are doing and what we have been doing in accelerating the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to a regional parliament is something that is embedded in the constitutive act of the SADC Treaty. Now, the whole idea is that the Pan-African Parliament should rest on some regional parliaments. So far, we've had 4 regional parliaments in West, East, North, and Central Africa. But the southern part of Africa had not established such a regional parliament. So our efforts in establishing this regional parliament is in line again with the constitutive act of the Pan-African Parliament. The whole idea is that protocols and agreements are agreed to by summit, but there is no coordination in terms of ratification of such protocols. Where possible, their domestication. So this regional parliament, therefore, will assist in that integration process. There are a number of protocols regarding, for example, industrialization. These have been passed as very salutary documents, but the rate at which the ratification and domestication of such protocols has been very, very slow. So we hope that the regional parliament will fill up that gap and ensure that there is integration in the process. One area of importance is that we need to harmonize our laws, particularly those that relate to trade, in the spirit of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the regional parliament, therefore, can come up with modern laws which can then be shared by member parliaments and ensure that these are ratified and domesticated by member parliaments. In that process, you can achieve, integration of our region through these parliamentary processes, driven by this new entity, the Regional Parliament of Southern Africa.
Honourable Speaker, you've called the recent signing of the treaty amendment a culmination of a 15-year journey. So for our viewers across the Southern Africa, what does this moment truly mean for the average citizen, and how will their lives be tangibly improved by a regional parliament?
Well, the role of Parliament is to establish an enabling environment for investment and development. At the moment, the percentage of unemployed youth in Southern Africa, let alone in Africa, is staggering. Southern Africa needs to industrialize, and that process of industrialization should create jobs, especially for the youth. But what is critical is that industrialization cannot take place if we do not give accent to some enablers of that industrialization, such as electricity. You need smart mining, you need smart agriculture, you need smart governance. Now, if you do not have electricity in all corners of Southern Africa, let alone in Africa, the penetration of internet, for example, that should help us drive AI and therefore contribute to the accelerated, tempo of industrialization. It means Africa in general, Southern Africa in particular, will not cope with the expected rate of industrialization. It is therefore critical that we have this parliament that will also drive, legislation which will encourage the transition to green energy. And on that score, we have to accelerate the establishment of solar energy forests. We've got plenty sunshine, and one of my clarion calls is the completion of the Inga Dam in the DRC. The DRC project can create for us 44,000 megawatts of electricity that will light up the whole of Africa and export part of that electricity overseas. Now, with sufficient electricity, with sufficient energy, anything is possible. But with this energy deficit, I'm afraid industrialization of Southern Africa and Africa as a whole is going to be a slow pace.
Speaker, thank you very much for talking to us here at Parliament TV, and we wouldn't want you to miss out on the proceedings that have just started in the room. So thank you very much for taking time off to talk to us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. That was the Speaker of the Zimbabwe Parliament. We're now taking you back to the live action in the room.
Thank you.
Emissions reductions targets while ensuring a just transition for those who are most affected by it. And as a representative of the UK Parliament, I'm especially proud that the United Kingdom has been a part of the International Partnership Group from the very beginning. My co-chair this morning is the Honourable Hadibe, House Chairperson for Members' Support and International Relations at the National Council of Provinces. It is a privilege to share the stage with him, and I'm going to invite him to open the proceedings with a few words on our theme this morning. Thank you.
Honorable Co-Chairperson Baroness Bull, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, distinguished speakers from the various countries, leaders of the delegation, honorable members of Parliament, speakers of the provinces, esteemed guests, colleagues from the international community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Goeiemorgen, dumelang, sanibonani. It is a privilege to join you today at the P20 Speakers Summit 2025 for this crucial discussion on the mobilizing finance for just energy transition. Our gathering of a coalition representing the world leading economies carries immense responsibility, but also the power to reshape the global trajectory. We meet at a turning point where the choices we make will echo for generations to come. The need for energy transition is no longer a matter of debate. It is a moral, economic, and ecological imperative. Yet we must be clear-eyed. A just energy transition is not simply about replacing fossil fuels with renewables. It is about ensuring the process uplifts communities, creates opportunities, and protects the most vulnerable. Justice must be our guiding star. Parliaments representing the will and hopes of our people must play a central and catalytic role in the transformation. As G20 nations, our legislative choices set the pace and example for the world. Now, the vital task before us is to mobilize finance on an unprecedented scale, to do so with fairness at the core. Why does the finance matter so deeply in the transition? Because ambition alone does not power the wind turbines or light the homes of the rural families. Investment, both public and private, turns policy into reality. However, the gap between the current investment levels and what is needed for a sustainable pathway is vast. According to the International Energy Agency, clean energy investments in emerging and developing economies must triple by 2030 to meet our climate targets. Achieving this is not just a financial challenge, it is also a legislative challenge. This is where the parliaments must lead. We are uniquely positioned to build enabling environments, reforming regulatory frameworks, ensuring policy stability, and de-risking investment. Through budgets, we can prioritize clean energy infrastructure and targeted social support so that we can realize the social development goals of the United Nations. Through oversight, we can ensure transparency and accountability, crucial for maintaining public trust and investor confidence. Furthermore, parliaments can champion fiscal innovation, such as green bonds, blended finance, and climate funds, mobilizing both domestic capital and international capital. We can legislate for fair transitions in sectors and our communities most affected by decarbonization, ensuring no one is left behind. The coal miner, the smallholder farmer, the urban poor family, their voices must be woven into our legislative process. As P20 parliaments, we also bear the responsibility to foster international financial solidarity. It is a truth we must confront. The countries least responsible for climate change often face the steepest cost. We know very well that 77% of the greenhouse emissions are not coming from the emerging economies. Instead, they are coming from the developed economies. When I speak about Africa itself, it only contributes about 5% in the gas emission international, but it is the most adversely affected continent in the world when coming to the greenhouse effect. So what we should advocate for just access to climate finance, technology transfer, capacity building, putting justice at the heart of every investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is watching. As we are seated here, the whole world is watching what we are going to come up with here in this conference. The credibility of our climate commitments, indeed the credibility of our democracies, depends on our ability to deliver tangible, people-centered results. We know very well that the Paris Agreement is binding, but are we living up to it? It is us here as the parliamentarians who must ensure that the executives in our various countries also go and commit to that. So, but I think that we're setting the scene now so that we can have that just transition coming out of South Africa. Let us harness the power of our parliaments and not as obstacles, but as agents of innovation, equity, and ambition. Let us work together to mobilize the finance that will power the world's just energy transition, ensuring that every community in every corner of our countries shares the benefit of a cleaner, more prosperous future, because the climate change respects no borders. Baya danki, kyalebuha, nyabonga.
Thank you, Honourable Radebe, for those opening words. We now have the opportunity to hear from Kirsten Pearson, who brings considerable expertise and experience to this topic. Ms. Pearson is a climate finance researcher at South Africa's International Affairs Institute. She is a development practitioner and a researcher with a focus on climate finance. She has a master's degree in the development studies from the University of Cape Town. She was part of a team that won a Public Sector Innovation Award for developing a budget transparency portal, and she's the author of the best-selling book, Nuclear. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Kirsten Pearson.
Good morning, honourable members of Parliament and distinguished guests. I stand on the protocols that have already been observed. This year, it is my think tank's great honour to be the co-chair of the Think 20. In that capacity, I am monitoring the climate finance aspects of the G20 very closely. I will begin with a broad overview of the G20's 2025 work on the just energy transition, as this represents South Africa's priorities in action. I will then focus on innovative, inclusive financing mechanisms, and finally outline actions which I think parliaments can take. The G20's just energy transition efforts aim to shift to cleaner, affordable, and inclusive energy systems while addressing equity and climate goals. The Energy Sustainability Working Group was established in 2013 already and has evolved to emphasize just energy transitions post the Paris Agreement. Innovation is a key driver of this group's work. Under South Africa's 2025 G20 presidency, the Just Energy Transition Agenda rests on 3 pillars. The first of those is energy security and affordable access. The second, just, affordable and inclusive transitions. And the third, regional interconnectivity with strong support for Africa. This includes advancing decentralized systems, including microgrids, closing the clean cooking gap, and fostering green industrial hubs, emphasizing jobs and low-carbon industries. Coal-dependent regions and marginalized groups are prioritized for structured support to ensure a fair shift to low-carbon technologies. Local benefits from clean fuels, supply chain resilience, and workforce reskilling are emphasized. Key deliverables include a G20 action plan on affordable, secure, just transitions and financing mechanisms to boost clean energy, especially in Africa. To support just energy transitions, critical minerals are essential. Critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements are essential for producing clean energy technologies such as electric vehicles, wind turbines, and solar panels. Because of supply risks and sustainability challenges, the G20 under South Africa is formalizing a global framework for secure, transparent, sustainable mineral value chains, supporting industrialization and equitable outcomes. The G20's climate finance work takes place under the Sustainable Finance Working Group. Under the 2025 presidency, the focus is on strengthening the global financial architecture, scaling adaptation and just transition finance, and unlocking carbon market financing potentials. This work reduces barriers, promotes co-financing, and mobilizes private and public investments aligned with the Paris Agreement goals. South Africa was among the first countries, as has been mentioned, to announce a country platform approach for climate action at COP26 in November 2021. And this is a mechanism that's worth underscoring for your attention. At this COP, we also launched the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the JETP. This international partnership included key partners such as France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, pledging $8.5 billion to support South Africa's transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy. Country platforms for climate action are country-led mechanisms, which is extremely important. It emphasizes the country's priorities, and they bring together key stakeholders to jointly develop and implement climate strategies, nationally determined contributions, and also national adaptation plans. They facilitate shared analytics, policy alignment, stakeholder engagement, and mobilization of finance, particularly private capital for climate action. South Africa's country platform approach aligns with its just energy transition and broader climate goals, aiming for inclusive partnerships and coordination across government, finance, and private sector actors to enhance climate resilience and low-carbon development. A second mechanism that I think is worth drawing your attention to is solidarity levies. Solidarity levies are proposed taxes on the heaviest polluters, particularly oil, gas, and coal corporations. These levies aim to internalize the true societal and environmental costs of their greenhouse gas emissions. The idea is to make major fossil fuel producers and beneficiaries of pollution pay a fair share of the costs of climate damages and support vulnerable countries and communities suffering from climate impacts. Solidarity levies have garnered growing public support globally, with advocates arguing that such levies can unlock significant funding for adaptation, loss and damage, and just transition efforts. Kenya and other African countries have been active in pushing for global solidarity levies as innovative climate finance mechanisms. These levies complement international climate finance by addressing accountability and fairness in climate burden sharing. Parliaments can support climate finance by enacting laws that align national policies with international commitments and by overseeing government budgets to ensure funds are allocated and spent transparently on climate action. Parliaments can also hold governments accountable through hearings and require regular reporting on climate finance progress, promoting public awareness and participation. Internationally, parliamentary networks can advocate for increased climate finance and ensure that funds support equitable, just transitions. Parliaments should also consider a practice of deliberating new loans before countries enter into them. In conclusion,
Unlocking innovative and inclusive financing is critical to just energy transitions, especially for vulnerable countries. The G20 under South Africa has laid strong foundations through energy security, sustainable finance reforms, and regional cooperation. Country platforms and solidarity levies offer promising new tools. Through legislation, oversight, and advocacy, parliaments can steer climate finance to empower communities, create green jobs, and advance a sustainable, inclusive energy future. I thank you.
Thank you once again to Kirsten Pearson for that concise summary, those very clear messages. Indeed, thank you for the very important work you do every day towards a just energy transition. You've set the stage very effectively for the contributions that will follow, and indeed, we will now move on to our speakers list. We anticipate 21 speakers this morning. May I respectfully remind you all that your contributions are limited to 5 minutes. My co-chair and I will be obliged to intervene if you run over that time. Please don't make us have to do that. So, first of all, I would like to call the Speaker of the Spanish Congress.
I will speak in Spanish. Good morning. Thank you. Presidentas.
Dear speakers, good morning to you all. It is a pleasure for me to participate as Speaker of the Spanish Congress of Deputies in this third P20 working meeting, a summit where we are joining our parliamentary forces to achieve global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Yesterday was extremely fruitful, and I'm sure that today we shall likewise fulfill our goals. We live in complex and highly contradictory times. The climate energy we are facing is extremely dangerous. It is inextricably linked to another emergency, energy, which affects every single sector: health, economy, development, and food security. In addition, emergencies are deeply rooted in unequal and unjust structures. A handful of countries are responsible for wasting energy, polluting and accelerating global warming, whilst millions of people in other places lack access to the most basic needs. Africa is a devastating example, and with a huge renewable potential, receives less than 3% of global energy investments, a situation that must be urgently reversed. Africa suffers from energy poverty and at the same time bears the brunt of climate change while being responsible for only 4% of cumulative global emissions. In contrast, 80% of CO2 emissions correspond to just 57 companies. There is no doubt that climate change, environmental degradation, and the energy emergency are matters of social and economic justice, which in turn are intertwined by intergenerational and gender issues. Inequality is a significant barrier to sustainable development and thus to the energy transition. We must put women, young people, the most vulnerable ones at the center when seeking solutions. My country, Spain, is now experiencing an economic boom due to several factors. We have a dynamic labor market, foreign investment has increased, and moreover, technology and renewables, key sectors for development nowadays, are experiencing a major boost. cost. On the other hand, public policies that favor economic diversification and investment in sustainable technology infrastructures have been implemented, which protects our country from global trade fluctuations. For some years now, Spain has been adopting policies aimed at finding sustainable, cleaner energy sources. For example, we are leaders in solar energy in Europe for the second consecutive year. But this does not only have to do with our territory's climate conditions and our natural resources, but with a series of government policies that have been promoting investment in renewable energy during these last years. Since 2005, Spain has managed to cut emissions by 30%. It's true that there is certainly a lot to do between now and 2030, and very little time to do it. The transition towards a sustainable future is possible, but it requires constant investment in research and development. And at this rhythm, these policies for an energy transition must aim at a just transition. They must look beyond their own territory, because there is a global issue. This is a global issue. We must no doubt adopt laws promoting investment in clean energy, but also the development of infrastructures that enable the transition and definitely equitable access to energy. A just energy transition integrating the fight against climate change alongside the gender and intergenerational perspective is the only way to face jointly the huge challenge ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spain, for your wonderful input. The next speaker on the podium is going to be the Speaker of the Middle Majlis of Azerbaijan. Over to you. Azerbaijan is not here. All right, thank you. The next speaker then is going to be the Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana.
Thank you. I'll write on the already established protocol and say good morning to you all. Salibonani, Dimatieloni, Huemor. Fellow speakers, distinguished colleagues, Botswana, like many nations around the world, is at a crossroads. Our electricity sector, which has long relied on coal resources, which is currently contributing over 90% of our electricity supply, must now evolve. This evolution is not merely about reducing emissions or keeping pace with global trends. It is about transforming our economy, securing our energy future, and ensuring that every citizen has access to clean, reliable, and affordable energy without leaving anyone behind. Dear colleagues, Botswana, like other countries in the global village, is party to various international frameworks and agreements, such as the Paris Agreement and the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol signed in 2016. The nationally determined contributions, NDCs, towards reduction of carbon emissions by 2030, the 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development Goals, and the recent Dar es Salaam Declaration of 2025. In this regard, our commitment under the Paris Agreement, for example, are clear. Botswana is pledged to reduce national emissions by 15%, knowing that the energy sector alone accounts for nearly 70% of those emissions. To realize this goal, Botswana has set an ambitious target to achieve 50% renewable energy in our national energy mix by the year 2036, and to install 1,500 megawatts of renewable capacity by 2030. Esteemed colleagues, through strategic partnerships with the World Bank, the Green Climate Fund, and the bilateral institutions, Botswana has secured over $125 million in blended finance to launch the Renewable Energy Support and Access Accelerator, a flagship initiative that expands rural electrification, integrates renewables into our grid, and builds our first utility-scale battery system. However, achieving the transformation will not be easy. It is estimated that implementing our updated national determined contributions will require a total investment of a colossal $6.2 billion. with $3.7 billion for mitigation and $2.5 billion for adaptation. These investments represent the scale of change we must finance to secure a cleaner and greener future. However, finance alone is not enough. It must be noted that this transition must be just. Relatedly, the President of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, SC, once asserted that we need to acknowledge that energy is a basic human need, hence the need to improve and accelerate our capacity for generating and distributing energy in its various forms, with a leaning to renewable energy sources. Therefore, a just transition, ladies and gentlemen, calls for a shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy, not abandoning the workers, families, and communities who have for so long depended on coal and carbon-intensive industries. It means protecting the most vulnerable groups among us, those already suffering the effects of climate change, including floods and droughts that have disrupted lives, destroyed infrastructure, and threatened our food security. Dear colleagues, therefore, mobilizing finance for this just transition is not only a matter of climate policy, it is a matter of economic justice, social stability, and human dignity. To this end, Botswana is actively developing a carbon market framework and long-term low emission strategy. These will allow Botswana to integrate carbon pricing, carbon credits, and renewable energy certificates trading into our national development plans. These tools will help attract international finance, promote accountability, and support investments in clean technology. Additionally, the country is also exploring climate financing instruments, including green bonds, concession loans, and blended finance models that can unlock the capital we need. But we must also recognize the challenges we face, which are constrained fiscal space, limited access to affordable capital, debt burdens, and a lack of locally available green technologies. Dear colleagues, we are therefore calling on development finance institutions, multilateral agencies, private investors, and philanthropic organizations to work with us. This support should be in the form of funding, technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing, which are essential to transit Botswana to a green economy. Ndolevuwa, ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngiyaleboha. Thank you so very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you to our colleague from Botswana. And I now welcome to the stage the Vice President of the House of Representatives in the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, honourable speakers and distinguished colleagues, it is a great honour to address this gathering today on behalf of the Parliament of the Netherlands. This summit brings together parliamentary leaders from the world's largest economies, and we are proud to contribute to this vital dialogue. We support the call outlined in the joint statement for the G20 members countries to translate commitments into concrete actions, particularly by investing in regional infrastructure to enable sustainable energy transition in Africa and in other developing countries. As a member of the European Union, the Netherlands works closely with partner countries on shared priorities such as climate resilience, sustainable food systems, and cross-border water security. Yet our engagement goes beyond the EU. Across continents, we collaborate with local governments, communities, and institutions to share our expertise, resources, and innovations. The Netherlands have specialized in water management and innovative agriculture. And that is knowledge we would like to share with all of you. In Africa, the Netherlands works together with countries such as Mozambique and Burkina Faso on water governance and with East African partners on climate-smart agriculture. These initiatives are co-developed and locally led, aiming to strengthen food systems and improve access to clean water in ways that reflect local needs and knowledge. In Asia, our partnerships with Bangladesh and Vietnam focus on agriculture, innovation, and water safety. Together, we develop saline-resistant crops, promote circular value change, and advance climate-resilient farming. Initiatives like the Asian Netherlands Water Food Learning Week are built on mutual exchange. enabling countries to co-create solutions tailored to their unique challenges. In Latin America, we collaborate on water safety and sustainable development. The Blue Deal program supports river basin partnerships such as Colombia Magdalena River, while projects like Guiraca in Chile restore groundwater systems critical for agriculture. In the Amazon basin, we work with 6 countries on integrated water resource management. And in Cartagena, the Water as Leverage initiative is co-designed with local stakeholders to foster climate resilience urban water solutions. In the United States, a long-standing partnership includes joint efforts on flood protection and infrastructure resilience, from the Tube area to Annapolis to the Greater New Orleans Urban Water Plan. Dutch and American experts work side by side to develop nature-based solutions and share knowledge through networks like the Netherlands-US Water Crisis Research Network. And here in South Africa, we are proud to support the development of the Climate Smart Horticultural Center in Grootvlei, near Johannesburg. I think I pronounced that correctly because I see a nod there from the room. Yeah. This initiative, part of the broader Just Energy transition, is a joint effort to repurpose coal-based infrastructure and create sustainable employment. The demonstration greenhouse and training center are co-developed with South African partners, combining Dutch expertise with local innovation to promote a year-round crop productions and skills development. It's a powerful example of how international cooperation can foster inclusive and sustainable development. While our parliaments may not directly initiate projects, we share a responsibility to support and scrutinize these partnerships. Global challenges demand the global solutions. Let us embrace partnership over division, innovation over inertia, and solidarity over isolation, so that resilience, prosperity, and sustainability are not privileges of the few, but futures for us all. So please, let us work together on this. Thank you.
It is a great pleasure indeed to invite the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Australia. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honourable Speakers, Chairperson, the presiding officers and parliamentary colleagues. It's an honour to be speaking on a topic that Australia is taking very seriously. We understand that tackling climate change requires not only strong global ambition, but also real and lasting partnerships, especially with those most affected by its impacts. We are proud in Australia to have a parliament that runs off 100% renewable energy. We aim to be one of the most sustainable parliaments in the world, and that is becoming even more important than ever, to be leaders. Many developing countries are already facing, as we know, the harsh realities of climate change, rising seas, extreme weather and shifting livelihoods. That's why climate finance is essential. It will assist communities to adapt, build, become resilient and move towards a more secure and sustainable future. A 2025 report tracking progress against Sustainable Development Goal 7 ensures access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all, found that 666 million were without access to electricity. For Australia, as an island nation, this commitment to enabling a just transition is especially important when it comes to our Pacific family. Our Pacific neighbours are at the front line of climate change. Our friendship is bound by a shared history, values and geography, and we are working side by side to respond. Supporting Pacific nations' transition to renewable energy and away from imported fossil fuels will enhance economic resilience, improve energy security to help them meet their climate goals. Climate change is not an abstract concern. It is a reality and an existential threat to Pacific nations. The Australian Government is committing $3 billion in climate finance between 2020 and 2025, with $1.3 billion of that being committed to the Pacific. And last year at COP29, Australia made several climate and energy funding announcements, which included $125 million to support Pacific nations' renewable energy transition under the Australia-Pacific Partnership and Energy Transition. It will support Pacific nations to transform to clean, affordable and reliable energy. It will help deliver off-grid and community-scale renewable energy in remote and rural parts of the Pacific. And it will enable lighting, access to water and improved agriculture. It will support the skills and training needed to grow their energy renewable workforce. Clean energy isn't just about emissions, it's about better health, stronger economies and a safer future for all. It's a safer future for our next generations. We believe that a just transition is essential, one where vulnerable communities benefit from the shift to clean energy and are not left behind. But none of this can occur without strong political will, and that's where parliaments and all of us in this room have a critical role to play. Just last week, for the first time in our country's history, I led a tripartisan Australian parliamentary delegation to Mauritius, and I acknowledge my friend, the Deputy Speaker, that is with us today. I had a great visit to that part of Africa, and we had the privilege of visiting the Indian Ocean Rim Association, a great example of nations coming together to cooperate to promote sustainable growth and balanced development. The vision of IORA originated during a visit by late President Nelson Mandela in 1995. When parliaments and nations work together, we can build momentum, share ideas and push for real action on climate change. Cooperation between parliaments strengthens climate ambition, ensures accountability and helps turn climate finance commitments into real, on-the-ground outcomes. Australia also supports the development of a new global climate finance goal, $300 billion by 2035, to help developing countries respond to climate change. The goal reflects the scale of support needed, and we are proud to back it. As we move forward, Australia will continue to work closely with our friends in Africa, our Pacific partners, not just as neighbours, but as family. Together, through partnership and shared purpose, we can build a more resilient, fair and sustainable future. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. And we now welcome to the stage the Speaker of the Western Cape Legislature in South Africa. Thank you.
Honourable Speakers, Honourable Members, distinguished guests, today we gather at a pivotal moment in history where the urgent fight against climate change intersects with our quest for social justice, economic growth and sustainable development. South Africa faces an imperative and obligation to transition our economy, our energy system and our society towards sustainable and equitable pathways. This imperative is enshrined in the concept of a just energy transition, a commitment not only to decarbonize, but to do so in a manner that uplifts every South African, protects our workers, empowers our communities, and leaves no one behind. This concept is grounded in our Constitution and the National Development Plan. The global climate crisis demands urgent action, but as we act, we must do so with fairness, with dignity and with foresight. The just energy transition is not merely an environmental or economic strategy, it is a solemn pledge to justice, equity and shared prosperity. South Africa's economic development has historically been powered by coal. It has been the backbone of our energy supply, fueling our industries and lighting homes across the country. Yet this dependence on coal has come with a heavy cost, environmental degeneration, carbon emission and impact on health and well-being of our people. The South African just energy transition enshrines social justice at its core. It recognizes the shift to renewable energy must be prioritized, protecting and reskilling coal workers, creating new economic opportunities in affected regions, and ensuring that the benefits of new industries are broadly shared. South Africa is a proud signatory to international accords such as the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These agreements call for urgent climate action and reflect our shared responsibility for a more resilient planet. In 2021, South Africa took a bold step with the establishment of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, a collaborative mechanism with international partners that mobilizes finance and technical support to accelerate our transition. This partnership underscores the global community's recognition of South Africa's leadership role in climate action, and it embodies the spirit of cooperation necessary for success. Our Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan, covering 2023 to 2027, delineates clear priorities, from reforming the electricity sector and expanding green hydrogen development to supporting economic diversification and enhancing the capacity of local governments. Every aspect of this plan is rooted in the principles of inclusion, transparency, and accountability. Transforming our energy systems demand unprecedented financial resources. Estimates suggest that Africa will need to deploy hundreds of gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030 to meet growing demand sustainability. South Africa's portion of this transition requires sustainable investment to upgrade infrastructure, expand renewables, and to support affected communities. The developed world has committed to increasing climate finance with pledges of $300 billion annually by 2035 and globally to mobilize $1.3 trillion US dollars per year across all developing countries. South Africa benefits from these commitments through grants, concessional loans, and private sector investment, but we know the road ahead is long. Our transition strategy is predicted on the understanding that energy transformation is inseparable from socio-economic transformation. Coal-dependent regions, particularly in provinces such as Mpumalanga and Limpopo, face the twin challenge of economic restructuring and social stability. South Africa is investing significantly in skills development, retraining programs, and new industry creations to ensure coal workers are not left behind. This includes support for entrepreneurship in clean energy, enhancement of local manufacturing capacity for renewable technologies, and municipal capacities building for decentralized energy services. My apologies. We recognize that climate change impacts and energy transition are not gender neutral. Women, especially in marginalized communities, bear disproportionate burdens, but also possesses immense potential to lead this transition. I'm finished. Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you to the Speaker of the Western Cape Legislature. I'm proud now to call the President of the Senate of Australia. You are welcome to the podium.
Thank you, delegates, and thank you once again for the opportunity today at the P20 to speak on this topic. We are united in our shared mission to build a more sustainable, inclusive and resilient future for our nations. I am from Western Australia, which is the part of our very big island which is closest to Africa. We are embracing the energy transition not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to decarbonise our economy, revitalise our regions and empower our communities. We know that a transition must be just. It must deliver clean energy, but also jobs, equity and hope. The Australian Government has committed $20 billion through its Rewiring the Nation initiative to modernise our energy grid. This funding is designed to catalyse large-scale investment in clean energy infrastructure, including transmission upgrades and renewable generation. Australia's recently announced 2035 climate target boosts investment in clean energy, supports vulnerable communities and strengthens its global climate finance role, laying the foundation for a fair and inclusive energy transition. The Western Australian Government has taken decisive steps, providing significant funds for transmission upgrades, to expand our residential battery scheme and to support local manufacturing of batteries. These investments are not just about decarbonisation. They are about economic transformation, they are about regional development, and they're about job creation. But a just transition must be inclusive. In Western Australia, we are working to ensure that women are not only participants but leaders in this energy transition. Programs like Women in Energy Perth and the Big Sister mentoring initiatives are helping women. They're helping women to enter energy trades, access leadership pathways and build careers in clean energy. These initiatives are backed by government funding and industry partnerships, recognising that gender equity is essential to building a skilled, resilient workforce. According to Jobs and Skills Australia, our report around Australia's net zero ambition, increasing women's participation is key to scaling up the workforce that we need to transition to net zero, and the clean energy sector cannot grow at the scale required without the participation of women. Today's current renewable energy workforce is male-dominated. Women make up only 35% of the clean energy workforce, and just 5% in trades roles. This gender imbalance creates a large opportunity for us. Equally, in our First Nations communities, we have developed a partnership with communities. It sets out a framework for participation, ownership and benefit sharing. In WA, we are seeing the Junka Solar Project on Jimperina land, which is community-owned, delivering lease payments, jobs and energy independence. The Banjima Native Title Aboriginal Corporation is installing solar and battery systems across country, supported with state government funding. These projects demonstrate what a just transition looks like: clean energy and community empowerment. So what are the lessons we are learning in Western Australia? Public investment matters. It sets the foundation for private sector confidence and builds trust in our communities. Inclusion must be intentional, especially for women and First Nations peoples. Partnership is key between governments, industries and communities. Colleagues, the energy transition is not just about reducing emissions, it's about reimagining our economies and restoring equity. And that's why we must ensure that any clean energy future is inclusive, not just in its outcomes, but it's in its pathways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call to the stage the Speaker of the Senate from Canada.
Chers collègues, dear colleagues, as countries around the world, including Canada, seek to meet their emission targets, they're increasingly turning to green technologies such as solar technology, wind power, wave energy, fuel cells, carbon capture, sustainable agriculture, etc. While these technologies offer many advantages, such as job creation and less air pollution, they require considerably higher amounts of critical minerals than traditional technologies. Indeed, the demand for the critical minerals needed to build these technologies is expected to double in the next 5 years. This growing demand is resulting in several interconnected challenges that affect us all. Among these challenges is growing concern that new dependencies on critical minerals will aggravate geopolitical tensions and increase strategic competition. As well, concerns have been raised about the potential environmental and social impacts of the rush to satisfy growing demand. Canada has abundant reserves of critical minerals and holds itself to high environmental, social governance standards. That said, we must always try to do better. For example, The majority of critical mineral projects in Canada are located on or near Indigenous territories. Consultation, cooperation, and engagement with Indigenous people is crucial to project success, and Canada is working to help more Indigenous communities become owners of major projects. However, we continue to hear serious concerns from Indigenous peoples about consultation and impacts of critical mineral development on their rights, lands, and waters. Canada is committed to working on these challenges, including through the implementation of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Addressing the challenges of critical minerals is only one aspect of the energy transition. Equally important is ensuring that developing countries have the financial resources needed to transition to low-emission energy systems. Climate finance is critical to supporting developing countries' efforts in that regard. Yet, too often resources are fragmented across multilateral funds, development banks, governments, and private financial institutions. To maximize impact, we need stronger coordination and alignment so that finance flows are predictable, complementary, and directed where they are most effective. At the same time, ensuring private sector participation remains essential. Many promising energy transition projects in developing countries face a number of financial and technical barriers. Climate finance should prioritize removing these obstacles, using public funds to address these barriers, and mobilize private sector investment. Lastly, these efforts must be inclusive. That means ensuring the meaningful participation of marginalized and vulnerable communities whose perspectives and needs are vital to a successful energy transition. Thank you, merci, megwich, dankie.
The next speaker to be invited to the podium is the leader of the delegation of the National Assembly of Angola.
Thank you. I speak in Portuguese, please. Muito obrigado à mesa.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. On behalf of the Madam Chair, Dr. Calorina, to start with, I would like to mention that this is our first intervention, and I would like to thank the Republic of South Africa, especially this parliamentary speaker. I would like to thank you for the condition created for our meeting. With all protocol observed, I would like to inform you that the President of Republic of Angola, Dr. João Lourenço, as AU President, mentioned about how important the environmental matters are, as well as the new renewable energy in the continent through promotion of new politics, as well as clean energy, renewable, using the same advocacy at a high level. Angolan Parliament has integrated the environmental matters in human rights, taking into consideration that the transformation in Angola is a fundamental matter for our energy development. The country has a potential in renewable energy, hydric, solar, as well as eolic, which can complement the nature, as well as assuring the internal energy and global climate. the same transition will not be just if it's not inclusive. We need new models, new financial models that will adapt to new financial scheme from the developing countries, as well as transparent issues. We have a very decisive role to play, as well as innovated, which will give a trust to the investor, as well as partnership with financial institutions. Angola is very open to intensify its cooperation, as well as investigation center and developing bank, notwithstanding the African institutions. From the legal framework, we can advance to certain projects that will help the situation, will help the world changes that we need to undertake. This will not only be built with energy, but national and international solidarity, as well as an equitable matter, equitable ways of doing it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I now invite to the stage the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius. Thank you.
Honorable Speakers, Excellencies, I address you today with urgency and conviction on behalf of the Republic of Mauritius on this very important theme, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. Mauritius, categorized as a small island developing state, contributing a mere 0.01% of global emissions, is forced to shoulder the escalating cost of a crisis it did not create. This is not just a climate emergency, it is a financial injustice. A just energy transition cannot and must not happen without fair, predictable, and accessible climate finance for the world's most vulnerable. We must ask ourselves, how can it be just that those who contribute the least to this crisis are the ones already paying the highest price? In Mauritius, the effects of climate change are no longer distant possibilities. They are real, lived experiences. Rising sea levels threaten to engulf our coastlines. Intense cyclones damage our infrastructure and displace communities. Our coral reef, vital for tourism and fisheries, are dying. Our economy, closely tied to climate-sensitive sectors such as tourism and agriculture, stands a constant risk. So for us, the transition for a low-carbon economy is not merely about reducing emissions. It is about protecting our people, our ecosystem, and our development. It is a matter of resilience, energy security, and national survival. Mauritius has outlined ambitious climate goals, aiming to increase the share of renewable energy in our electricity mix to 60% and to phase out coal-fired electricity generation originally by 2030, with a possible revision to 2035 in our incoming National Determined Contribution 3.0. We are committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. However, turning these aspirations into tangible outcomes require a critical enabler: sustained and accessible financing. How we mobilize the necessary resources will determine the success of our energy transition and our ability to contribute meaningfully to global climate efforts. The estimated cost to fulfill our climate commitments is estimated as $6.5 billion. Mauritius is committed to financing 35%
through domestic, public and private sources, yet the remaining 60% relies critically on international climate finance. Without the global community stepping forward to deliver on its climate finance obligation, the realization of these essential goals remains uncertain. It is imperative that all partners intensify their support to ensure that the vulnerable nations like ours can meet the climate ambition. A strong collaboration between government and the private sector is essential for the successful development of large-scale renewable energy projects. In this context, the government has a vital role to play by offering support agreements that help reduce investment risks and recreate a more enable environment for sustainable energy expansion. For Mauritius, the transition is also a catalyst for economic transformation. It holds the promise of a new industries, green jobs, technological innovation, and the survival of our tourism sector. Can we afford to ignore the enormous potential of clean energy to diverse our economy and lift our people? In this regard, we are already taking bold steps. Government has implemented policies to promote solar and wind biomass energy. We are incentivizing investment in renewable energy through tax benefit, concession zone, and de-risking instrument. We believe that the transition must also be fair and inclusive. This is why Mauritius is demonstrating energy generation towards success of the economy. Mauritius is actively engaged with multinational development banks, such as the World Bank and the African Development Bank. We are working with global climate funds like the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment. However, access to climate finance is so difficult. The current system is fragmented, bureaucratic, and painfully slow. Today, a clear and urgent call must be made to the international community to simplify and harmonize access to climate finance.
As we conclude.
Yes. So, Mauritius, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, Mauritius is committed to this journey. We are demonstrating that what leadership looks like in the face of adversity. We cannot walk this path alone. Let us reflect not only on what must be done, but on what must change. The question is not whether we can afford to act. The real question is, can we afford not to? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker, seeing that the Nigerian delegation is not here, I would like to call the Speaker of the Parliament of Singapore. Over to you, sir.
Excellencies, honorable colleagues, Sani Bonani. As we gather today to discuss the energy transition, I wish to share Singapore's experience in mobilizing finance for this important journey, and to explore how we can work together to ensure that the benefits are shared equitably across all segments of society. Singapore's path towards net zero emissions by 2050 has shown us that mobilizing finance requires more than just capital. It calls for political will, innovative partnerships, and a steadfast commitment for inclusivity. On the domestic front, Singapore's floating solar installations on reservoirs provide a practical example. By combining public investment with private expertise and supportive regulations, we have been able to overcome space constraints while advancing renewable energy goals. To mobilize more financing, Singapore has undertaken initiatives which aim to convene and to crowd in private capital into sustainable energy projects to our region. As parliamentarians, we are all aware that energy transition can affect different groups in society very differently. In Singapore, rising energy costs during transition periods have disproportionately impacted lower-income households. Therefore, our response has included targeted rebates and subsidies to mitigate these effects. Such efforts underscores the importance of ensuring that financing mechanisms, whether green bonds, carbon pricing systems, or renewable energy incentives, are designed with fairness and inclusivity in mind. Parliaments play a critical role in providing the legislative foundation for energy transition financing. Beyond budgetary allocations, we shape the frameworks that govern capital flows and the sharing of risks and benefits. In the Singapore Parliament, the Committee on Climate Change provides ongoing oversight of transition financing. We have also supported new approaches, such as the Significant Infrastructure Government Loan Act, that program that allows the government to issue debt for long-term infrastructure projects, part of which can be devoted to green bonds to support our transformation into a low-carbon economy. The benefits of regional cooperation in energy transition are equally significant. Through Singapore's participation in the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund, which is also supported by multilateral development banks and private sector players, we can achieve greater development impact for the region by pooling resources and sharing risks. Through regular parliamentary exchanges in the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, we have also supported mechanisms that promote technology transfer and capacity building. Singapore recognizes that current international financing mechanisms face challenges in adequately supporting developing nations. The gap between promised and delivered climate finance remains significant, and much available funding comes as loans rather than grants, which can create additional financial pressures. We therefore need to mobilize private capital through blended finance mechanisms and carbon markets. As we look towards COP30 and beyond, parliaments must lead in three areas. First, champion innovative financing mechanisms that blend public and private capital while ensuring equitable outcomes. This includes supporting loss and damage funds, just transition partnerships, and new forms of concession finance. Second, strengthen oversight capabilities so that transition finance delivers genuine environmental and social benefits. And third, foster international cooperation in the development and deployment of low-carbon technologies and solutions, capacity building, cross-border risk sharing, and the development of infrastructure for cross-border power trade. Colleagues, the mobilization of finance for energy transition is both an opportunity and a responsibility for democratic institutions. Singapore's experience shows that even small nations can contribute meaningfully when parliaments provide clear direction and rigorous oversight. In keeping with the spirit of Ubuntu, I encourage this assembly to deepen interparliamentary cooperation on transition finance, sharing experiences, innovations, and best practices so that our governments can deliver effective and inclusive energy transition policy. Thank you. Siambonga Kakulu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now come to the second Deputy Speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة الحضور.
Messieurs, l'énergie energy, ladies and gentlemen, is something extremely important. So we have to work in order to be successful and to invest in vital sectors. So we will have to strengthen funding mechanism so that they are just, and parliaments have to play an important role because they are legislative institutions and oversight institutions. So we need to carry on working with the government and national institutions. First of all, what has to be put into place is long-term policies in transparency to ensure that in order to attract investments in the sector of renewable energy, we also need to strengthen cooperation with regional and international parliamentary associations in order to share the same objectives in renewable energies and put in place mechanisms in order to achieve a high level of partnership. The United Emirates think that cooperation is the only way in order to face the risks facing humanity today. There is in this challenge of climate change. United Arab Emirates, during the COP28, signed agreements at the international level in order to put into place a special fund for countries that are the most affected by climate change. The United Arab Emirates is one of the countries that have accepted renewable energies for development. The UAE is a leader in Arab countries when it comes to combating climate change. We adopted solar energy. We have the headquarters of the International Agency for Renewable Energies. And to conclude, I would like to say that we hope that this meeting, this assembly, will enable us to strengthen international cooperation to put together a mechanism that will enable us to progress with international cooperation.
Now to be invited to the podium is the Speaker of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Moderator. Your Excellencies, this critical session on mobilizing finance for a just energy transition is most opportune. Climate finance falls dramatically short of what social justice demands. According to the African Development Bank, Africa was expected to receive 250 billion United States dollars annually as from 2020 to 2030, yet receives only USD 30 billion of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Fund that was pledged, a paltry 12% of what is desperately needed by Africa. This is not just simply a funding deficit problem. It is a social justice problem demanding immediate redress in the spirit of multilateralism in tackling climate change impacts. Most of this funding comes as concessional loans, adding to debt burdens rather than providing the grant financing that climate justice demands. Article 9.5 of the Paris Agreement explicitly recognizes that predictability is essential for developing countries to plan climate action. Yet there is nothing predictable about the current climate finance delivery, a fundamental contradiction and a conundrum of the West order that must be resolved. The Loss and Damage Fund concept agreed to during COP27 acknowledges that some climate impacts cannot be adapted to and therefore require immediate dedicated financial support. However, operationalizing this fund with adequate resources remains a critical challenge, if not a mirage. Excellencies, South Africa possesses unparalleled resources. Southern Africa possesses unparalleled resources, positioning the region as a strategic partner in global energy transition. For example, the DRC's Great Inga Dam could generate 44,000 megawatts if only it were supported by the G20 countries in the spirit of World War II Marshall Plan to light up the whole of Africa in order to achieve sustainable green energy transition. It has the world's largest lithium reserves, uranium deposits, natural gas reserves, and optimal solar irradiation levels for green energy transition. However, this monumental potential remains constrained by prohibitive capital input and the current war conflict, which should end soonest. Africa energy projects also face borrowing costs 3 to 4 times higher than comparable to projects in developed country economies. This represents systemic exclusion from a green energy transition which Africa is uniquely positioned to lead. Accordingly, African parliaments should modernize the legal procurement process to prioritize low carbon innovation through carbon sequestration technology and approve climate-sensitive budgets that align spending with climate commitments. Parliament possesses constitutional authority to channel special drawing rights, green bonds, and climate funds directly towards energy transition projects. Parliament should enact climate accountability legislation, green budgeting frameworks, and a rigorous oversight climate finance inflows. The G20 countries represented at this forum are therefore urged to fundamentally reform the multilateral financial ecosystem in order to reduce capital costs for developing nations in their pursuit for green energy transition. This requires, Your Excellencies, an innovative blended finance architecture to de-risk African energy markets for accelerated green energy transition. So I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I now invite the Vice President of the German Bundestag from Germany. Thank you.
Excellencies, climate change is not only one of the biggest challenges of our time, it is also the most unjust one, because those who contribute the least to the problem are the ones who suffer the most from the consequences. We cannot and must not accept this injustice. This is why at COP29 in 2024 we made a historic commitment, $300 billion per year for developing countries and a total of $1.3 trillion by 2035 from public and private sources. That is not just an act of solidarity, but also an investment in our shared future. Because climate protection only works globally, and if we want to reach our common climate goals, all countries have to be part of the solution. But how can a country phase out of coal when there is no alternative to that? How can it invest in solar energy when there is a lack of capital? I'm very happy that before other speakers referred to the framework of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and Germany within that partnership is cooperating with South Africa, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Senegal. Germany is assisting to develop tailor-made transitional pathways from coal phase-out to the expansion of renewable energies and the creation of new jobs. These partnerships provide a model for success while showing that a just energy transition means not only sustainability, but also social justice. And we go further still in our bilateral cooperation. Together, we bring solar energy to remote villages, construct decentralized power networks, and support climate-smart agricultural practices. Of particular importance to us in this respect is to strengthen women's organizations. Sustainable development only succeeds when all voices are heard. My country is taking responsibility not only because of our capacity, but because of our obligation. Only together we can create a future in which prosperity and sustainability, growth and justice go hand in hand. As we all know, this transformation will take time and not all expectations will be able to be met immediately. We adapt to reality without being less ambitious. A just energy transition is possible, but only if we shape it together. Ladies and gentlemen, as I still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and the head of the Russian delegation addressed my country directly in his speech, allow me 3 points to make as a response. First, I did not mention Russia in my speeches yet, but I have to notice that some fell addressed when others were talking about sabotage, electoral interference, and breach of international law. Second, what I did was referring to the suffering Ukrainian people whose children get adopted, whose women are raped, and whose houses are bombed. And it's about perpetrators to stop that, no one else. And third, as a lover of the great country of Russia, I just can't repeat dialogue among all of us is precious and fruitful. And there has been not only 100 talks after the beginning of the aggression 11 years ago, but also many initiatives to talk by a lot of countries, among them there have been a lot of European countries and definitely from Ukraine. The answer beyond conference speeches always had been pure violence. Dialogue has to be based on honesty. There is a great wisdom in South Africa saying, "Thou shalt not follow lies." Amanga aba lande loi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Vice President of the Bundestag. I would like to call upon the Deputy Chairman Rajya Sabha of India.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, it's a privilege to address this August gathering on this important theme. Distinguished delegates, a just energy transition is the shift from fossil fuels to sustainable energy in a way that protects jobs, promotes social equity, and fosters economic inclusion, especially for communities that have historically depended on fossil fuel industries. The goal is not just to fund green infrastructure, but to ensure that transition is fair, inclusive, secures our energy supply, and meets the development needs of the global south. The benefits of moving to net zero and resilient economies must be shared by all. This is especially true for emerging economies, which are often heavily reliant on fossil fuels and must consider the needs of workers, communities, and consumers in their development pathways. It's imperative that actions to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees also support a just transition. Distinguished delegates, during India's G20 presidency, our leaders unanimously called to scale up development and climate finance from billions to trillions, committed to accelerating clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions, following various pathways as a means of enabling a strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth, and agreed to triple renewable energy globally by 2030. Our 2070 net zero goal presents a multi-trillion, multi-decade investment opportunity, and India has the potential to become the green jobs superpower of the 21st century. Distinguished delegates, after the Paris Agreement, India has emerged as a global leader in the clean energy transition. Globally, India ranks 4th in renewable energy installed capacity, 4th in wind power capacity, and 3rd in solar power capacity. In 2024, we became the world's third largest solar energy producer. We have also successfully achieved our target of having 50% of our total installed electric power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources, meeting 2030 goal 5 years ahead of schedule. Our solar module manufacturing capacity surged from 38 gigawatt to 74 gigawatt in the last fiscal year. And our capacity for making solar PV cells has grown 21 times since 2014. This transition is being driven by targeted flagship initiatives, including PM Surya Ghar, which aims to install rooftop solar in 10 million households of PM Kusum, which empowers farmers and solar pumps and power plants, and PM Janman, which is electrifying remote tribal households with solar power to ensure inclusive growth. Our vision transcends borders. Through the International Solar Alliance, launched by India and France, we have built a coalition of over 100 countries dedicated to fighting climate change with solar energy. The ISS core mission is to unlock 1 trillion of investment in solar by 2030, while prioritizing help for the 750 million people worldwide who lack energy access, especially in least developed countries and a small island developing states. Furthermore, our One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative envisages global solar grid connecting energy resources across regions built on the principle that sun never sets. To fund this global transition, multilateral development banks must play a greater role. We must also mobilize private capital. Public sector finances from developed countries is also essential. Distinguished delegates, as parliamentarians, we must monitor climate finance commitments to ensure funds are used transparently and effectively. In conclusion, as our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has articulated for India, green future net zero is not mere a slogan but a reflection of our needs and commitment, making our nation the premier destination for investment and innovation in renewable energy. Distinguished delegates, through our collective parliamentary action, we can enable a transition that truly leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And we come now to the Deputy Speaker, Federal Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Dear colleagues, Russia has been working together with like-minded countries in the global south in order to promote the concept of a balanced and equitable energy transition. We believe that implementing Sustainable Development Goal 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources for all, is a priority. This group, the Group of 20, as well as other major multilateral formats, have been emphasizing this approach in their outcome documents in recent years, which is good. We support the desire of the international community to provide more and better assistance to developing countries in this area. Following the BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro in July 2025, it was emphasized that ensuring affordable and timely financing for developing countries is crucial for the fair implementation of transition processes that combine climate action and sustainable development. When it comes to financing energy transfers, we consider it important to proceed from the principle of technological neutrality, which implies an objective assessment of the contribution of a particular technology to reducing carbon emissions. Each country should be able to determine on its own the way it manages the energy transition. It's of crucial importance. In this regard, we insist that discrimination and forcing countries to renounce using fossil fuel when carrying out investment projects are unacceptable. We oppose the introduction of politically motivated, illegitimate, unilateral restrictive measures and sanctions that prevent countries from achieving the energy transition. We oppose protectionist solutions that deliberately disrupt global supply and production chains and distort competition. Instead, we prioritize the concept of transitional climate finance, which is designed to ensure a balanced approach to achieving climate goals, including through decarbonization of traditional and extractive industries. And for that reason, we would like to draw your attention to several resources which Russia is rich of, namely natural gas, including liquid natural gas, of course, our unique technology of producing nuclear energy and development of hydropower. It is important to promote diversification and expand the range of measures and mechanisms that encourage investment in low-emission development. It's necessary to raise funds more actively through the issuance of so-called green financial instrument. We parliamentarians in Russia have initiated a specific environmental platform for this type of discussions, which is called Nevsky International Ecological Congress. The next will take place in St. Petersburg in 2027, and we invite you all to be participants in that Congress. I do have 1.5 minutes, my dear colleague from Germany. I was not intending to use this tribune for any bilateral discussions, and this is why I proposed to have bilateral meetings. As for now, we got no response, but I have to answer. You mentioned that the war in Ukraine started 15 years ago. That was your wording, and you are exactly right. The war in Ukraine started 15 years ago, and it was a civil war, because in 2014 there was a coup d'etat in Ukraine. Germany secured an agreement between the legal authorities at that moment in Ukraine and the opposition. This agreement was violated by the opposition the next day, while Germany and other European countries securing that agreement suddenly disappeared. They just disappeared. They kept silent. Later on, there were so-called Minsk agreements. The major content of these agreements was to stop the civil war in Ukraine and to assist Ukraine to keep its territorial integrity. Eastern parts of Ukraine included. Again, Germany was a participant, along with other European Union countries, in that package of Minsk agreements. 7 years later, the Chancellor, Federal Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, said, we needed, just one sentence, we needed that time in order to let Ukraine rearm and hit the part of its population which did not accept the coup d'etat in 2014. We feel sorry that all these options to stop a war, internal civil war in Ukraine, were unfortunately missed due to a very false position by certain European countries. But again, this is my response to you, and I propose we would continue by bilateral discussions. We have much to say, what you never will learn from your mass media. Thank you.
Yeah, certain things must be reserved for the bilaterals. Yeah, we're dealing with just energy transition. Then the next speaker to be invited on the podium is the Honorable Speaker of Mozambique. Over to you, ma'am.
Sua Excelência, senhores presidentes, excelências, Moçambique é um país em desenvolvimento e vulnerável aos efeitos das mudanças climáticas. Sofremos ciclicamente os impactos nefásticos dos eventos climáticos extremos, deixando rastro de destruição no tecido econômico e social do nosso país, que faz retroceder o curso normal.
We have a big crisis in our country, socially and otherwise, and we need to share our vision on this energy transition. As far as we understand, this transition is a fundamental priority that should take place, observing all principles of justice, inclusion, and solidarity. For us, a just transaction, for me, is the guarantee of use of fossil fuels, and that should be together with investment into other types of energy, sustainable and clean. We need a inclusive transition that includes all the capacities in the area of technology and development in all our countries, creating opportunities to the people, jobs, especially for women and the young people. And that transition also means that we have to take into consideration the development levels of our countries, which depend still of other resources to advance their development. And that is why we talk about financial and finances and international funding, so that we can allow countries, in developing countries, that they can implement their plans, their strategies without compromising their sovereignty. And so we need a solidarity, and we need justice in this time of transition. The private sector should also invest lasting solutions with supervision with all the other sectors, so that that transition is just and equitable. This is a reality that should be taken with courage, with responsibility. And us as parliamentarians and representatives of the people, we need to ensure that during this process, the supreme interests of our communities are protected and defended, and so that we can achieve a more equitable and best environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And may I now please call the Secretary of the Civil House, Brazil.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas. Good morning to all of you present here. Dear Presidents of Parliament, colleagues of the G20, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, it's an honor to address you at such a crucial moment for the future of our planet. In just a few months, Brazil will host COP30 in Belém, in Pará, in the heart of the Amazon. This is a historic opportunity to place humanity back on the path of climate justice. The Brazilian presidency of COP30 has established three major priorities. The first one is to strengthen multilateralism and the climate regime. As I said already yesterday, no country will be able to face a challenge of this magnitude on its own. We must therefore reinvigorate international cooperation. The second priority is to bring the climate regime closer to people's everyday lives, ensuring that international decisions translate into concrete and positive impacts, especially for the most vulnerable populations. The third priority is to accelerate the full implementation of the Paris Agreement. Commitments have already been made. What is missing now is to act concretely so that we can turn promises into reality. Unfortunately, the science is clear for us, and it is correct. We are still very far away from what is needed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Although all of us share the common responsibility to act, the responses must take into account our different capacities. In this regard, I would like to thank the BRICS countries that are present here in this summit. Developing countries are the ones that have polluted the least, but today they are obliged to pay for a problem that they did not create. Almost half of the world's population lives in countries that spend more on debt interest payments than on basic services such as health and education. For as long as we are forced to choose between investing in climate adaptation and mitigation or meeting urgent social needs, there will be no just transition. In order to move forward, it is essential to secure adequate, predictable and fair climate finance. This requires developed countries more responsibility for the bulk of historical emissions. That is their responsibility. The money is there, but it is poorly distributed. In 2022, around $7 trillion were allocated into the fossil fuel subsidies. We need to redirect these funds towards initiatives that preserve our planet. One of such examples is the Tropical Forests Forever facility, which is designed to financially compensate tropical countries that conserve their forests. Brazil has already taken the lead when it announced the contribution of $1 billion to this fund. We expect that by COP30, other countries, including the G20 members, will join this transformative initiative so that we can bring it into operation as quickly as possible. As a coordinator of the Women's Parliamentary Forum, I cannot tell you how important it is to have equality, gender equality, because we know that women and girls are amongst the most impacted by the climate crisis. At the same time, they are central agents of transformation. They lead initiatives in adaptation. They practice sustainable agriculture, and they protect their territories. So we need more women in parliaments where climate laws and budgets are approved. We need more women in global climate governance, as we remain a minority in COP delegations, and we are even rarer in the leadership positions within the negotiation fora. Above all, we must ensure that climate finance reaches women and organizations directly. Dear colleagues, we count on you to make COP30 a multilateralism example, showing that together we can have a just transition without leaving nobody behind. Thank you.
I would like to call the next speaker on the podium, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament. Over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Does it work? Okay, no? Is it better now? You can hear, oh, there it was. Honorable colleagues, I have not prepared a fine speech. I just wanted to say something on this very important topic. Because the climate changes, they're here, and they impact us all countries, all people. But some countries are more exposed than others. And therefore, it is extremely important that we take upon the responsibility to make sure that we have and mobilize finance for a just energy transition, because without that transition, we will not fight climate changes. And therefore, we have to do a lot of things. Inside the European Union, we have already tried to distribute funds amongst us. So we have a Just Transition Fund. We want to make sure that less rich regions, more challenged regions will get more funds. We think it is important for individuals, for businesses, and for society. We also have established for our non-EU partners the Global Gateway Strategy, and it is about financing or mobilizing, I think, 300 billion euros in global infrastructure investments. And a part of those investments should go to energy infrastructure. And for EU, this is very important. And we have already financed some projects, but we will do even more. And we are very happy also to talk about the Just Energy Transition Partnership we have with the South Africa, where we have offered both grants but also loans. And here we want to help moving away from the use of coal, and in that transition make sure that we do create local jobs and support local communities. Because what is very important for EU is that we cannot deliver finance and we cannot deliver this important green transition unless we're doing it in partnerships and unless we are taking into account the need for the people in the areas affected. And we cannot take away jobs if we're not creating new jobs. And therefore, a part of the finances should also go for this. So it was important for me to say that we need the green transition. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse with the climate changes. But we need to do this in a fair way, in a just way, and EU is willing to do so, and we call upon all parliaments in G20 to support these goals and also deliver where you can deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as we do have a few minutes left, I'm delighted that our opening speaker, Kirsten Pearson, has agreed to reflect very briefly, I think 2 minutes, on what she's heard. So many thanks for agreeing to do that, Kirsten.
What I've heard is that there's a need for mission-orientated climate and development finance, and it requires that the global financial architecture is calibrated towards ensuring that climate and development goals are met and that the system delivers fair and just results, particularly for lower-income countries. To summarize what many speakers have said and to bring through common threads, Africa is responsible for just 4% of global emissions, and other countries have noticed as well that the countries that have not caused the global emissions problem are faced with dealing with it, and in instances are having to take loans, which crowds out social spending. Government policies that support renewable energy can actually enhance a country's economic prosperity, leading to green economic development. So renewable energy is something that we should embrace. Some countries which have been coal dependent are faced with a crossroads because of the international urgency on this matter. Reducing national emissions is an imperative. New technologies like battery storage make renewables even more compelling. Support is needed in the form of climate finance, technological support, and knowledge exchange. Climate resilience, food systems, and cross-border water systems were mentioned as related imperatives. There was an acknowledgement that local needs and knowledge are really important, and countries have emphasized their willingness to cooperate with each other, particularly numerous developed countries showing a willingness to support developing countries, mentioning the pledges that they're making. This willingness is translating into tangible commitments. Repeatedly, a sense of urgency was conveyed by a number of speakers. The impacts of climate change are having an impact on vulnerable communities, coal workers among those, as well as the rising costs of energy. I will summarize all of this with something that one of the speakers said, which is the question is not whether we can afford to act, but whether we can afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirsten Pearson, for your input. Now I'd like to call my co-pilot, Baroness Bull, to make the closing remarks for the session.
Thank you. And may I just thank Kirsten once again for that incredibly concise and accurate summing up. I could see her notebook, and she really was writing that as you all spoke and constructing that very impressive summary. So thank you. May I also thank all our speakers for your insights, for your wide-ranging contributions, and indeed for adhering so respectfully to the time limit. It made our job much easier. I've been greatly impressed to hear the actions and the investment in energy transition across the G20 countries, and by the focus on ensuring that in this transition no one is left behind. Clearly there is much work to do. Quite right, thank you. Clearly there is much work to do, but it is also clear there is great commitment across these nations to achieve our shared goals. So we are approaching 1 o'clock, and I think delegates might appreciate a couple of extra minutes for lunch. So I will draw this session to a close with grateful thanks to my co-chair, the Honourable Khadar Bey, and to you all. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate once again our generous hosts for their G20 leadership and thank the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for convening this P20. At yesterday's opening ceremony, we heard the aspiration that through this P20, words would be translated into action. I think we can agree that these working sessions have demonstrated that this P20's aims of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy towards global solidarity, equality and sustainability can indeed be much more than words on a page. So thank you to all for your participation. Enjoy your lunch and please be back here at 2 o'clock for the final working session of this P20. Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Order, I know I'm not on the platform, but can I make a request that during lunch...
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament. And our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, channel 408 on DSTV.
And if you've just joined us, welcome back. We are at Arabella Hotel in Claremont, and this is the main event. This is the P20 Speakers Summit 2025 that has been held in South Africa. And that was the third working session that has just been concluded under the sub-theme, Mobilizing Finance for a Just Energy Transition. Of course, the speakers and delegates have now gone to lunch. And of course, this gives us a chance to give you some highlights with regards to what that working session was talking about.
And some of the discussions included that the just energy transition must prioritize fairness, inclusion, and long-term sustainability. Mobilize finance for transition call for parliamentary leadership to ensure that resources reach those affected and support solutions that empower our communities.
And of course, the resource person, the person who presented this, is Ms. Kirsten Pearson, who is a climate finance researcher in SAIA's governance of Africa's Resources Program. And of course, with her presentation, there were a few questions that were needed to be answered. And her presentation was sought to answer what financing models are most effective for supporting a just energy transition in developing countries and vulnerable regions. It also sought to answer what role should parliaments play to ensure that international climate finance commitments are fulfilled and equitably distributed.
The session also explored ways to drive investment in renewable energy, promote sustainable development, and ensure a just transition for workers and communities impacted by the shift away from the fossil fuels. And some of the questions that delegates were expected to answer include the legislative reforms that are needed to attract private investments while protecting public interest, and what role can parliamentary diplomacy play in shaping global financial frameworks that prioritize justice in energy transitions.
And of course, during those discussions and conversations, the session included financing mechanisms with regards to identifying innovative financing mechanisms and policies to support the transition to low carbon economy. It also included investment in renewables, right? Discussing ways to drive investment in renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power.
It also included discussions on just transition, ensuring a just transition for workers and communities impacted by the shift away from fossil fuels, including training and upskill programs. But for now, we're going to take you back to what transpired on the first 2 days of the build-up to the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. Oh.
We, as a member of the G20 and as its current chair, we chose to bring in the table issues of solidarity, equality, sustainability to the fore, as we believe that we cannot reflect on the global economy without acknowledging the inequality that still exists in our world. We also appreciate how solidarity can help to foster cooperation for the greater good. Our very economies depend on each other. We trade as nations because we need what others produce that we are not able to because of our different ecological environments. To build sustainable economies also calls us to appreciate the need for protecting our infinite resource, the environment.
I'm here on behalf of the IPU, but I'm also a UK Member of Parliament. I just talk from my experience. And I think one of the things that's unspoken at an international level is that times are changing for the more developed economies and countries around the world. And we've had an excellent contribution from alongside me about bringing on community in countries like South Africa. We're losing communities in countries that are more developed, and so when we talk about wealthier countries making a greater contribution. In the end, that comes down to, do governments in those countries retain the support of the voters in their own countries? And I think that is changing. We've seen it change in the United States, and a politics of nationalism is replacing a politics of multilateralism.
I think one of the challenges, House Chair, and it's a bit of a double whammy. In one way, many countries want to send their more senior parliamentarians, completely understandable. But what that often does is it closes out the space to young people, because many of us have just been elected one-time or second-time MPs at most. And then what you do have is a delegation, and I don't mean this about the South African, I mean this generally, that just excludes young people. So I'm interested in House Chair's thoughts about how we think about that differently. Do we need to propose at COP that delegations need to be more reflective of demographics, age, etc.?
What has been a feature of climate change conferences in the past is that you have governments that go and negotiate, government negotiators discuss, and then there is, as part of COP, what they call a leaders summit that takes place. That is the big gathering. And I tend to call it, it's like the Oscar Awards, Hollywood, with a red carpet being rolled out, and leaders of the world come there and they walk and they take their photos and make their statements, and they're gone, and next year they come back and they do exactly the same thing. We're not sure how beneficial the outcomes are when it hardly gets implemented. Now, who is responsible for keeping these government leaders, the presidents, prime ministers, as well as the ministers, accountable for the implementation of their own government commitments on a multilateral United Nations forum on climate change? It's members of parliament. And very often, members of parliament do not realize the immense power that they have.
The destruction in Gaza reminds us, without justice, peace cannot last, and without peace, sustainability cannot exist. As young leaders, we must not only raise our voices, but also propose pathways for a fair and lasting solution. Therefore, I call upon all of us to combine words with action. First, to support immediate humanitarian corridors in Gaza to protect innocent lives. Second, to strengthen parliamentary diplomacy for ceasefire and peace talks. And third, to reaffirm that justice and sustainability for a fair and lasting solution. No. This is not only a matter of solidarity, but of responsibility. While we debate the long-term challenges of our world, in Gaza, an urgent humanitarian crisis is unfolding. It is our responsibility not only to debate the future, but to respond to the present, to act where lives are being lost as we speak.
The 2025 outcome statement has covered the following key thematic areas: advancing global solidarity, which we discussed at length yesterday, promoting equality and sustainable development, promoting parliamentary action to address climate change and sustainability, and promoting youth-oriented institutional reforms and inclusive and development participation.
I would like us to understand that we've had various presentations given to us from yesterday. We've had various discussions as young parliamentarians about three key important topics around the theme that we've adopted in the G20 presidency as South Africa, which is global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And we have now culminated to a final end product, or a document that has summarized what our inputs are, but not just our input here as young parliamentarians must not just be words.
We've heard from the majority of speakers here today that the time for talk is over. It's action that is needed now. We cannot go forward any longer with talk. And I am asking every person representing their countries to join us in this very important action that has to be taken to ensure that our women, our children, our youth are looked after. And as the advocate quite rightly said, women with disabilities in South Africa are the ones that are suffering the most at this point in time. We've just received an alert of a possible weather storms with excessive rains in 6 of our 9 provinces. So we might again be seeing something that transpired in 2022 in KZN. And that is why it is so important to speak to this issue, to see how we take hands and assist those less fortunate than ourselves. As we also heard today, disasters are not gender neutral. In rural areas especially, climate change forces women to walk further for water, for firewood, and this is the reason of the deepening poverty and leaving less time for education.
Honorable Staneka, Vice President of Interparliament Union, stated that an inclusive approach to women issues is critical. Gender parity must become the norm and not an exception, and this has been achieved and has become a reality in some parliaments due to political will and legislation. So if there's no political will, it means nothing will happen.
Bigger parliament, a much more inclusive parliament, and we're at 56%, and it's not by accident. It is because we introduced quotas in 1994, so it's been a slow progress. Apart from men telling us that the sky would fall in and the world would never be the same again, we used to get called quota girls, which is very demeaning. Our Foreign Minister, Minister Penny Wong, who some of you will know in this forum, who's extremely accomplished, has been called a quota girl, as have I, but perhaps we wear that badge proudly. The other struggles we've had when we introduced the workplace equality, the WGEA legislation, again, employers thought the world would fall in and the sky would fall in. So none of this has come easily. It comes with a struggle. One of the important things we introduced last year was that many employers across the world use contractors, private contractors, standing against their directly paid workforce, and we know that often there's a pay differential there of at least 20 to 30% less when a contractor comes in, and of course many women are caught in that trap of contractors. So we introduced legislation called Same Job, Same Pay. Pretty simple. So if you are working alongside a contractor in your workplace against a directly employed employee, they will now earn the same money, and that has just really created it's made a very big difference in people's pays and their workforce. It's been very positive. But again, we had an onslaught from employers that the sky would fall in and that our inflation would go up and all sorts of things they painted, and none of that's actually happened. And a really good illustration is our national carrier Qantas that had a directly employed workforce, but it also had contractors right across the world. So if you worked in the UK for Qantas, you earned less than your counterparts working in Australia. So that has now changed. So everyone working for Qantas, whether they're directly employed or they're working for a contractor, earns the same pay, and that's just, it's given people, thank you.
And essential development. Secondly, Africa demands to be an active player in the green energy revolution, not a passive beneficiary. While the continent possesses vast renewable potential, it receives a paltry share of global energy investment. We advocate for the summit's endorsement of the G20 Global New Energy Investment Pact for Africa. We will call for G20 nations to translate this into concrete action by investing in regional power pools, strengthening local supply chain, and deploying innovative finance to unlock private capital. Our legislative role will be to enact laws that ensure this transition is truly just.
So you open?
Yeah.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We're coming to you live from the STV channel 408. And those were just some of the key highlights from the P20 meeting of young and women parliamentarians, and of course some of the issues that form part of the discussion, in particular to the P20 young parliamentarians, included the young people emphasizing that the need for global solidarity in relation to, also addressing inequality, promoting sustainable development, climate action, and youth-oriented institutional reforms. And they also spoke on inclusive governance, where they affirmed their belief that inclusive governance, youth-led innovation, and multilateral cooperation are indispensable for shaping a fairer, more peaceful, and sustainable world.
And just a reminder on what the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians highlighted. They spoke extensively on gender responsiveness and climate action. Of course, they emphasized the need for climate laws and budgets that prioritize rural women, fund women-led climate initiatives, and ensure fair access to land, water, and energy. There was a lot of talk about representation and ensuring that there is equality in terms of leadership, in terms of entrepreneurship, and in terms of financing and resources when it comes to innovations. And of course, they also talked about stress the importance of women's leadership in climate and energy justice, citing that women remain underrepresented in decision-making positions. And also, they also talked about the dismantling of power structures. And of course, there was a call, and a strong call from all the women with regards to power structures that do not emancipate women and empower them. They had to make sure that decision-making enables women to drive systematic change.
And indeed, those discussions, they ended with a joint declaration where the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians and the P20 meeting of young parliamentarians presented their joint declarations and recommendations to the summit, calling for mainstreaming youth perspective in all policy processes and establishing a permanent P20 meeting of young parliamentarians within the G20 framework. But for now, let's take you to some of the highlights from this morning's working session.
Thank you, program directors, fellow colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Government debt is an important resource to enable promotion of economic growth, create wealth for citizens, as well as acquire resources to fund infrastructure development. Debt is beneficial for both developed and developing countries, which have little resources and myriad of civic services required to grow economies and provide for citizens. That allows government to finance public services and infrastructure to fund essential public services such as education and healthcare, and to invest in large infrastructure projects that are vital for economic development and long-term growth. And also to stabilize the economy by bridging the gap between government income and spending, providing funds for emergency procurement or during economic downturns to support the economy and prevent deeper recession. To also stimulate economic growth and development by financing investments that increase a country's productive capacity and foster sustained inclusive growth. Lastly, to fund strategic investments by boosting critical investments in strategic sectors such as industrial development that may not be fully funded by current tax revenue alone. Recently, the rise in natural disasters due to climate change has propelled countries to rely on emergency funding, leading to increase in government debt. The recent landslides in Ethiopia and Uganda, flash floods in Cabo Verde in August 2025 that killed about 1,500 people, and in Yemen, earthquakes in Afghanistan, to name a few, shows that natural disasters are on the rise, and that is the only solution available to governments to enable them to provide for such emergencies. The need to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030 and implementation of just energy transition to move from fossil fuels to clean energy are all good and noble initiatives, but pose challenges for developing and less developed countries, which have limited domestic resources. It is estimated that developing countries require close to 6.4 trillion US dollars per year to meet their SDGs financing needs from 2020 to 2025. The availability of borrowing through debt allow countries to move towards achievements of SDGs, which better the lives of people, as well as allow them to invest in mitigation and adaptation strategies. For the developing and less developed countries, the availability of funds through debt to finance SDGs is important in order to fight poverty and hunger, reduce inequalities, as well as change lives of ordinary people. Even though debt has irrefutable benefits if channeled towards development and investment in socio-economic issues, the high cost of debt remains an impediment to the achievements of SDGs, economic growth, as well as investment towards climate change initiatives. High debt costs are draining vital public services needed for development. Research shows that there are huge differences in the cost of capital between developed and developing countries. Since 2020, developing regions have been borrowing at rates that are 2 to 4 times higher than those of their developed counterparts. This inequality in the global financial system must be leveled so that developing countries can access funds at reasonable rates to fulfill their development needs. In addition, developing countries spend more on debt servicing than on essential public spending in areas like healthcare and education. For instance, in the early years of the COVID-19 pandemic, regions such as Africa, Asia, allocated more funds to interest payments than to healthcare. Although approximately 3.3 billion people reside in countries where spending on interest payments surpasses that on either education or health. In 2023, 54 developing countries allocated 10% or more of their government revenues to interest payments. Climate finance has been a significant impediment towards investment for climate action and adaptation. During COP15 in 2009, developed countries committed to mobilize close to 100 billion US dollars a year by 2020 in the Copenhagen Accord for climate finance to support low and middle income countries. Without urgent coordinated action that include debt restructuring, increased climate finance and stringent enforcement mechanism may remain out of reach. To this extent, parliaments have an important role to ensure that oversight on debt management is conducted, thereby guaranteeing debt sustainability. We have a duty to monitor government's borrowing to prevent unsustainable debt accumulation that can exacerbate poverty and trigger fiscal crisis. In accordance, let us forge solidarity, equality and sustainability by ensuring that sustainability for our countries. I thank you.
Good morning, delegates. I thank our speaker and I call our next speaker, Jun Zhenshun, member of the National People's Congress of China. And if you go over the 5-minute mark, I'll give you a little tinkle to remind you to finish up.
感谢主持人，尊敬的与会各位代表。
It gives me great pleasure to join you in this beautiful city of Claymont. I wish to thank the South African Parliament for the warm hospitality and thoughtful arrangements. I'm Gu Jianchun, Deputy Director of the Supervisory and Judicial Affairs Committee of China's National People's Congress. I'm very glad to join this discussion on this important topic of ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries. Speaking of global development, ensuring debt sustainability in low-income countries is a pressing and critical task. It concerns fairness, justice, and long-term prosperity in the international community. According to the World Bank's International Debt Report 2023, some low-income countries face severe debt situations and increasing debt servicing costs. This not only severely hinders their development, but also affects global economic stability. In recent years, the abuse of tariffs by some country has imposed new impacts on the global economy. This further exacerbates the debt servicing burden of developing countries and hinders progress toward achieving sustainable development goals. China attaches great importance to the debt issues of developing countries. We provide assistance to relevant countries in a constructive and responsible manner. China has promoted the G20 members to reach the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, or DSSI, and the Common Framework for the Debt Treatments beyond the DSSI. And we are fully implementing them. China is the largest contributor to the G20's DSSI and has participated in the case-by-case debt treatment of relevant countries under the Common Framework and played a key role in advancing their debt restructuring. China also, through its Global Development Initiative and the Belt and Road Initiative, assisted relevant countries in infrastructure construction, industrial development, and livelihood improvement, and provided strong support for ensuring debt sustainability in developing countries. For many developing countries, international financial institutions and commercial creditors are their main creditors. They should participate in debt suspension and relief efforts following the G20 principle of joint action and fair burden sharing. Developed countries must adopt responsible macroeconomic policies, earnestly fulfill their development assistance commitments, and take concrete actions to help developing countries emerge from debt crisis and achieve sustainable development. For debtor countries to truly emerge from the distress, they need to enhance their management capacity of sovereign debts on one hand, to keep the total amount and structure of debt within manageable limits. On the other hand, they need to improve the efficiency of fund utilization to genuinely enhance sustainable development capabilities. The debt issue is ultimately a development issue. China is ready to work with fellow developing countries to advance modernization, resolve crisis through actions, and address that issue at its root. Together, we will promote sustainable development of the world and build a new international economic order that is fairer, more inclusive, and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you to our speaker from China. We ask.
Today, we are witnessing the formation of a multipolar world order with the emergence of new centers of economic power. But the ballooning global debt is increasingly strengthening the sustainability of the global financial sector. It already exceeds 92% of the world's GDP. Countries of the global south suffer the most from this debt burden. They are forced to spend a significant portion of their budget revenues on interest payments instead of financing healthcare, educational, and development projects. According to the UN, development financing currency suffers from a $4 trillion deficit, and more than 60 of the poorest countries are not able to generate economic growth on their own. The unbalanced nature of lending and investment can be largely attributed to the imbalances in lending and investment result from the West's neo-colonial policies, which, taking advantage of its dominant position in global finances, easily refinances its debt at relatively low rates. At the same time, debt restructuring is an uphill battle for developing countries. Efforts to resolve the debt issue for developing countries must be based on the principles of non-discrimination and equal access to credit from multilateral financial institutions. Western countries have been trying to present efforts to address the root causes of debt problems just as a matter of debt transparency. We believe this approach to be counterproductive. Russia supports the reform of the international financial architecture and the Bretton Woods institutions. The International Monetary Fund must stick to its original mandate of overseeing the global monetary and financial system, and the World Bank should focus on promoting development of countries which really need its care and assistance. Reforming the IMF's quota system in favor of the world majority is a priority, including changing the formula for calculating it. The World Bank, as well as other multilateral development banks, must guarantee equal and equitable access of their shareholders to concessional financing resources and opportunities by increasing financial support to developing and least developed countries. Issues affecting the financial sustainability of low-income countries are reflected in the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the so-called Seville Commitment. We support the intention of member states to launch an intergovernmental process at the UN to prepare recommendations for addressing the shortcomings of the global debt architecture. Another important mission for parliaments consists of monitoring state monetary and debt performance. In Russia, the Bank of Russia is accountable to the lower house of the Russian parliament, which reviews the main directions of the single state monetary policy, while the Federation Council, the Senate, as an upper chamber of the parliament, reviews the federal law of the budget for the next financial year and planning period. Moreover, it also sets the cap for domestic and international governmental debt. I believe that the future belongs to sovereign development. It is necessary to take into account the national context, as well as the unique economic needs and civilizational differences of each state. Russia supports efforts by developing countries to be more self-reliant and reduce their dependence on Western aid. And last but not least, yesterday, in an excellent contribution to our forum, the Deputy Speaker of the European Parliament expressed a very important thought. Even if there are tensions between states, we politicians, we parliamentarians, should continue to talk to each other. And they have nothing more but to agree. We, the Russian delegation, have here so many bilateral meetings, but not with the Western countries, where we do have certain tensions. We are here to talk to each other. We are open for this type of communications, and I would like to address countries who mentioned my country yesterday in the context of the Ukrainian crisis, like United Kingdom, like Germany, like Italy, and we are available, we are here to talk, you know where to find us. Thank you so much.
I would like to state that debt is indispensable for financing development in developing countries. where domestic resource mobilization remains constrained. However, the past decade has witnessed an alarming escalation in debt levels across numerous developing countries. Thus, parliaments pivotally wield critical oversight, legislative and representative responsibilities essential to ensuring debt sustainability. A low debt to GDP ratio reflects an economic's capacity to meet obligations without financial strain. An elevated debt ratio signals fiscal vulnerability and economic debt stress. Parliament, therefore, should ensure that all borrowing remains within sustainable parameters, such as is constitutionally provided in the Constitution of Zimbabwe. That is why our Public Debt Management Act sets a 70% debt to GDP ceiling, in respect of which Section 327, subsection 3 of our Constitution mandates that an agreement imposing fiscal obligations does not bind Zimbabwe until it has been approved by Parliament. Moderator, parliaments must therefore assert their debt management mandate through critical oversight functions. First, interrogate whether budget projections align with the medium-term fiscal frameworks and debt management strategies. Second, verify strict alignment between expenditure, revenue architecture, and fiscal rules, particularly debt ceilings and deficit targets. Third, enforce deficit containment, recognizing that today's fiscal choices determine tomorrow's developmental possibilities within the scales of economy. Moderator, there should be transparency in debt disclosure. Section 304, subsection 4 of Zimbabwe Constitution peremptorily demands biannual debt status reporting to Parliament by the Minister of Finance in response to the prudential compliance to the Public Debt Management Act and the Public Finance Management Acts. Furthermore, the Office of the Auditor General is conducting a comprehensive forensic audit of our national debt portfolio for 2021 to 2024, the first since 2010, in order to verify accuracy and reveal systemic weaknesses requiring corrective action by Parliament. Meanwhile, the Bretton Woods institutions should urgently lean backwards to rescue those countries that are entangled in untenable debt crisis for the sake of vulnerable communities globally. Otherwise, inequalities will persist in our world economy and therefore fail to achieve equitable social justice. Accordingly, let there be no ambiguity. Parliaments must transcend passive observations of the debt ecosystem, but assert themselves as vigilant custodians of fiscal stewardship that anchors solvency and financial sustainability. I so submit. Thank you.
I think what is becoming clear is that countries must act as a bloc. Low and middle income countries must work together and collaborate so that they can be able to create a strong fiscal position. In my presentation earlier on, I did mention that middle and low-income countries can enhance their bargaining power and reduce their vulnerability by acting together. Solidarity and peer learning can strengthen fiscal discipline through the review of medium-term fiscal frameworks. The benchmarking as well between countries, collaboration on various aspects in order to ensure that the fiscal position is protected. I would like also to implore countries and the legislatures in the various G20 member countries to leverage fiscal institutions that are independent to assist legislatures and parliaments in terms of fiscal oversight in line with their fiscal diplomacy and parliamentary diplomacy. With those words, Chair, I would like to pause. Thank you so much.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to gather. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.
the P20 summit that is underway right here in Arabella Hotel in Claremont. Of course, we've had 3 working sessions so far, and of course this program started on the 29th of September, and just today we've had the 2nd and the 3rd working session where delegates and speaking and presiding officers were having engagements and dialogues with regards to issues that require global attention.
Before the sessions, we also had the opening statements that were delivered yesterday, which focused on the main theme of this event, which is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity. And some of the questions that were raised that the delegates were expected to answer during those statements was, how can parliamentary diplomacy be used to strengthen multilateral cooperation in addressing global crises such as pandemics, climate change and conflict? And also, what strategies can parliaments adopt to address global gender and racial inequalities?
Of course, this is as a result of an era that is marked by global fragmentation and rising inequalities. And another question that was answered was, how can parliamentary diplomacy promote inclusive representation in global institutions and decision-making processes? Above all else, what commitments can parliamentarians make to ensure that parliamentary diplomacy is used as a tool for justice, equity, and sustainability? Now, one of the topics as well that we talked about was just energy transition. And yesterday, we had the opportunity to speak with a just energy transition expert, and that is Dr. Yazini April. Let's listen to what she had to say in that regard. Welcome to Parliament TV, and we're still covering the P20 Speakers Summit 2025 right here in South Africa. And of course, I am joined now by Dr. April, who has just delivered a presentation on the just energy transition at the meeting of the P20, the 2nd meeting of women parliamentarians. And she joins us right here. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. April.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Doc, of course, you have presented in the meeting of women parliamentarians, and the issue here is, of course, about energy. What was the overall energy in the room, the tone in the room with the women, and were there common threads with regards to the concerns and challenges that were voiced?
I would say that there were common threads because of the fact that women have not really been totally factored. Okay, in policy it's there that no, we should, but in reality, just energy transition is still more about the big business, the big mining companies, especially when it comes to the coal to energy, even the electrical vehicles. It's more about the bottom line in terms of the dollars. So the focus also in terms of investors is more, whether it's coming from the World Bank or whether it's coming from the various fundings and loans. There's not been any package that I'm aware of that has been specifically put for gender exclusivity in terms of JET. And I think that is what we really need to focus on. I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about in general, because South Africa is part of the JET partnership globally. In fact, it's the first country that signed up. So I believe that South Africa with its partners need to find a way to say this is specifically for inclusivity. And when we talk inclusivity, we have to define what inclusivity means. It's very easy to say, oh no, we'll make sure that they're included. But the question is how and the practicality of it.
And in your view, what would inclusivity mean, especially in terms of ensuring that it is tangible and it is felt, especially in not just in policy, but in implementation as well?
Inclusivity means that, number one, when you talk about the minor redirection, like at places like Mpumalanga, you need to make sure that those coal miners, they are not just taken after, like Komati, the Komati plant was shut down. You had about 400 it was 48,000 mine workers basically who have lost their jobs with the shutting down. So the coal miner redirection, when you look at the training that takes place, it's not necessarily in just energy transition or in energy. It is like in other things, whether I'm not sure if there are even like marketable areas for them to be able to really make a living. And then now when you talk about the women, and when you look at, again, looking at the place like Mpumalanga, which is a coal mining area, you had your SMMEs, those who are doing like catering for the coal miners, all those things. What happens to those people? And when you talk about training for them, how practical? So what I want to suggest is, if we're going to talk about training for either your coal miners or the women, it has to be value chain based. Make sure that the women are part of the actual value chain supply side production, and not just for South Africa. You know what I like about India? India is number 4 now in the world. It was number 7. And it is through their value chain industry of the SMMEs. You see, and with India, they don't put high criteria to say if you're an SMME, you have to be having at least 15,000. No, million. I'm not talking about 1,000, millions actually. Those are the kind of criteria we tend to put here, and they stifle, they keep out your micro SMMEs and the informal economy. And some of the SMMEs are actually good and deserve to be part of. You see, so I feel like there has to be and we actually do have legislation, the Mining Act, that the mines should make sure that they involve the SMEs. But now the issue is, since we have international partners in this, you have your EU is involved, Germany is involved, so we have to make sure that in this JET partnership, they indicate clearly that women will not just be value chain participants, but they'll be able to be part of production that goes out outside the country. And obviously some do local, but also be engaged in manufacturing of the value chain, because a country, China is number 1 in the world because of manufacturing. So we need to ensure that we have SMME value chains in manufacturing in regards to the hydrogen economy. There are some areas they can engage in, that they can do, whether it's in solar, in fact, let's put hydrogen energy aside, let's talk about solar. Because South Africa is using a lot of solar, why don't we have SMME value chains that are part of because China is is the biggest producer, and this is where we should use BRICS and our partnerships. Use China and say, come on, let us set up a factory, a plant. We don't want to be buying panels from you anymore. Come and equip our folks, set up a training thing, and then we try and establish those training plants in your mining areas like Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and then increase your value chains. And that way your youth are also hired, because at the end of the day, we have to absorb the masses, and we should stop this thing of talking about only 1,000 people working these jobs, and these are usually like part-time jobs, and then in a year they are finished, they were doing construction. No. We need to now speak about, like in other countries, when they talk about job creation, they're speaking about 50 million or 10, in big countries. Yeah, but China and them, they don't talk about 1,000. South Africa, we got 500 people in security were hired. What's that? So we need to talk about at least, South Africa should be talking about, we got employed in Mpumalanga in terms of JET. We should make sure we get about maybe why not get, let's talk about 1 million. Because there's a lot, there's so much in Mpumalanga to offer before mining. Eastern Cape, there's a lot is to offer besides, just all these provinces, but we're not utilizing for job creation chains.
And Doc, of course, you're highlighting the importance of collaboration, the importance of learning from other countries, which is why we're having the P20 summit, and it's one of the reasons why it's so important to engage and have this dialogue. Now, in that, and of course now focused on your presentation, which was about just energy transition, What, in your view, is a non-negotiable when coming to these dialogues, when having conversations with other countries, especially with regards to financing resources and ensuring that there is a balance between the factors that factor into, especially your presentation on just energy transition?
Your no-no is that let me talk about South Africa. We have had so many policies that are supposed to help create jobs. We have had your ASGISA. You've had so many of these things. We have now your NDP. So the documentation is there. It's not that we don't even have the finances. The problem is we don't focus on implementation that will create independence in communities where they are able to produce for themselves. Because a lot of each province in South Africa has enough to produce and make sure that they up the economy. Now, in terms of just economy and as a no-no, I will say that what's a no-no is the issue of finances. Most of your finances are really geared towards the private sector in terms of the just energy transition. It's not really geared towards the communities. And that is something that needs to change, and they need to also they need to capacitate. Let's not capacitate in these little small ways. You know, I went to Mpumalanga, not Mpumalanga, Limpopo once, and they had a training, the mining sector with some people to train about business for 2 years. It was funded. It was hosted by the local economic government there. It was in Limpopo. After the 2 years of training, I checked to see what are these people doing. Guess what? None of them was involved in doing like maybe just PPP hats or whatever. None of them was involved in the value chain of mining. I'm talking about Burgersfort with about 28 mines, but none of those people were trained for 2 years. So the issue of the training in South Africa needs to be revisited. I don't know much about the CETA training, but the question is it practicalized to the locations? Limpopo is not going to be the same as Eastern Cape. It has to be practicalized to the communities there. A place with 28 mines, definitely they have to be trained in the mining industry in terms of manufacturing and participating. So it's my no-no that we cannot continue as usual, and we have to ensure that people are practically included in the training and participation of JET.
And of course, now you've highlighted the issue and the mismatch between policy making and implementation, and the impact assessments that have to be made with regards to after that policy has been implemented. Do the people go back? Is there oversight to ensure that this has actually worked? Now, Doc, what is the most single important thing that women parliamentarians in that room that you've just been to can do upon returning to their respective countries to champion gender responsiveness, especially in just energy transition?
It depends on the countries. If you're talking about countries like India, I will say that, and Brazil, in terms of the state of women in JET, I'll say that we can learn from each other. Because you see, in a country like India, it's number 2 in the world in terms of coal production. So there, in fact, 40% of the women in India are involved in coal. But I'm not talking about coal of, like, say, as engineers and all that. I'm talking about coal where they are literally like on the ground, their faces are all black, so they have not been also included into the value chains. So South Africa, it can take notes with these other countries, but then when it's a country when it's a place like the European Union, I think that with the EU we need to have a chat. We need to look at the policies, the loans, because it's us in South Africa that will be affected by these loans that were taken between the EU and South Africa in terms of us paying them back. And what's joy? So we need to look to make sure that the policies and the loans bring in potential positive impact, because if we're not successful with this, we'll have to pay back loans as South Africa with nothing to pay back with because the JET process would not have been successful. So we have to make sure that the EU's policies are aligned to cover also South Africa's. South Africa has a background of apartheid, special economics. So the EU countries places like the EU need to consider that when they do their timelines with their loans. It's not a matter of just collecting money, but ensuring that the process is successful.
And finally, when the summit does conclude, when everything has been said and done, what is your wish in terms of the outcomes that will be felt on the ground?
Because parliamentarians deal with legislation, I'm going to say the countries like India, let me say your BRICS countries, that one is much more easy because we're on the same boat except for China in terms of high level development. But when it comes to countries like the EU, I think that it will be a missing opportunity if the South African parliamentarians don't try and understand what is that the EU really wants out of JET and what South Africa wants out of JET and for its people on the ground. Because the EU knows what it wants. They want to buy hydrogen. They want to, we're not at the same level in terms of climate change. So we need to discuss that to say, how do we create a balance in between? And I think that's where parliamentarians come in. They need to ensure that maybe they should have joint legislative oversight over the next few years, over the JET process, to also monitor the issue of gender and all those things. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
You're welcome. Thank you, and I'm glad to be here.
Welcome back. We're still coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont. And that was my co-presenter, Tsepo, speaking to energy matters to Dr. Yazini Aprele, just energy expert. And we are now preparing for the last and the fourth working session of the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit here at Arabella, which will be focusing on harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development.
And the resource person who's going to be making this presentation is Sanusha Naidu, and this is a senior research fellow institute for the Fellow Institute for Global Dialogue. And this session will focus on critical minerals that are an essential for sustainable development and economic growth, but their extraction must be governed by principles of equity, transparency, and sustainability. Now, parliaments have a key role in ensuring that mineral wealth translates into inclusive growth, community empowerment, and long-term development.
And some of the questions that delegates will be expected to respond to is, how can parliamentarians promote transparency and accountability in mineral governance? And how can legislation ensure that critical mineral extraction benefits local communities and supports national development goals?
And another issue and another question that this session aims to answer is, what safeguards are needed to prevent environmental degradation and human rights violations in mining regions? Of course, this is important for us because we have a lot of mining in South Africa. But also, what role can parliamentary oversight play in aligning minerals policies with climate and sustainability targets? Now, this is what you can look forward to in this fourth working session of the P20 summit from about 2 o'clock to around 4 o'clock. And the chairperson thereof will be Honorable Horn of the National Assembly, and he's the House chairperson for internal arrangements in South Africa.
Indeed, it's been a marathon of 2 days, but let us take you to some of the section pictures that you see there on your screen. As you can see there, some of the delegates getting ready and preparing for the fourth working session that I've already indicated that it would be focusing on harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development.
And of course, the overall theme for the P20 summit for 2025 is harnessing strengthening parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity. And this theme was picked as a result of an era that is marked by global fragmentation and rising inequalities. It was important for parliamentary diplomacy to be enhanced because it offers an avenue for G20 legislators to advance a more just, inclusive and sustainable world. Now, with their mandate to represent people, legislators have a critical role in shaping international cooperation, promoting fair global policies and ensuring that international institutions uphold principles of justice, equality and sustainability.
And some of the key topics that will form part of this fourth and last working session include, among others, sustainable extraction, value chain development, international cooperation. But let's take you to the room as the proceedings are set to begin.
Welcome after the sumptuous lunch. Esteemed colleagues, Your Excellencies, with this we have come to the last theme of this summit. After the session, we will be adopting the joint statement during the concluding session. Excellencies, the G20 representing the world's major economies have a pivotal role in ensuring resilient, diversified, transparent and sustainable supply chains of critical minerals. Equally important is the commitment to ensuring that countries and local communities endowed with these resources derive tangible benefits, including industrial development, employment generation, value addition, and long-term prosperity. Under India's G20 presidency, a significant step was taken through the adoption of the voluntary high-level principles for collaboration on critical minerals for energy transition. This was followed by Brazil's continued emphasis on the subject. Now, under South Africa's leadership, the G20 has rightly harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development as one of its overreaching priority areas. This is not just a thematic focus, it's a recognition of the growing importance of critical minerals as an engine for economic transformation, particularly in Africa, and a call for global collaboration to ensure equity and sustainability in their extraction and use. In this context, we now move to thematic deliberation. To initiate the discussion, I invite Ms. Sanusha Naidu, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Global Dialogue, to make her presentation on the theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and of course to the chairperson, moderator of the session. I'm really honored and privileged to be able to provide a succinct, if not an in-depth analysis of critical minerals in terms of how do we harness this as inclusive growth, sustainable development. I think, distinguished members and colleagues, one of the key things that we need to remember today about critical minerals is that it has become one of those very important factors in defining our time in the 21st century. I think critical minerals as both a significant factor in driving growth, but also as a very important disruptor to how we consider development and how development is defined in the context of where do we see a resource engagement, but at the same time juxtapositioned by a resource deficit. And so today when we think about critical minerals, we think about it as the lifeline or the lifeblood of the 21st century economy. It's not just about the fact that the critical minerals we are looking at includes lithium, cobalt, platinum, and other rare earths. But I think it also represents that nexus with green industrialization. How do we build industries that enable us to have a low-carbon economy, but at the same time give the kind of human security to employment, to local content, and of course, to improve people's livelihoods of inclusivity. And that is the social inclusion. And that, for me, I think in mapping out what critical minerals means in the context of the role that parliaments play, is really the critical space in terms of how do parliaments enable the kind of engagement around diplomacy when it comes to how you benefit from the transition within critical minerals and the use of critical minerals in addressing social exclusion. But of course, one of the challenges that we have to recognize when we think about critical minerals in the context of growth, inclusive growth and sustainable development is the question around transparency and sustainability. In other words, how do we reduce inequality? How do we ensure that the environment doesn't continue to be degraded and continue to have harm? How do we ensure that conflict is reduced and that there is stability in communities where critical minerals play a vital role? And so I think it's very, very important as the last session, and I hope that we have enough of the stamina to go forward in looking at what the role of Parliament should look like in the context of transparency and accountability. I think for me, the starting point is transparency is non-negotiable. It is a very important space where public disclosure, where issues around production value, ownership, etc., who owns the critical minerals in the ground? And what happens when those minerals then become extracted? Who owns them then? More importantly, I think there is peer learning that could be established through parliamentary diplomacy around the ideas of how do you collaborate, for example, between Zambia and the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, in their collaboration around battery precursor projects. Moreover, I think it's not just about what we capture as value in terms of where you want to be in the critical minerals value chain, but also about the oversight structures that ensure that the revenue that we receive or the revenue that is emerging out of the critical minerals space, how is it reinvested for social development and human security? For me, in terms of the parliamentary diplomacy project that the Institute for Global Dialogue engages in, I think this has become a critical space in terms of local content policies. What are local content policies that can create not just skills, but create skills transfer, empower small, medium enterprises, and most importantly, how do you break into the mineral value chain? One of the key questions, I think, in the context of South Africa has been the platinum industry. To what extent is South Africa and seen to be using the green hydrogen initiatives as a kind of embracer, enabler towards employment in local communities? But we all know that local communities also suffer the backlash of what critical minerals can do to their environment, to their lives, and their livelihoods. And so the question then becomes is, how do you link employment opportunities to new clean energy markets? But not just new clean energy markets, also communities that are able to embrace a kind of energy transition within their lives and ordinary livelihoods. At the regional level, I think parliamentary diplomacy has incredible lessons to learn in terms of collaboration. How do you move beyond just becoming exporting raw materials, but also towards regional value chains and green industrialization? And of course, using the notion of beneficiation, what it is that is critical about critical minerals around beneficiation. How do you want to break into the value chain? Do you want to be part of the global value chain in producing electric vehicles, or do you want to be part of the components that enable for the production of the electric vehicle? These are important questions, but they can't be addressed without necessarily looking at how do we safeguard human rights and how do we safeguard the environment. To this, I think that it's almost an important opportunity, Chair, that Parliament has the ability to pursue environmental and social impact kind of oversight and independent bodies to ensure compliance. How do you domesticate policies of critical minerals into national legislation with nationally determined outcomes? More importantly, I think that you have the ability in terms of using how mines are actually then closed with the importance of ensuring communities are not left with abandoned sites and degraded ecosystems. What kind of standards, what kind of specifications do we need to accompany the legislation at the domestic level to safeguard these environments? As I'm moving towards the conclusion, I think that we have to align critical minerals with a climate goal policy, climate change, climate goal, and so forth. And these are important in the context of how do we ensure that we don't have a race to the bottom, but rather harmonize sustainability standards globally. That's essential for regional supply chains and more importantly, in terms of integrating a more sustainable set of livelihoods. Finally, I think before my conclusion, the one point I need to make is that we cannot use a one-size-fits-all approach. And I think the G20 demonstrates the diversity of that approach. It has to be about what is a critical minerals parliamentary diplomacy framework that's going to be important, useful, and applicable for all countries, but they arrive at a level of consensus. How do you build shared monitoring and accountability systems, promote peer learning, knowledge exchange, and more importantly, do we want to just require the high-level frameworks? What are the low-hanging fruits that we need to think about? And this means fast-tracking local training to prepare youth for jobs, but not just jobs, but jobs in the green supply energy markets as well. How do we formalize artisanal and small-scale mining to reduce exploitation? And finally, adopting legislation that can be adapted across different jurisdictional spaces and locations. In conclusion, distinguished members, I want to say that the idea of critical minerals and the promise of it doesn't lie in the ground. It lies in the ability, both as legislators, as advocates, as policymakers, as civil society activists, to turn resources into an engine of inclusive growth and sustainability. For me, I think the idea is that parliamentary diplomacy is the key to unlocking this. Perhaps what is interesting is that we share critical minerals to empower our nations rather than to divide them, because that's the contestation right now. And there's a very interesting research that's coming out of Johns Hopkins University from a Chinese professor that's talking about how do you turn the current global poly crisis into a poly opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naidu, for insightful and thought-provoking presentation and concluding in time. Your Excellencies, this being the last intervention session of the day, I would kindly urge each of you to adhere to the 5-minute timeline for your remarks, in the interest of allowing all delegates the opportunity to speak and participate. The floor is now open for interventions from the honourable delegates. I now invite Excellency Ms. Christelle Saldomes, Vice President, European Union.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, honourable colleagues. Thank you for once again allowing me to speak on a very important topic and on behalf of the European Parliament and our President, Roberta Metsola. Our dependence on raw materials is evolving. More than a century ago, new technologies powered our economies, but they also fueled climate changes. Today, a new industrial revolution is underway. Decarbonization demands new technologies, and those technologies depend on critical minerals. The supply chain for these minerals are long and complex. Some countries own the deposits, others mine, refine, trade, and manufacture. Minerals cross continents before they reach the products we all rely on. Yet, global approaches remain fragmented. we lack shared standards, legal frameworks, and coordination. And this creates risks: extremism, unfair competition, and a race to the bottom. African countries holding almost a third of the world's mineral reserves are in their right to insist that resources cannot leave the continent without bringing development, industries, or jobs. And here I want to be clear. Europe does not come with a ready-made solution, but we come with a willingness to listen, to learn, and to build partnerships that are genuinely equal and mutual beneficial. This is why the local beneficiation must be at the heart of our cooperation. We have a new European Critical Raw Material Act, and in that we made it compulsory to create added value at source. Extracting resources is not enough. Processing, manufacturing, and industrial development must increasingly happen locally. Our focus is also on sustainability throughout the whole value chain, from research and innovation to skills development and regulatory cooperation, and to create an environment that attracts and scale up investment. And then, as we just heard, transparency must guide us. Europe needs minerals for the green transition and for the digital transition. But if we collaborate in a way that is open and fair, we can build partnerships that truly deliver a win-win outcome. And the impact is already visible here in South Africa. More than 1,200 European companies operate in this country, providing more than 500,000 local jobs. Most exports from South Africa to the European Union are finished or semi-finished goods, like cars, heavy equipment, chemicals. Europe is also the largest provider of foreign direct investment here in South Africa. This is a partnership that is balanced, healthy, and something like that. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce it. History shows us that it can be done. In Europe, we turned division into cooperation. After the devastation of the Second World War, 6 nations agreed to jointly manage coal and steel, the critical raw materials at that time. And that cooperation built trust, created prosperity, and laid the foundation for what is today a union of 27 member states, the European Union. So let me ask, can we use that as an inspiration for partnerships on critical minerals? Can we build partnerships based not on extraction, but on fairness and shared benefits? The African Union's green mineral strategy is an important step towards a common approach. And Europe is seeking to develop a clean trade and investment partnership with South Africa, a model of cooperation that aims to share benefits of mineral wealth while ensuring sustainability and fairness. As parliamentarians, we must ensure that such partnerships delivers for citizens, not just in Europe, not just in Africa, but across our regions. We have managed positive transition before around coal and steel. Together, we can manage another around critical minerals and green technologies. I look forward to our discussion and to building this shared future with you. Thank you very much.
Please, Mr. Konstantin Kostyov, Deputy Speaker, Federal Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I would like first and foremost to start with expressing our gratitude to the organizers of our discussion, our colleagues in the South African Parliament, for choosing this specific item for our discussion, as recently the topic of expanding the extraction and use of critical minerals has become particularly important. My country, the Russian Federation, is committed to taking all possible steps to expand the extraction and processing of these minerals on its territory, with a focus on rare earth metals. And the President of Russia, Mr. Putin, has specifically tasked the government with approving a long-term plan for the development of the rare earth industry by November 2025. So in 1 month's time, we will see a specific governmental plan in this area. Many countries are making significant efforts to develop critical mineral resource industry. But the uneven distribution of these minerals and the rapidly growing demand raise several issues that can only be resolved at the international level. We believe that multilateral efforts must pave the way for promoting cooperation involving all stakeholders. Such contacts should be based on equal and mutually beneficial market approaches. It is unacceptable to infringe on sovereignty and, even more so, to discriminate against individual countries, including by applying restrictive mechanisms or measures of non-market competition against them. The resulting sectoral approaches should not be formed unilaterally by individual states or groups of countries that represent only one segment of global value chains. Giving them advantages over other participants in the international market of critical mineral raw materials is, again, unacceptable. When defining the configuration of global and regional value chains for critical minerals, the interests of countries in the global south should be taken into specific account. We must do away with neocolonial practices based on the exploitation of the natural resources of mineral-producing states and the concentration of income from them among a limited number of countries representing the collective West. We need to ensure that countries of the global south can manage their natural resources independently, get a fair price for them, and have direct access to markets, supply chains, technologies, and investment together with all other participants. There is a clear need to promote industrial development for developing countries. While the development of rare earth metals can generate only $11 billion, making batteries based on them can earn as much as $400 billion. Russia has a long and successful experience of equal and mutually beneficial cooperation with the countries of the global south, in particular in nuclear energy. When building nuclear power plants, unlike the collective West, we do not put our partners on the hook. And we are creating a new industry in countries that use our technologies, trading personnel and creating opportunities for localization equipment production. The experience of cooperation in the nuclear power industry can also be successfully applied when promoting cooperation in the development of extraction and processing of critical mineral raw materials. It is important that we share our best practices in the development of the mining industry, including within leading international organizations. And we have already started this work. In the Kazan Declaration of 2024, the BRICS leaders praised the result of the first meeting of the heads of geological services of the BRICS countries. They noted the joint efforts to launch the BRICS geological platform as a first step in practical cooperation in the field of geology and rational use of mineral resources. Work on the launch of the geological platform is underway in our country, and the Federation Council, my parliament, takes an active part in it. Russia is ready to work with all constructive partners to create a fair regulatory framework for the industry of critical mineral raw materials. Thank you so much. This time I have not abused the tribune. Thank you.
Now I invite Ms. Sara Nandjila Kungolwa, Speaker Namibia.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The global transition to clean energy and sustainable development hinges significantly on our collective ability to responsibly extract, process, and utilize critical minerals while ensuring that the benefits reach all segments of our societies. The mining sector serves as the backbone of our country's economy, contributing approximately 13% to our GDP and generating over 50% of our foreign exchange earnings. Our recent discoveries of lithium, oil, and expanded uranium reserves has positioned Namibia as a significant player in the global critical minerals landscape, particularly in support of the clean energy transition. However, in spite of our rich endowments, this has not translated into meaningful benefits for Namibians, as much of the resources leave the country unprocessed, and because of the high levels of illicit outflows and the low local equity participation. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure that the mining sector is governed effectively and transparently, that the frameworks governing critical minerals align with national and international sustainability goals, and that they evolve to address emerging challenges and technologies. That minerals extraction translates into inclusive growth through deliberate interventions, including cross-country collaborations, and that we monitor the implementation of legislation holding stakeholders accountable for regulatory compliance, and that we amplify the voices of those affected by the mining industry, particularly local communities and marginalized groups, ensuring that their concerns are not sidelined. Honorable speakers, the pursuit of inclusive growth in the critical mineral sector must also prioritize gender equality and women's empowerment and their participation in decision-making. Women in mining communities often bear disproportionate impacts from environmental degradation while having limited access to economic opportunities created by mining projects. This includes the support that we can provide supporting women-owned enterprises in the mining supply chain and ensuring that community benefit programs address gender-specific needs and priorities. Parliaments play a crucial convening role in fostering robust partnerships between governments, private sector, and civil society, ensuring that they are built on principles of transparency, accountability, and mutual benefit. Successful partnerships require clear frameworks that define roles, responsibilities, and benefit-sharing arrangements. The path forward requires us to be both visionary in our goals and pragmatic in our approaches. We must balance the agency of global clean energy transition with the imperative of environmental protection and social justice. Countries that depend on fossil fuels should be given support to finance the cost of transitioning to green energy, including through the use of carbon credits revenue, and the transition should consider the need for a phased-in approach for those countries that just made oil discoveries to ensure that the transition is fair and just. Together, through committed parliamentary leadership, we can ensure that critical minerals truly serve as catalysts for shared prosperity and sustainable development. I thank you for your kind attention and look forward to our continued collaboration in this vital endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Speaker Zimbabwe, Mr. Jacob Francis Mundeda, Enjivid Milimo.
I promise you this is my last contribution.
Many more contributions to you, sir.
Your Excellencies, Africa holds approximately 40% of the world's critical raw minerals reserves, which are essential for clean energy transition. Apart from advancing economic and defense security in the United States and Europe, these reserves include 55% of global cobalt, 47% of manganese, 21% of natural graphite, and over 90% of platinum group of metals. Zimbabwe alone hosts the world's second largest PGM reserves and over 80% of the global chrome reserves. Now, despite these enormous reserves, mineral-poor nations are setting the rules and price structures for African resources. Just like someone who is going to a supermarket to buy, and that someone who is buying or wants to buy determines the price of the goods in the shop. Totally unreasonable and unfair. It is the seller who must determine the price. It is the seller who must determine the price. So we get astounded when we see that the EU's Critical Raw Minerals Act of 2023 and the US executive orders 13817 and number 14017 establish sophisticated frameworks to secure access to critical raw materials, raw materials from Africa. They are setting the price through a law that is established out there. And the people of Africa, in particular, and generally from the global south, have no input at all from the minerals resource countries in the determination of the price structure. This may lead to economic colonialism, and we don't want to be in that situation. That is why some of these countries with critical raw materials, minerals, have engaged in what they call enlightened minerals diplomacy, strategically deploying resources for geopolitical leverage. Let us therefore strive for equitable harnessing of critical raw minerals, for inclusive growth and sustainable development in the spirit of multilateralism. Excellencies, and yet critical questions demand answers. Where is Africa's Comprehensive Mineral Supply Act? Where is our classification of critical raw minerals with clear access conditions? Where are the policies guaranteeing domestic supply chains? Which partners support value-added beneficiation of the critical raw minerals from the global south? Africa must develop a critical mineral strategic framework prioritizing domestic value addition, minimum beneficiation requirements, and robust strategic reserves. We need equal partnerships which ensure technology transfer and skills development.
Excellency, please conclude.
Thank you. The African Union should lead a continental critical minerals charter, harmonizing policies and strengthening collective bargaining power over the critical raw materials. Hence, Zimbabwe has imposed a 5% beneficiation tax on unprocessed platinum exports to encourage base metal refineries to be undertaken in Zimbabwe. the Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill of 2025, the Minerals Policy of 2013. I'm concluding. This is emotional, my friend. At transforming critical raw materials into engines of inclusive global growth, economic security, and defense strategy that guarantee peace and universal stability. I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. May I now invite Speaker Botswana, Ms. Disha Pelo Foko K. Orepetas, please.
Allow me to stand on the already established protocol and say, Dumelang, good afternoon, Salibwanani Ndemasiare. As the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Botswana, I stand not only as a representative of our people, but as a product of Botswana's diamond-driven development. My own journey reflects the opportunities and empowerment that have emerged from our strategic stewardship of mineral wealth. Prove that when managed wisely, critical minerals can shape lives, strengthen institutions, and uplift nations. And as you all may be aware, that Botswana at independence before the discovery of minerals was a very, very poor country. Second, I believe, from the bottom. But mineral-generated revenue transformed Botswana into an upper-middle income country. As the global economy pivots towards clean energy and digital transformation, the demand for critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and rare earth elements has intensified. These resources are not merely economic assets, they are instruments of empowerment, innovation, and global solidarity. Botswana is proud to align with the African Mining Vision and the SADC Regional Mining Vision, which emphasize transparency, community benefit, and environmental stewardship. Our National Development Blueprint, Vision 2036, reminds us that Botswana seeks to become a high-income country with prosperity for all, a goal that demands inclusive governance of our mineral wealth. Fellow speakers, dear colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Botswana's diversification is underway with strategic investment in battery-grade manganese, copper, nickel, iron ore, and others. We are advancing a critical mineral strategy championed by our Ministry of Minerals and Energy that prioritizes transparency, community equity, and environmental stewardship. Additionally, we'll also be embedding contract and license transparency and proposing 24% citizen equity stakes with ring-fenced revenue to ensure communities benefit directly. Our approach incentivizes beneficiation and midstream processing, particularly in HPSM and copper, so that more value is retained within our borders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, environmental safeguards are non-negotiable. We are thus implementing protections, water, land, and biodiversity, alongside skills compacts that include apprenticeship programs and gender targets. Additionally, sensitive sites are designated as no-go areas, as we uphold free, prior, and informed consent principles. Independent grievance mechanisms and Scope 1 to 2 decarbonization pathways are required across all operations. And to ensure robust oversight, we will empower existing parliamentary committees and equip them with annual tools to monitor progress. Regionally, we aim to strengthen value chains within the SADC region, fostering shared prosperity. Esteemed delegates, Botswana's energy ambitions are equally bold. We are building a green power platform to fast-track the 300 to 500 megawatts of solar and storage capacity while expanding interconnectors to support regional energy trade. We are determined to win the midstream in manganese and copper, mobilize the local capital through the green investment window, and codify environmental, social, and governance ESG standards and traceability as competitive advantages. Most importantly, human capital development is central to our strategy, dear colleagues. In that regard, we are creating National Energy and Mineral Skills Fund and SME supplier programs to ensure that our people and businesses are equipped to thrive in this new era. In closing, distinguished colleague, as I conclude, Botswana arrived at this G20 Parliamentary Summit with a spirit of partnership, ready to collaborate on guarantee-backed finance that transforms megawatts into meaningful employment, and on transparent, climate-aligned mineral value chains that uplift communities first. And please, be with us, partner with us, support us in lowering the cost of capital and harmonizing standards so that Botswana's abundant sunshine, over 3,200 hours annually, with solar irradiance among the highest in the world, and rich mineral resources can help empower Africa's development and contribute to the global net zero transition. Together, let us forge a future that is equitable, sustainable, and shared. Thank you so very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Excellencies, now I request Honorable W. Horn, National Assembly House Chairperson, Internal Arrangements, may please conduct the proceedings of the session further and request the next speaker.
Thank you, Co-Chairperson. Honourable delegates, the next country to contribute to this discussion is China, in the form of the Ms. Song Jian, a member of the National People's Congress. Please welcome her to the podium.
Distinguished delegates, I wish to begin by thanking the Parliament of South Africa for the warm hospitality and thoughtful arrangements. It is a great pleasure to join you in the beautiful Claremont in the Golden Autumn. I am Song Xiuyan, Deputy Director of the Social Development Affairs Committee of China's National People's Congress. I'm very pleased to have discussions with you on this important topic of harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. As you may all know, mineral resources like the food for industry are an important physical foundation for economic and social development and have a profound impact on energy security and social stability of all countries. In the context of deep global economic integration and sustainable development becoming the theme of our times, discussing the sustainable development of mineral resources is of great significance. Currently, as the global economic growth and population increase, the demand for clean energy and electric transportation is rising. The demand for new energy minerals overall shows a trend of huge increase. The exploitation and utilization of mineral resources face many challenges. At the same time, with the development of energy transition technologies, the demand for different types of new energy minerals also keeps changing. Strengthening cooperation on critical minerals is highly significant for promoting green, low-carbon growth and accelerating sustainable development. China has always been an active participant and promoter of global green energy transition. We attach great importance to critical minerals governance, firmly adheres to multilateralism and a win-win strategy of opening up. We fully participate in the work related to the UN Secretary-General's panel on critical energy transition minerals. President Xi Jinping repeatedly proposed greater international cooperation on green minerals on important international occasions and placed it alongside international cooperation in green infrastructure, green energy, green industry, and green transportation. Together, they are important means to drive the green development of industrial chains, make development greener, and increase the quality of development. Cooperation on critical minerals is crucial for global development, and strengthening cooperation on critical minerals is highly significant for promoting green, low-carbon growth and accelerating sustainable development. All sides should practice true multilateralism, deepen cooperation in infrastructure and capacity building, and help global South countries benefit more from critical minerals cooperation. We must uphold equality, mutual benefit, and win-win cooperation, foster an open, transparent, and non-discriminatory trade and investment environment, build a fair, stable, and sustainable critical minerals industrial chain, and support the global energy transition. To conclude, China is ready to work with all parties to continue to strengthen policy communication and practical cooperation in critical minerals, help improve global governance on critical minerals, accelerate the realization of sustainable development goals, and contribute to the sustainable growth of the global economy. Thank you.
Much. The next speaker is a member of the National People's Assembly of Algeria, Mr. Salmi Lakhdar.
I am speaking Arab. Je m'exprime en arabe. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the parliaments of the other country here represented, I have the honor of speaking in this summit. The work, the parliamentary work that seeks to make laws and to raise the voice of the populations, to make the voice of the populations heard. This role is to carry the message of all the decision makers around the planet, using the critical minerals for a sustainable development and an inclusive one is very important. We know that the G20 represents about 80% of the world GDP. It represents more than 75% of trading transactions. It also represents, it accounts for a good part of the population. So yet you can see the gap between the G20 and the other developing countries. Our African population are a victim of competition, despite having more than 30% of the critical minerals. We have a population that is young and ready to adapt to the new technologies, and yet we do not benefit sufficiently from the dividend from these minerals. So it is high time to bridge the gap between the G20 and African countries. The G20 have a good mastery of technology, and the capitals in those countries should be put to use. So it's important to work for more harmony between the needs of on both sides. And I think this forum is the best forum to transmit, to carry a message from the G20. My preference was that the representatives of the financial institutions be here in this summit, especially those from the IMF, the World Bank, and everyone else who is involved in the extraction of the essential, the critical minerals. Algeria have some recent experience in terms of laws of around managing the natural resources and the extraction of critical minerals. Algeria enacted more than a month ago a new law that is an attractive one, and that will endeavor to attract foreign investment. Algeria has made a lot of investment to develop this basic infrastructure, and is embarking on the operation of a large deposit situated in Garra Jabelet in the quality of Tebessa, and we are busy establishing a railway to be able to facilitate the transport of the minerals from the site to the site of processing. Algeria is endeavoring to wisely manage the extraction of these minerals.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Omid Noripur, who we all know is the Vice President of the German Bundestag.
Honorable Chairman, Madam Speaker, Excellencies. Bonasan, I tried. Stani Bonani. Every time I try, it's getting easier. I think I definitely have to learn Zulu with Duolingo and come back immediately. Rare minerals in smartphones, lithium for EVs, cobalt and for wind turbines. These critical natural resources are the foundation of green transformation, and at the same time, it's most vulnerable point. Most countries are almost entirely dependent on imports when it comes to these futures technologies. While lithium can be found predominantly in Australia, Argentina, and Chile, 90% of global platinum group metals are located in South Africa. These countries are great suppliers, but also in need of other resources. These mutual dependencies should be shaped into shared global strength. For this process, my country offered three factors. First, diversification. Second, innovation. And third, fair partnership. We diversify first the supply sources. We are establishing trusted partnerships as a part of the G7 Critical Mineral Action Plan. In Europe, 40% of processing is to take place on the continent itself by 2030, with no more than 65% of any resource coming from one single country. The second aspect is our focus on innovation. Research projects show the potential of lithium extraction using German deep geothermal plants. At the same time, we are developing recycling technologies for rare minerals. Everything that we are able to recycle does not need to be mined. And third, the third element is stabilization of supply chains using genuine partnerships. Together with Canada, we are strengthening value chains and creating prosperity for both sides. We offer technical know-how and help to develop new reserves. We hope to set this as a blueprint for cooperation with many of your countries. Critical resources play a decisive role for national sovereignty in all of our countries and also for ecological transformation. Only sustainable, diversified supply chains will allow us to reach our climate action goals and together reduce burdens on the environment. Dear colleagues, it's not a natural law that dependencies must weaken us. In a world standing together against monopolies built on debt traps or on military force in sovereign countries, we can weave a strong web of fair cooperation out of the network of mutual dependencies if we choose so. And if I may just make, because I had a lot of airplay here, to come to an end with a very personal remark. Madam Speaker, I know that I'm not the only one here feeling that, but I just want to express my gratitude for the honor and for the pride of my life to be part of this moment of history, having the very first P20 on African soil. It's a magnificent moment. Thank you very much for making this possible.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is my co-chair, the Deputy Chairman, the Raya Sabmahil of India, the Honorable Hari Vansh Naranya Singh.
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished chairpersons and esteemed colleagues. Mata Bhumi Putra Prithvibhya, which means Earth is my mother and I am her child. This slok is part of Bhumi Sukta from Atharva Ved, and very ancient text which highlights that Earth should not be seen merely as a resource but as a living entity with which humans shared a familial bond. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share the viewpoint of our Parliament on this important theme. Friends, we all are aware that critical minerals are essential components of various clean energy technologies and industries. As India is on the path to increase its capacity of all renewable source, our leader, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, while addressing the nation on our Independence Day this year, 15th August 2025, observed, and I quote, with our resolve of self-reliance in energy in last 11 years, solar energy in India has seen a 30-fold increase. The above developments have in a way increased our demand for the critical minerals. To meet these demands, India has recently launched the National Critical Mineral Mission. The mission aims to establish a robust framework for long-term sustainable supply of critical minerals and strengthen India's critical mineral value chains. The expenditure on the mission will be around 16,300 crore, means 1.96 billion US dollars. In addition, an investment of approximately US 2.616 billion is expected from public sector undertakings and other. Colleague, it may be mentioned that various milestones have been achieved under this mission. To enhance domestic production of critical and strategic minerals, auctioning of blocks for critical and strategic minerals are being facilitated. So far, total 59 critical and strategic mineral blocks have been successfully auctioned by the government. Our Geological Survey of India has taken up several projects focused on identifying and assessing critical minerals deposits. GSI has carried out 195 critical minerals exploration projects in 2024-25 and taken up 230 more projects during 2025-26 for various critical minerals across the country. To encourage private participation in exploration, the Ministry of Mines has notified private exploration agencies for taking up exploration projects through funding from National Mineral Exploration Trust. Recycling is one of the focus areas in the critical mineral programs. A USD $180 million incentive scheme for promotion of recycling of used products such as e-waste, lithium-ion battery waste, and other waste for separation and extraction of critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements has recently been launched by Government of India. Apart from the efforts within the country, India is coordinating with various countries from Africa, Latin America, and Australia, is also engaged with various multilateral and bilateral forums as Mineral Security Partnership, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, Indo-US Strategic Mineral Recovery Initiative, and Quad and UK-India Technology Security Initiative for strengthening the critical minerals value chain. Friends, G20 has an important role in ensuring resilient, diversified, transparent, and sustainable supply chains of critical minerals. It's noteworthy that the last two presidencies of G20 of India and Brazil in their declarations have paragraphs on the critical minerals. The New Delhi's declaration also took note of the high-level voluntary principles proposed by India. Under the current G20 South Africa presidency, negotiations are going on under the Critical Minerals Framework of Task Force 1 and the Energy Transition Working Group. The leading countries of G20 should support developing countries by sharing financial resources, technology and knowledge to strengthen local critical minerals ecosystem and help them in developing sustainable technologies for mineral exploration, extraction, processing, beneficiation of recycling. Friends, India has set climate goals with an aim to reduce the emissions by intensity of its GDP by 45% from 2030, achieve 50% of its electric power capacity from non-fossil sources by 2030, and reach net zero emissions by 2070. To achieve this, the National Critical Mineral Mission plays a vital role. The focus on boosting domestic production, encouraging private sector participation, and strengthening international partnership and streamlining regulations to ensure a steady supply of minerals essential for clean energy technology will definitely help India. Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to say to you, the English who colonized us both would say what's good is for the goose is good for the gander. The next speaker is the Honorable Javier Maroto, the Deputy Speaker of the Spanish Senate.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, ik van de Senaat van Spanje, hoe handelt vandaag? Well, first of all, congratulations to South Africa for leading the G20 this year and for introducing the critical minerals framework. This comes at the right time. Critical minerals are essential for the digital and green transitions, but how we manage them has to be fair, transparent, and sustainable. Parliaments play a key role, making sure mineral wealth benefits people, not just companies or elites. That means accountability, citizen involvement, and using revenues to improve health, education, and infrastructure in local communities. Spain shares this approach. Within the European Union, we are deeply committed to the Green Deal and to building a strategic autonomy. Our energy transition, renewables, electric mobility or storage, depends on a safe and sustainable supply of minerals. Spain has become a leader in solar and wind power, and we are building up battery and hydrogen industries that need reliable and responsible sourcing. I would like to highlight the three pillars that are crucial for Spain. First, investing in exploration and research to expand geological knowledge and reduce risks. Spain supports this through European Union research and public-private partnerships. Second, ensuring that countries where minerals are extracted get a bigger share of the benefits. Through our cooperation in Spanish America and Africa, Spain already works to strengthen local industries linked to mining. Third, responsible sourcing with strong sustainable standards, traceability, and circular economy. Spain has strict environmental rules and is pushing, recycling, and recovering valuable metals and materials from the waste we generate in the cities, and we do so to cut dependence on raw extraction. Our duty as parliamentarians is to make this transition fair by demanding transparency, holding companies accountable, and promoting innovation so resources are used wisely. Above all, to ensure mineral wealth improves people's life, not just market balances. In short, the critical mineral framework is a solid base. Spain fully supports it and will keep contributing with laws, cooperation, and parliamentary oversight so that minerals become a real driver of an inclusive and sustainable global transition. Baie dankie. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature of South Africa, the Honourable Nontembeko Boyce.
Thank you, Chairpersons. To the honorable delegate and distinguished guests, Shikamu, Guten Tag, greetings, Sanbonani. Today's session addresses a matter of growing strategic importance, critical minerals and their role in enabling inclusive growth and a sustainable future. Minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, and rare earth elements are dispensable to the global shift towards clean energy and digital infrastructure. These minerals are foundational to technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and energy storage systems, directly contributing to the achievement of sustainable development goals, notable SDG 7, SDG 9, and 13. However, the global landscape presents significant challenges. The demand for critical minerals is accelerating, yet supply chains remain highly concentrated. A handful of countries dominate extraction, while others control processing and manufacturing. This imbalance introduces geopolitical vulnerabilities, environmental degradation, and social injustices, particularly in resource-rich but economically vulnerable regions in the global south. Without strategic interventions, our nations are risk being relegated to the role of raw material suppliers, missing out on industrialization, job creation, and long-term economic transformation. To counter this, we must promote local value addition, fair benefit sharing, inclusive policy frameworks. South Africa is richly endowed with critical minerals, including platinum group metals and vanadium, manganese, chromium. Coupled with our advanced mining infrastructure and strategic geographic location, South Africa is well positioned to become a key player in global mineral value chains. In recognition of this potential, the Cabinet of the Republic of South Africa has approved the Critical Minerals and Metals Strategy in May 2025, which outlined our vision to harness mineral wealth for inclusive growth, drive industrial development, support a just energy transition. The strategy is evidence-based, using a multi-criteria assessment of each mineral's significance, including export potential, supply risk, employment and contribution, and alignment with national priorities. Notable coal is included due to its role in energy access and national development, with clean coal technology, research and development identified as a priority aligned with just transition objectives. Critical minerals are not merely commodities, but a catalyst for transformation. As parliamentarians, therefore, we have a critical role in shaping the future of this sector through enacting laws that promote transparency, local content, and environmental protection, aligning frameworks with international best practices and safeguard civic space, monitoring mining operations, investigate abuses, and ensure regulatory bodies operate effectively and free from corruption, championing ethical supply chain support small and emerging miners, and raise awareness of mining's long-term impact on communities and ecosystem. Honorable speakers, the just transition must be shaped to be inclusive, equitable, and beneficial to all, particularly to the communities and regions that supply the critical minerals. powering this transformation. Parliamentarians have a unique and powerful role in ensuring that mineral wealth translates into shared prosperity, environmental sustainability, and social justice. This we must do through effective legislation, rigorous oversight, and principled advocacy. It is possible, delegates, to build frameworks that empower nations, protect communities, and position the Global South as a central actor in the global energy transition.
Nkosi. The next speaker is a member of the National Assembly of Angola, Mr. Vingilio Teova.
I speak Portuguese. Muito obrigado à mesa. Excelências, todo o protocolo.
All protocol observed. Critical minerals and strategic opportunity for developing countries, but also a complex challenge. How to transform this geological wealth into lasting human development. Angola is endowed with these minerals within the framework of energy transition. For Angola, the essential is to ensure that the transformation of the resources should be coupled with the commitments by developing appropriate legislation, accountability, and shared benefits, promoting partnerships with universities, innovation centers, and financial institutions, which allow not only to extract, but also to transform and having an added value at local level, promoting the integration of private sector as well as the foreign direct investment within the framework of inclusive development, which help the community as well as by generating qualified employment. We are confident that these critical minerals should be the vehicle for sustainable development, not for dependency. Angola is open totally in terms of establishing agreements and partnerships to ensure that this mineral heritage should be translated into economic diversity, industrialization, and improvement of livelihood of our people. Thank you for your kind attention.
Esteemed delegates, there is no doubt from this discussion that global demand for critical minerals is rising sharply, which creates opportunities and serious risks for resource-rich countries. Risks to the environment, as has been pointed out, but also risks to the social and economic well-being of the people of resource-rich countries. And as we were reminded here today, on this continent specifically, this remains an emotional topic because of the history of exploitation that characterized the extraction of precious metals and minerals during the colonial period. So today, as the world, and specifically once again the major economies, races for lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, manganese, and rare earths, it was good to hear that we are aware that we indeed have a choice not to repeat this history of extractive exploitation. The commitment expressed on behalf of those in the room today to ensure that through legislative instruments, the personal economic interests of countries will be balanced to ensure inclusive growth and sustainable development was indeed good to hear. May I now call upon our technical advisor, Ms. Naidu, to share some of her observations with us before we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for me, what really came out very succinctly and substantively is the need to understand the criticality of critical minerals. What it is that we are talking about when we think about both critical minerals as an enabler of sustainable development, but also as a critical factor in inclusive development. And how do we include communities that are basically on the fringe of really important spaces where critical minerals are found? And perhaps what is really important for us to take from the discussion is the fact that we cannot go backwards anymore. We have to think of what are the forward leaps and the forward linkages that enable us to think about critical minerals, not just in economic terms, but as a social development factor in the lives and livelihoods of people. One of the things that struck me as I was listening to the various interventions today for this discussion, and also in reflecting on the other previous panels, was that the environment is not going to wait for us. We are actually in a race against the environment. The environment has already left the door. And so I think what is important is to recognize what future are we leaving for our younger generations. And we cannot be mortgaging their future for our parochial interest for now. And so there is going to become a time where the younger generation are not going to be as complacent, they're not going to be as accommodating, nor are they going to be as forgiving. Because at the end of the day, it is their future that they are fighting for survival around. And so when we think about critical minerals, we need to think about it in the context of what future are we leaving to our children? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naidu, for not only briefing us so professionally on the technical aspects, but also reminding us as politicians that we're ultimately there to ensure that there is a future for our children. Esteemed delegates, this brings us to the end of this session. I firstly want to thank my co-chair, the Honourable Singh, for his contribution in assisting me. And then I want to request all of you to be back strictly at 4 o'clock, punctually. I want to say German time, 4 o'clock, so that we can conclude this session. Well, in the meantime, my speaker, which my wife believes is my boss, I believe I don't have a boss, but the Speaker of the National Assembly is indicating to me that maybe the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed already on the joint statement. Is that a correct understanding, Speaker? Well, in that sense, then I will ask you to remain in the room. And I will ask the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who is to chair the closing session, to come to the podium.
Thank you.
Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the closing session of the successful and historic 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, which has affirmed the centrality of parliamentary diplomacy in ensuring a more just global order. This closing session seeks to tie together the hard work we have achieved over the past 4 days into a more unified joint perspective as we approach the G20 summit to be convened by the governments through South Africa's presidency. We had come together seeking sustainable solutions to the contemporary challenges affecting global governance and peace. We have together underlined our pillars for social transformation to be underwritten by our shared values of transparency, accountability, and equity. The P20 and G20 forums were reaffirmed as strategic and leading platforms to address some of the pertinent issues that confront our perspectives for economic development and progress. We must, in this regard, appreciate our collective efforts in drawing together our joint statement and the resolutions of the Speakers' Summit to be presented before this plenary. The challenge for the period ahead is to sustain this collaboration, working together with our governments to fulfill our shared commitments. I'm also confident, honorable members, through the fulfillment of our core responsibilities predicated on oversight, lawmaking, budgeting, and representation, the current positive momentum shall be sustained. Honorable members, I have been reliably informed that the declaration has been negotiated over a month amongst G20 countries, and there is consensus in that regard. I would like to put the declaration as circulated since this morning before the House for adoption by acclamation. Thank you so much, honorable delegates. As colleagues would know that South Africa is handing over to US. We were expecting 4 delegates from the US. However, due to the shutdown, they were unable to attend. Sorry about that. I just got a note over something. So they were unable to attend. As a result of that, we will need to send a declaration to US through diplomatic channels. Before I invite my speaker to the podium, I have an opportunity to invite the EU Vice President to make the inputs before the speaker. Can we give a round of applause?
Thank you. Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Madam Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Speakers, Chairs of Delegations, fellow parliamentarians, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In the past days, we've been experiencing the hospitality of South Africa and learned that it is much more than a gesture. It is truly a way of life. We have been welcomed like family with open hearts, excellent food, kindness, and above all, with the spirit of Untunbu, the profound belief that I am because we are, as I understand it. I do apologize for my pronunciation. From the bottom of my heart, I wish to thank the P20 presidency, Honourable Didiza and Honourable Meterbe Tispane for their warm welcome and for the organization of this remarkable conference. I would also like to thank everyone who contributed to make this summit not only a possibility, but impactful. This is the 11th time parliamentary speakers gathered at P20. After 4 days together, we can conclude that through cooperation and partnerships, we can achieve more. We have explored challenges, celebrated progress, and most importantly, identified path forward. Let us continue this journey and gather as parliamentarians each year at P20 to debate the most pressing challenges of our time and to ensure that the voices of our citizens are reflected in the deliberations of our leaders at G20 summits. These past days has made it clear. As parliamentarians, we share a deep commitment to bring democratic legitimacy, accountability, and transparency to the work of G20. By harnessing this parliamentary dimension, we are strengthening the very foundations of international cooperation and multilateralism. The European Union stands for partnership built on values, solidarity, equity, and sustainability. These values reflect our conviction that only through cooperation we will find effective solutions to the pressing challenges of our time, whether it is adapting to climate changes, strengthening disaster resilience, advancing a just energy transition, or harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth. Values of self-determination and non-aggression that remind us that disagreement must be resolved through dialogue, not confrontation. That armed conflict never is the way forward, and that the principle of international law must be upheld in full respect of the United Nations Charter. These are not abstract ideals. These are the cornerstone of peace, cooperation, and mutual respect in today's world. I would like to once again use the African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us carry this spirit of Ubuntu beyond South Africa and into all our future work together. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President, and we really appreciate the kindness of closing with our proverbial value as Africans, that of Ubuntu. We are what we are because of other people. Thank you very much. I would like to take this moment and invite our host, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, to give us her closing remarks. Can we give her the round of applause as she comes to the podium?
Thank you very much, National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane. It's not nice to see you go, eh? It was nice to welcome you. But to say bye-bye, it's not so nice. Maybe before I start, I would like to ask the organizing team from the South African Parliament, who really worked behind the scenes from the beginning when we took over this chairship from Brazil, led by our Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the NSOP, the House Chairperson, and other members of Parliament who were a part of this forum. Can you all stand so that the people can see? And STP with your team. I know some of the technical team members are not here, are still busy outside, but this is the engine that worked tirelessly to make this a success. May I also ask the technical team members of the P20, if they are here, those who have been working behind the scenes on the document, on the language, if they can also stand up. Thank you very much. May I ask the speakers of the P20 to stand? Because not everybody may know who are our speakers. Thank you. May I ask the speakers of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to also stand? Thank you very much. And I must say to the SADC team, thank you very much to the region. You've really done us proud. Some of you were in the PAP Parliamentary Speakers Forum, but you proceeded to come here. You have also been working with us behind the scenes, and you have really made sure that this Speaker Summit has the African voice. We'd like to say thank you. I also want to thank the P20 speakers and heads of delegation who asked to share the platform with us in guiding the proceedings as co-chairpersons. And we did so because this is your meeting. We are a host. So we wanted to make sure that all of you play a part. I know that there may be other issues which were not included in the last document that was agreed by consensus. Those issues are not lost. We will carry them forth in other fora, in the P20 itself as we hand over to the United States, but also within the Inter-Parliamentary Union as well as PAP and SADC. And I would like to thank Madam Vice President of the IPU and your team that is here. And we thank you for the work we've done with you in support of this process so that it is a success. I know it has been in your website, but also we've been communicating. And as we are talking here, your team in Geneva are actually following this process online and ensuring that we continue to work and infuse some of what will be outcomes here to the IPU agenda. To the Speaker of Azerbaijan, representing not only her country but also the non-aligned movement, thank you very much for your attendance and ensuring that the voice of the non-aligned movement is held in this forum. But to our women and young parliamentarians, really, we want to give you a big hand for the work you did in your meeting. To the speakers of South Africa's legislature and members, chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee, thank you very much for your participation in this forum. I know that for us as South Africa, this debate is going to continue in our Speakers Forum to see how we take forward this work into our various provincial legislature. But at the same time, the portfolio committees and the select committees, we will be meeting to see how we integrate some of the outcomes of this P20 into our work as Parliament so that indeed they remain part of the legacy of what we will say this was what came out of P2025 in South Africa, Arabella, Cape Town. The 11th P20 Speakers Summit draws to a close today, and with it a remarkable chapter in our journey towards shaping a more inclusive, sustainable and resilient global future for all of us. Over the 2 days, this summit has served as a vibrant space for dialogue, reflection, and collaboration, bringing together parliamentary leaders from the G20 nations and beyond. united by a shared commitment to democratic governance, sustainable development, and global solidarity. We saw this here in the House, but also in the bilateral meetings that you have been having, as this was a space for us not only in the formal forum to engage, but also outside. The conversations held here have been both timely and impactful, from the urgent need to mobilize finance for a just energy transition to the imperative of ensuring debt sustainability for low and middle-income countries and the strategic importance of harnessing critical minerals for inclusive development. Each working session has clarified the path forward with clarity and conviction. The Speaker of Zimbabwe made a call to the African countries through the African Union and also, I would say, through the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Chirumbira, that there is a need for developing a common strategy by the African Union on the critical minerals. We've also heard the speakers from our P20 countries who also committed that through this new trajectory, we cannot go back to how we've done things in the past. As an appreciation that there's a need for partnership, even as we develop in new areas. The adoption of the joint declaration is an important step, symbolizing a shared commitment to tackle the contemporary world challenges. It is not just a ceremonial document, but a blueprint for action and a clarion call for parliamentarians to use their legislative instruments to change the world for better. It reflects the consensus of diverse voices and the convergence of national interest around common global goal. In the women's meeting as well as yesterday, when the Speaker of Australia spoke here, she actually highlighted for all of us the journey that Australian women and activists and also parliamentarians had done in order to ensure that women's empowerment becomes a reality. As others thought the sky was going to fall, like in the movie Chicken Little, the sky is falling. It did not fall. But also what it meant was that she affirmed for all of us that it is possible to break the glass ceiling and all of us can sweep the glass and not be hurt and still live. More importantly, the declaration is not an end, but the beginning of action-oriented parliaments. Its true value lies in how it is carried forward, and that responsibility rests squarely with all of us as parliaments. Parliaments are not passive observers of global dialogue. They are active agents of transformation through legislation, oversight, budgetary control, and public participation. Our parliaments possess the tools to turn the commitments into action. The Interparliamentary Union have actually shown all of us that it is possible to engage in dialogues. It is through the IPU that we started the engagements as Parliament to visit Russia and Ukraine to find a possibility that we can have peace in that region. It is through the IPU action that we also saw the engagement in the Sahel region to try and make sure that in those countries where transfer of power happened through a coup, the parliamentarians can actually play a role in ensuring that we go back towards democratization. I'm just mentioning these, honorable members, because at times when we are so engrossed in some of the challenges, we sometimes forget the power that we hold. We sometimes forget the road that we can travel, because through it we can actually find a path going forward. Driving these commitments require more than political will. It also demands true institutional reforms and leadership devotions. Parliamentarians must champion inclusive policies that leave no one behind. They must advocate for climate justice, economic equity, and sustainable development. I therefore look forward to the work that you, as the P20 parliamentarians and speakers, will be able to do in advancing the climate justice agenda in the upcoming meeting that will be held later November in Brazil. Some of you may be going there. And I think we can take some of the deliberations on what we discussed here today to advance that global agenda. Central to the global efforts is the empowerment of women and youth. They are our vital stakeholders. They are powerful agents of social change and source of novelty. Parliaments must prioritize gender-responsive legislation and support youth-led initiatives. They must also create an enabling environment where women and youth can lead, innovate, and thrive. Their inclusion is important to building resilient societies and achieving the goals set forth in the joint declaration. The sky will never fall, but it will remain where it is. This summit, heads of delegation and esteemed speakers, has reaffirmed the power of parliamentary diplomacy. In a world marked by geopolitical tensions and economic uncertainties, the P20 platform offered a space for constructive engagement and mutual learning. I can say with conviction that as all of us leave Arabella, Cape Town, we all have learned something from one another. It has reminded us that dialogue across borders can foster trust, build consensus, and inspire action. The road ahead will not be easy. Implementing the commitments of the joint declaration will require navigating complex political landscapes, balancing competing priorities, and confronting entrenched inequalities. But parliaments are uniquely equipped to meet these challenges. One of the things I raised with one of our P20 member states when we had a bilateral, I actually said, one of the issues as we deal with transitioning to alternative energy sources that we need to start to grapple with is the disposal mechanisms. If you look at your wind turbines, some things break, and we know that things always break. Where do you throw those big turbines? When your inverters' lifespan come to an end, where do you throw those inverters? When your solar panels' lifespan come to an end, where do we throw them? We don't want to come back again where other countries may want to dump and dispose the waste on others. We do not want to find many graves in the sea of some of these mechanisms. So the dialogue about alternative energy and as we transit from one energy source to the other must in itself deal with disposal mechanism and not say sizobona khona. You know, in my language, when you say sizobona khona, it's like you are passing the can down the road. We'll see, but you don't want to deal with the issue now. You want to prolong it for the future. As we return to our national capitals, parliamentarians carry with them a clear and urgent mandate. Work does not end here. Actually, we're proceeding in this journey from Brazil to South Africa and as we go towards the United States. The momentum generated in this summit must be sustained through concrete legislative initiatives, including policy frameworks and continued international cooperation. As I will be handing over through diplomatic channels, as we have agreed with the United States, we will inform them that we stand ready as the P20 to work with them to ensure that P20 2026 will be in the United States at a venue they will decide. We will be there. I like that applause because you are agreeing with me that P20 26, we here will be in the United States. And we stand ready, all of us, to assist the United States for the hosting of a successful P20 26. I want to extend our sincere gratitude as South Africa on behalf of myself and the chairperson of the NCOP and all parliamentarians and our staff to all of you and say thank you, Siyabonga. May you travel well.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Wow, she truly deserves a standing ovation. And we want to take this opportunity, Speaker. Thank you so much for your visionary leadership. We can attest to the fact that indeed you have flown the flag of the Republic of South Africa high. You have flown the flags of the G20 country member states very high. Can we once again give her a round of applause? Honorable esteemed speakers, honorable heads of delegates, honorable members, we truly appreciate your insightful and robust debates in these 4 days we've been together. That has culminated into clear, measurable resolutions that as member parliaments, we should champion its implementation as we go back home. Having said that, we really thank you for being our guests, our friends, our partners. We thank you very much, and we believe that you enjoyed the hospitality of South Africa. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Having said that, I'm no longer coming back. The session remained closed, but before we leave, there are announcements that I would request the Secretary to Parliament to make. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Travel safe back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Madam Speaker. Your Excellencies, esteemed speakers and heads of delegations, honorable members and distinguished guests, allow me to make the following announcements and advisory for all the delegates. This relates to planned activities for tomorrow. We had to contend with the weather, as members would have experienced yesterday and to some degree today. So the planned activities for tomorrow were to make some adjustments on some of the identified sites for excursions. As a result, the planned Marine Peak 5 and the whale and abalone excursions have been cancelled due to bad weather. The service providers have advised that the boats will not be able to go out. So that was the route for Marine Peak 5, whale and abalone excursions. However, the Betty's Bay Coastal Drive penguins and fynbos excursions will continue. So that's the Betty's Bay Coastal Drive will continue. For that route, departure from the hotel is scheduled for 9 a.m. So passports will be required for entry into the botanical garden. Checkout time for the Arabella Hotel tomorrow is 11 a.m.
And of course, the curtain has been drawn, and this is the end of the P20 summit here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont. Of course, dialogues and conversations have been ongoing for the past week. And of course, at the end, that was the Secretary to Parliament just making a few house announcements with regards to some of the arrangements that the delegates and the speakers have to abide to. And of course, we welcome you back to this final broadcast from the 11th P20 Speakers Summit in Claremont. Over 3 historic days, this gathering has proven to be far more than a diplomatic meeting. It has been a powerful reaffirmation of parliamentary power in an uncertain world. We witnessed a fundamental shift where the voices of Africa, women and youth were not just present, but were instrumental in shaping the global agenda on issues like climate resilience to closing the gender gap. Now, the conversations were robust, centering on a universal truth that our shared challenges, be it inequality, climate change, or sustainable development, demand collective, accountable action. There was a resounding call for Parliament to be the crucial bridge, the watchdogs that translate lofty international commitments into tangible national realities for the citizens they serve. A new benchmark for inclusivity has been set, firmly placing Africa's priorities on the world stage.
Thank you, Tsepo. And as the gavel comes down on the South African presidency, we look back at a summit defined by its commitment to action. The meeting of women parliamentarians demanded that women's voices be acted upon, not just heard. And the young parliamentarians brought innovation and digital transformation to the forefront, reminding us that governance must evolve for a new generation. The key outcomes are clear: a strengthened mandate for interparliamentary cooperation and a renewed, sharpened focus on ensuring that the promises made in forums like this are delivered back home. And in a powerful symbol of continuity, the presidency has now been formally handed over to the United States of America, carrying the momentum from Claremont forward. This summit leaves us with a profound reminder that democracy thrives when representatives are bold enough to lead, wise enough to listen, and committed enough to act.
And of course, on behalf of the entire Parliament team, we thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey of dialogue and diplomacy.
And from the beautiful Arabella Hotel in Claremont, Ndinguthembi Nkosingoma.
My name is Tsepo Mori, and of course, from the team behind the scenes, the people that make sure that you get this broadcast and are part and parcel of these dialogues, we thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night.